Chapter 1043. The super-divine formation laid down by the primordial Emperor Xian had unexpectedly caused a semi-sage to suffer a great loss. It was unbelievable and everyone was shocked. Some people who originally wanted to break through the formation gave up on this idea. Even a semi-sage couldn't break through this divine formation. Moreover, he was covered in dust. Who would dare to break through this divine formation? Even the powerful figures of the heavenly realm didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. The old man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. The few remaining hairs on his head were standing up. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. His clothes were torn and his body was emitting black smoke. I will say it again. There is no palace of the moon deities here. The voice of the primordial Emperor Xian came out from the divine formation. Everyone felt a terrifying power condensing. The sky changed color and the sun and moon lost their luster. The power of heaven and earth was forcibly gathered by the mysterious power of the divine formation. Rays of divine light formed from the power of heaven and earth rushed over from all directions. Each ray was more than 10 miles long, like a shocking divine rainbow. Such a scene was absolutely rare even in the heavenly realm. What kind of divine formation did the primordial Emperor Xian lay down? Everyone was shocked. Outrageous. Does he really dare to do this? Monopolizing the palace of the moon deities? Does he really think that he can rely on a divine formation to block everyone in the world? Some old antiques were very disdainful after listening to the words of the primordial Emperor Xian. There were 5 Emperor Xian and 4 God Emperors. Only the God Emperor of the Southern Mountains had made a move. The other Emperor-level characters hadn't made a move yet. The real experts were still watching. The heavenly realm definitely had more than one semi-sage. Each of the sects had a deep foundation. Little Jianghu, come out and fight if you have the guts. The old man cursed. He didn't have the demeanor of a peerless expert anymore. He had suffered a great loss and was very angry. If you have the guts, come in again. The voice of the primordial Emperor Xian resounded from the divine formation. How could he come out again? The old man's methods were simply too powerful. This old man had definitely received some sort of inheritance from a sage. Even a supreme divine technique like the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao could be suppressed. The technique the old man used was definitely comparable to the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. This made even primordial Emperor Xian's heart palpitate. If it weren't for the fact that he had mastered the anti-void secret technique, he would have been in real danger. You're pissing me off. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? The old man was furious. Show me what you've got. Jianghu Emperor Xian said. He was determined not to go out. This divine array could definitely block any existence below the level of a supreme saint. Jianghu Emperor Xian was very confident in the divine array that he had set up. Unless a supreme great path saint came personally, no one would be able to break this divine array. Very good. The old man was so angry that he laughed. Then he began to carve in the air. Mysterious and ancient runes were carved in the air by the old man using supreme divine arts. This old thing, Heition's eyes almost popped out when he saw this. The old man was setting up a formation that Heition was very familiar with. This was a formation that he had created. Soon, the runes that were engraved in the void began to emit waves of divine power. A divine formation was taking shape. When the old man finished carving the last rune, countless runes instantly blossomed with divine light. An endless amount of heaven and earth chi frantically gathered towards the divine array. Old ancestor, the 3 cultivators that the old man had brought along couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. They knew that the old man was truly enraged. He actually wanted to go all out against Jianghu Emperor Xian. The 3 cultivators were obviously the old man's juniors. Meanwhile, the old man had already jumped into the divine array that he had set up. He sat cross-legged in the center of the divine array and circulated his supreme power to activate the divine array. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The divine array that the old man had set up was actually competing with the super divine array that Jianghu had set up. A small portion of the heaven and earth chi that had gathered from all directions was actually being devoured by the divine array that the old man had activated. The old man who was sitting cross-legged in the divine array emitted divine light. It was as if he had turned into a celestial emperor. He had a dignified appearance as he attracted the heaven and earth chi to his body. Break for me. As the endless heaven and earth chi gathered, a huge Dharma form emerged from the old man's body. It was a faint and illusory Dharma form that was thousands of feet tall. This was the heaven and earth Dharma form. The figure that was thousands of feet tall stretched out its right palm and directly slapped the super divine array in front of it. The heaven and earth void was annihilated under the palm of this heaven and earth Dharma form. The old man had relied on the power of the divine array to increase his combat power to an unbelievable level. When the palm slapped out, it was as if the heaven and earth were attacking. Bang! The big palm directly slapped into the super divine array in front of it. Countless runes of the array collapsed. The old man's attack had actually created a gap in the super divine array. Everyone was surprised and happy when they saw this. It seemed that the super divine array set up by Jianghu Emperor Xian was not unbreakable. However, the people were not done being happy. The gap in the divine array that had been created by the heaven and earth Dharma form was quickly repaired. The runes of the array reformed and the divine array operated as usual. It was as if it had not been attacked at all. This, the old man stopped. If such an attack could not destroy the super divine array, it was no wonder that Yuangu was so fearless. Could it be that only a supreme saint could break this super divine array? I didn't expect Yuangu Emperor Xian to be so powerful that he could actually set up such a super divine array. Is there really no one who can break this super divine array? Even if all the sects use their trump cards, I'm afraid that they are not very confident. Someone whispered. This super divine array had suppressed many people. Even a half-step saint was helpless against it. They would only be sending themselves to death if they went up. This is a divine array derived from a corner of the extreme divine array. How can it be broken so easily? Hei Tian said in a low voice. What? Everyone was shocked to hear this. How could this Yuangu Emperor Xian be so lucky? Not only did he obtain 2 of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, but he also obtained a corner of the extreme divine array. Although the sacred formation was not complete and it was difficult to display the true power of the extreme Tao sacred formation, it was enough. Even a half-step saint would suffer a great loss when he entered the formation. The old man used all kinds of methods but was still unable to break this super divine array. In the end, he could only give up and curse at Yuangu Emperor Xian before leaving with the 3 cultivators. After the old man left, the super divine array gradually calmed down. The terrifying fluctuations also disappeared into the depths of the super divine array. The heaven and earth apparitions produced by the super divine array also disappeared. The surrounding area was completely silent. No one spoke as they were all shocked by Yuangu Emperor Xian's methods. This super divine array was definitely one of Yuangu Emperor Xian's trump cards. Chapter 1044. The valley was overgrown with weeds and rocks, devoid of spiritual energy. Dead trees and even the skeletons of some beasts could be seen everywhere. This was a desolate valley. There were no powerful beasts, and even decent beasts were rarely seen. On the other hand, Gu Fei and the others had entered such a valley before disappearing into thin air. There was no trace of them at all. After Gu Fei's group disappeared for a while, some mysterious figures began to appear around the valley. It turned out that Gu Fei's group had already been targeted. Some people paced back and forth outside the valley. Then, some people entered the valley. Soon, these people came out with puzzled and doubtful expressions. Finally, a terrifying figure appeared in the valley. This was a figure shrouded in black energy, emitting a chilling aura. Following this person's arrival, the temperature of the entire valley dropped sharply. What's going on? Did they really disappear into thin air? How is this possible? That person muttered to himself. Then, this mysterious person also left after circling around the valley. There were no fluctuations coming from the valley. Gu Fei's group definitely didn't use a void-shifting technique to cross the void, nor did they use a formation to teleport out. Therefore, those who followed Gu Fei's group didn't know where Gu Fei's group went. Gu Fei's group didn't leave. Instead, They entered the inner world. An inner world was something only a few people could open, and the existences who had an inner world were all big shots in the heavenly realm. No one would have thought that Gu Fei could control an inner world. Brother Gu, you really surprised me. Yuan Hong couldn't help but be stunned when he entered Gu Fei's inner world. Even the Golden Essence Holy Ape's son was shocked by Gu Fei's divine land. This was definitely a rare divine land in this world. Immortal spiritual energy was vast and mighty. Spiritual mountains and peaks could be seen everywhere. Spiritual springs gushed out from the ground, mountain streams flowed, and immortal birds and beasts could be faintly seen in the mountains, occasionally letting out loud cries. Every blade of grass, every tree, every bird, beast, insect, and fish was full of spirituality. Especially in the depths of this divine land, there were several strands of spiritual energy surging into the sky. That was the purest life essence energy between heaven and earth, and there were several divine springs of life. The life essence chi from the divine spring of life nourished this divine land at all times. There were even immortal divine herbs growing around the divine spring of life. There were only a few stalks of immortal godly medicine in the world. Legend has it that they were born from the ancestral chi of the world at the beginning of the world, and they possessed inconceivable divine effects. There's actually an ancestral dragon divine grass here. When Yuan Hong arrived near the largest divine spring of life in the depths of this divine land, he immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. Beside the divine spring of life, there was a divine herb that looked like an ancestral dragon. A medicinal fragrance wafted in the air, intoxicating everyone. It really is the legendary immortal ancestral dragon grass. When Chu Luqing saw the divine herb that was rooted beside the divine spring of life, he was petrified on the spot. He was extremely shocked. Who are these people? How could they have immortal divine herbs? It should be noted that the immortal godly medicine was even rarer than the supreme sage. During the ancient times, only a few of the strongest supreme sages possessed the immortal godly medicine. The Golden Spirit Ape clan also had an immortal divine herb. However, this immortal divine herb had disappeared with the disappearance of the elder sacred ape. Why is the Dragon clan's immortal divine herb here? Yuan Hong asked in confusion. The Dragon clan's immortal divine herb should be in the hands of the Dragon clan. Did you guys break into the Dragon domain? Did you guys steal the ancestral dragon divine herb? Chu Luqing also came back to his senses, but he was stunned after hearing Yuan Hong's words. Dragon domain? What kind of place is that? Gu Fei asked. They didn't know the existence of the dragon domain. You don't even know about the dragon domain? Yuan Hong and Chu Luqing looked at Gu Fei as if they were looking at a monster. In the heaven realm, there was actually someone who didn't know about the existence of the dragon domain. This was really surprising. Could it be? He Tian pondered, but he wasn't sure. After all, countless years had passed, and he didn't know if that place could be preserved after the great calamity. The dragon domain is the ancestral land of the Dragon clan. According to legend, it is a world created by the dragon ancestor. In ancient times, the dragon domain was also called the Dragon domain. Yuan Hong explained. He was the son of the Golden Spirit Ape, but he had once entered the dragon domain with his old father. However, that was already in the late period of the Great Desolate Era. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the heaven realm. Gu Fei couldn't help but realize that the origin of the Dragon clan was in the heaven realm. All races have their ancestral land. That is the place where their ancestors were born. Yuan Hong said. The ancestral land of the Golden Spirit Apes was the ancestral King Mountain, which was refined by the ancestors of the Golden Spirit Apes into a world independent of the macro world. I see. Gu Fei nodded. We didn't steal the ancestral dragon divine medicine. We obtained it from a mysterious place. Xiaoqing said. They were not scoundrels who stole the immortal divine medicine. The ancestral dragon divine medicine was obtained by Gu Fei and the others in the sky market. Just as Yuan Hong was about to say something, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from a mountain in the distance. Then, a seven-colored divine rainbow appeared in the sky above the mountain. The rainbow fell from the sky and entered the mountain peak. This is everyone was shocked. They saw a ball of resplendent flames rising from the top of the spirit mountain. The flames had 9 colors, and the 9 colors were constantly changing. 9-colored divine flame? When Yuan Hong and Chu Luqing saw the blazing flames rising from the top of the mountain, their countenances immediately changed. That was the 9-colored divine flame, a terrifying divine flame used to refine divine weapons or alchemy pills. Not only could this divine flame smelt divine iron and gold, but it was also used by some alchemy grandmasters to refine elixirs and elixirs. Someone is refining elixirs. Chu Luqing exclaimed. The 9-colored divine flame wrapped a huge cauldron and floated in the sky above the mountain peak. At this moment, the sky above the mountain peak changed color, and a 7-colored light flickered. The entire world gradually darkened, and a terrifying aura from the heavens and earth filled the air. Everyone felt a great pressure bearing down on them. How is this possible? Shaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the others felt the strong pressure. They couldn't help but change their expressions. They already knew what was going to happen. It's the tribulation clouds. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw this strange phenomenon. In the sky above the mountain peak, there was a powerful force of heaven and earth condensing rapidly. It was unknown where the tribulation clouds came from, but they soon covered the entire sky. Bolts of lightning flashed in the dark tribulation clouds, constantly roaming. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Who is refining elixirs that can actually attract the heavenly tribulation? Chu Luqing's voice was trembling. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Boom! A bolt of lightning the size of a mountain fell from the sky, bombarding the foot of the spiritual mountain. The whole mountain shook violently. A bottomless pit appeared at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The heavenly tribulation attracted by the person on the mountain was extremely terrifying. Even Gu Fei and Yuan Hong felt a little apprehensive. Gu Fei activated his martial path heavenly eye. A purple light flickered between his eyebrows. He saw a slender figure floating under the 9-colored cauldron. It was a girl in an emerald green dress. She looked like a little fairy. The girl was solemnly looking at the cauldron in the sky. Her hands were constantly forming hand seals, shooting rays of divine light at the cauldron in the sky. Grandmaster, you're finally back. At this moment, a fair and plump youth rushed out from the nearby forest. He arrived in front of Gu Fei and bowed to Gu Fei. This fellow was the son of Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. He had been tossed into his inner world and ignored by Gu Fei ever since. Little fatty Gu almost burst into tears when he saw Gu Fei. This time, he didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place anymore. There was nothing here, not even a shadow. Grandmaster Ant Yen was about to refine the legendary heaven-defying pill again. After asking little fatty Gu to help her pick the herbs, she no longer paid any attention to the little fatty. Only a bunch of lifeless undead creatures were roaming around in the small world. Little fatty was feeling extremely bored in this sacred cultivation ground. He kept thinking of going out. If other cultivators were to enter this place, even Gu Fei wouldn't be able to chase them away. Needless to say, this little fatty really didn't know how lucky he was. How could Gu Fei have the time to pay attention to little fatty at this time? His mind had long been tied to the fairy-like girl on the mountain peak. The heaven-defying pill is indeed heaven-defying. He Tian was also extremely shocked. Everyone was startled. The pressure from the sky was so great that they almost couldn't breathe. Gu Fei and the others could still feel such a strong pressure even though they were far away from the heavenly tribulation. One could easily imagine how much pressure the girl on the mountain peak was enduring. The green-robed girl on the mountain peak had a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of her mouth. She was trying her best to resist the pressure, using her immortal force to activate the cauldron floating in the sky. A medicinal fragrance was emitted from the cauldron. The fragrance could be smelled even from 100 li away. How is this possible? Yuan Hong and Chu Luqing were stunned. Someone had actually refined a cauldron of godly pills and triggered a heavenly tribulation when they were done. Even the heavens were jealous of them, sending down a lightning tribulation. This cauldron of godly pills was definitely a heaven-defying pill. Chapter 1045. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The dark tribulation cloud fell from the sky, almost pressing down on the mountain peak. Lightning flashed in the tribulation cloud, tearing the void and emitting a horrifying aura of destruction. Under the tribulation cloud, on the mountain peak, a slender figure was struggling with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Above the tribulation cloud, an alchemy cauldron wrapped in a 9-colored divine flame floated under the tribulation cloud. The 9-colored divine flame flickered. The green-robed girl repeatedly formed hand seals to activate the cauldron. This furnace of heaven-defying divine pills was about to be completed. This was the most critical moment. Success or failure depended on this one move. However, the girl didn't expect to trigger the heavenly tribulation. This was not the outside world, but the inner world of Gu Fei. Even in the outside world, there wouldn't be a heavenly tribulation. For thousands of years, there hadn't been a heavenly tribulation on the Tenglong continent. The law of heaven and earth had changed. No one could ascend from the Tenglong continent. Even if one became an immortal, he could only be an earth immortal. It was difficult to become a real celestial immortal. Yen was careless. She didn't know that Gu Fei and the others had entered the heavenly realm when the sky tower opened the passage to the heavenly realm. The law of heaven and earth in the heavenly realm didn't change much. In the heavenly realm, some heaven-defying monsters who were envied by the heavens could trigger the heavenly tribulation when they broke through. Of course, the heavenly tribulation wasn't common even in the heavenly realm. Gu Fei's world already had the embryonic form of a world. It had unlimited potential and could grow into a perfect world. The cauldron of divine pills refined by Yen was no small matter. It actually caused a heavenly tribulation to descend on this part of the world. Even Gu Fei was dumbfounded. He was the master of this world. He sensed the fluctuation of the power of heaven and earth. He was shocked to find that 1/10 of the power of heaven and earth had turned into the power of the heavenly tribulation. This was too terrifying. 1/10 of the power of heaven and earth was comparable to a half-sage. This heavenly tribulation definitely had the power to kill an almighty. Oh no. Gu Fei's expression changed when he came to this conclusion. Yen was only in the immortal realm. It was impossible for her to resist this heavenly tribulation. Boom. At this moment, a purple lightning bolt as thick as a mountain struck down from the pitch-black tribulation cloud, directly striking the medicine cauldron on the mountain peak. Swoosh. The moment the lightning struck, Gu Fei's figure became blurry and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared on the mountain peak beside Yen. When Yen saw Gu Fei's arrival, she couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. Her entire body nearly went limp. The boundless pressure from the sky actually disappeared the moment Gu Fei arrived. This made Yen heave a sigh of relief. Gu Fei stood at the peak of the mountain and raised his head. At this moment, the huge purple lightning had already blasted the cauldron that was surrounded by the 9-colored sacred flame. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently. A destructive aura swept across the heavens and earth. Purple snakes danced wildly as the sky above the mountain peak was torn apart by countless purple lightning bolts. However, a miraculous scene took place. Not a single purple lightning bolt was able to get close to where Gu Fei was standing, as if a mysterious force was shrouding the entire mountain peak. The medicine cauldron floating above the mountain peak was almost struck down by the purple lightning bolt. It shook violently, and the 9-colored sacred flame on the cauldron was almost destroyed. Shit! Yen was shocked upon seeing this. She immediately rushed forward and pointed her right index finger at the center of Gu Fei's brows. A mystical ray entered Gu Fei's Naiwen palace. He Tian Yuan Hong and the others were drenched in cold sweat after witnessing this scene from afar. This Gu Fei, it was as if Gu Fei had placed his life in Yen's hands. If Yen had wanted to kill Gu Fei, she could have easily destroyed Gu Fei's Naiwen palace. The Naiwen palace was the place where the nascent soul resided, and it was the Achilles heel of all human cultivators. If the Naiwen palace was broken, then in a light case, one's cultivation would go down the drain, and in a serious case, one's soul would perish. Gu Fei was confident that Yen would not harm him, which was why he had allowed Yen to point her finger at the center of his brows. Yen's finger contained a strand of divine sense. With a single thought, Gu Fei completely digested the information contained in the strand of divine sense that Yen had transmitted into his Naiwan palace. Gu Fei immediately learned the method of refining the law-defying godly pill. He then sat down with his legs crossed and performed a hand seal to unleash streams of God force to control the medicine cauldron floating above his head. Bang! The 9-colored godly fire that was almost destroyed by the heavenly lightning immediately burned brightly again, as if a 9-colored sun had appeared in the heavens and earth. Shaoqing, He Tian, Yuan Hong, and the others who were 100 miles away felt waves of heat coming from the front, causing their mouths to dry up. A medicinal fragrance lingered in the heavens and earth as the law-defying godly pill was taking shape. The 9-colored godly fire surged above the medicine cauldron and gradually formed a 9-colored lotus. Rumble! Bolts of purple lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Each bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain. If they were to strike the ground, the entire region would sink. The purple lightning struck the medicine cauldron that was supported by the 9-colored godly fire. The godly fire burned and the medicine cauldron shook. The heavenly lightning was so powerful that it could destroy everything, but it could not destroy the medicine cauldron. Although the medicine cauldron shook from the heavenly lightning, it did not fall from the sky. Gu Fei's strength was definitely not something that Yen could compare with. Most importantly, the owner of the heavens and earth was Gu Fei, so he could use the power of the heavens and earth at will. The heavens' retribution was finally fully activated. The void within 100 miles turned into a sea of purple lightning. The destructive power shook the entire heavens and earth. The entire mountain was completely drowned in lightning. The power of the heavens and earth was so powerful that no one could see what was happening inside. Even though He Tian had cultivated the yin-yang divine eyes and Yuan Hong had the golden eyes fiery eyes, it was difficult for them to see Gu Fei and Yen, who were drowned in the heavenly lightning. The heavens' retribution was so terrifying that even if a great being were to come, his body and soul would probably be destroyed. Everyone retreated to 1,000 miles away. The power of the heavens' retribution was so strong that no one dared to approach it. Although everyone was shocked by the horror of the heavens' retribution, they were not worried about Gu Fei and Yen, who were in the heavenly lightning. Because Gu Fei was the owner of the heavens and earth, he could completely control this small world. The power of the heavenly lightning was also formed by the power of the heavens and earth. Under Gu Fei's control, Gu Fei could actually make the heavens' retribution invisible with just a thought. Chapter 1046. Black tribulation clouds gathered from all directions and pressed down from the sky. Bolts of purple lightning seemed to be bombarding down from the 9th heaven, turning the void within a radius of 100 miles into a sea of lightning. The purple lightning wreaked havoc and even the void was torn apart. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. Even Yuan Hong, who was an experienced and knowledgeable great ape emperor, was shocked. The power of heaven and earth could intimidate all living things. Even Emperor Realm experts would tremble in fear, let alone Erebus and the others. The destructive aura of the heavens' retribution made everyone feel uneasy. This was the power of heaven and earth. No one believed that they could go against heaven and earth. Gu Fei's inner world came from Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the god race. Li Xuandao had refined it for countless years. Li Xuandao had also moved the heavenly spring of life from the hell path into this divine land. As a result, this divine land was filled with endless vitality and spiritual qi. It had unlimited potential for growth. This small world already had the embryonic form of a perfect greater heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were operating so that this small world was in a state of balance and could adjust itself. However, the birth of the heaven-defying divine pill had attracted the jealousy of heaven and earth, causing the purple lightning retribution to descend on this small world. This was the law of heaven and earth preventing the birth of the heaven-defying divine pill. This heaven-defying divine pill incurred the jealousy of heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth did not allow it to be born. From this, one could imagine how powerful this divine pill was. He Tian, Shaoqing, and the others were nervous and worried. They were also looking forward to it. The alchemy cauldron Dao was mysterious and mysterious. It was also a cultivation method passed down by the supreme Dao ancestor. This cultivation method was different from the others. It walked the path of cultivating the body through alchemy. One's cultivation was directly related to the divine pill that was refined. In ancient times, there was a case of someone directly ascending in 100 days after consuming a divine pill. According to legend, it was a woman who stole the divine pill of the Western Empress and ascended to the heavenly realm. The heaven-defying divine pill that refined was many times more precious than the divine pill that could allow one to ascend. It should be known that the divine pill used immortal divine medicine as a catalyst. It would not be an exaggeration to call such a divine pill a divine pill. At this time, the tribulation clouds in the sky had completely pressed down. The destructive aura was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. No one could see the situation inside the tribulation clouds. Yin, who was at the peak of the mountain, was stunned by the scene in front of her. Gu Fei had already flown up into the air, sitting cross-legged on top of the medicinal cauldron. He seemed to have transformed into an ancient god of thunder, summoning purple lightning from all directions to bombard the medicinal cauldron below. The endless purple lightning formed a purple lightning ball with a diameter of several hundred meters. Tens of thousands of purple lightning bolts were like purple dragons circling around the lightning ball. A medicinal fragrance drifted down from the sky. As Yen breathed, she felt all the pores in her body open up. The essence that she expended actually recovered gradually. In the medicinal cauldron, the 9-colored divine fire flickered. On the surface of the medicinal cauldron, ancient runes were faintly discernible. There was actually a trace of the aura of the great Tao rippling. Gu Fei used an ancient cauldron to suppress the mountain peak. The terrifying purple lightning would disappear when it approached the mountain peak. Although the entire mountain was shrouded in tribulation clouds, the purple lightning did not destroy a single blade of grass or tree on the mountain. At this time, Yen was standing beside the ancient cauldron that was taller than a person. The mountain and river cauldron suppressed a part of the void. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation was repelled. The power of an extreme Tao sacred artifact was truly frightening. It could even resist heaven and earth. At this time, Gu Fei had received a portion of the skill of refining the heaven-defying divine pill from Yen. He replaced Yen and continued to refine the heaven-defying divine pill. He was the master of this small world and could control the heaven and earth powers of this small world at will. Although he had summoned tens of thousands of purple lightning bolts, he did not suffer any impact on his body. In this small world, he was an omnipotent supreme god. He guided the power of the heavenly tribulation and gathered it into the cauldron below. Thousands of purple lightning bolts bombarded the cauldron endlessly. The 9-colored divine flame outside the cauldron had been dispersed by the lightning, but the divine flame inside the cauldron hadn't been extinguished. The divine flame wrapped around the liquid body fluid and continued to refine it. Strands of lightning seeped in from outside the cauldron, entering the fist-sized ball of divine liquid that was enveloped by the 9-colored flames. Purple bolts of lightning were imprinted on the almost solid divine liquid. When Gu Fei sensed the changes in the cauldron, he couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. Was this borrowing the heavenly tribulation to absorb the energy of the world's great Daos? This was simply unimaginable. Heavenly tribulations were lightning tribulations that descended from the heavens. They contained the power of the great Tao, and the divine liquid in the cauldron could actually condense the power of the great Tao. No wonder it was called a heaven-defying divine pill. It turned out to be a divine pill that contained the power of the Tao. Although it was not the complete great Tao of the world, it was only a tiny fragment of the great Tao. Even so, this was shocking enough. The fact that a heaven-defying divine pill could imprint the Tao left Gu Fei dumbfounded. It was truly unimaginable. The liquid that was enveloped by the 9-colored divine flame seemed to be transparent. There seemed to be countless colorful lights flowing around it, constantly changing into various shapes. Flowers, trees, birds, beasts, and even the silhouettes of the human race were all evolving above the divine liquid. Bolts of purple lightning struck in from outside the cauldron. Wherever they passed, the divine liquid would be imprinted with a bolt of lightning before disappearing into the divine liquid. The fragments of the great Tao were accumulating. Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He knew that if he could truly refine this heaven-defying divine pill, it would be a turning point for him. Such a divine pill contained fragments of the great Tao. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but it could also aid one's martial path. If he could comprehend it, Gu Fei's cultivation would definitely improve greatly. The alchemy method that Yen had imparted to him was mysterious and unpredictable. With his cultivation, he could completely control the cauldron and the 9-colored divine flame. The 9-colored divine flame burned fiercely in the cauldron. This divine flame seemed to be even more powerful than the solar true fire. It could smelt all things. Even the 9 drops of blood essence taken from the immortal ancestral dragon divine medicine were refined and completely fused with the other divine medicines. The immortal ancestral dragon divine medicine had long gained sentience. However, this kind of immortal medicine could not cultivate into a great demon, nor could it transform into a human form. However, it could come and go freely, and it was especially proficient in the earth escape technique. Only this kind of immortal spiritual divine medicine could produce blood essence. If this blood essence was given to a mortal, it would probably be difficult for that mortal to die even if he wanted to. The heavenly tribulation continued, but such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was nothing to Gu Fei. Everything was under his control. Chapter 1047. All living beings in the pocket dimension were alarmed. The undead clan that had been hiding in this divine land also rushed out. They were Gu Fei's secret force. Cultivating in this divine land, the undead clan's strength increased rapidly. Once the 3 supreme sovereigns of the undead clan appeared, the entire world was filled with death chi and chilling winds. A terrifying aura spread throughout the world. Where did these inanimate beings come from? Yuan Hong immediately took out his golden spirit staff when he saw the 3 supreme sovereigns in the chilling wind and death chi. Brother Monkey, wait! Seeing that Yuan Hong was about to charge forward, He Tian couldn't help jumping out to stop him. He was Gu Fei's subordinate, and if he was killed by Yuan Hong, it would be a heavy loss for them. What? Yuan Hong glared at him with his golden fiery eyes. Being glared at by Yuan Hong, Erebus only felt a blinding golden light flashing in front of his eyes. He felt a tingling sensation on his face, as though he was being pricked by a needle. Brother Yuan, those people are my big brother's subordinates. Please don't take offense. Shaoqing also walked up and said, the undead clan was a force under Gu Fei's control. They couldn't be lost. Once this power was released, it would be enough to destroy a large sect. Gu Fei didn't use this force when he was in the Tinglong continent. Otherwise, they would have killed their way to the Dongfang clan and the Beitang clan a long time ago. The 3 supreme sovereigns of the undead clan had already reached the mysterious transformation realm 300 years ago. They had stayed in this divine land for more than 300 years. This place was filled with spirit chi, and every flower and blade of grass had spirituality. Even the stupidest person would be able to cultivate and transform rocks. After 300 years, the 3 supreme sovereigns of the undead clan had reached the peak of the celestial being realm. 3 powerful auras spread across the area, causing even Yuan Hong's expression to change. This was especially true for one of the white skeletons. The spirit flame within the skull was as resplendent as the sun. A heart-palpitating aura was emitted from the spirit flame. I sensed the aura of a sacred artifact. Yuan Hong's face sank once more. The skeleton was very extraordinary. It seemed to be wielding a sacred artifact. Additionally, there was not a hint of death energy coming from the skeleton. It looked just like an ordinary skeleton, unlike the sparkling and translucent godly bones. Even though it looked like an ordinary skeleton, it gave off a tremendous sense of oppression. Yuan Hong knew that this skeleton was the strongest among the 3. Even if he were to face the skeleton, he wouldn't stand a chance against it. What is Master doing? He actually made such a big scene. Could it be that Master is forging again? It doesn't seem like he's forging a weapon. The 3 supreme emperors didn't approach. Instead, they stopped 1,000 miles away. They stood high up in the sky and communicated with their souls. The scene in front of them shocked the three supreme sovereigns of the undead race. At this time, Yuan Hong had already put away the golden spirit rod in his hand. He hadn't expected Gu Fei to have such power. If the three-peak celestial being realm undead sovereigns were released, the entire heavenly realm would be shaken. Among the three supreme sovereigns of the undead race, the white skeleton was the most terrifying. Yuan Hong even suspected that the skeleton had already taken that step and become a half-step sacred being. The three supreme sovereigns of the undead race had also discovered He Tian and Xiaoqing's group. However, the three supreme sovereigns only submitted to Gu Fei, not Xiaoqing's group. Sovereigns all had their own pride. Xiaoqing's group was just a mysterious transformation realm monarch. Why would the three supreme sovereigns care about Xiaoqing's group? The three peak sovereigns ignored He Tian and Xiaoqing's group. These fellows, He Tian and Xiaoqing's group, couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. However, they also knew that the cultivation world was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. How could a celestial being realm monarch lower their head to a mysterious transformation realm monarch? Gu Fei was an exception. With a cultivation of the fourth layer of the mysterious transformation realm, he could already challenge a celestial being realm monarch. This was something that rarely happened. It was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with an extreme Dao saint in his youth. The lightning tribulation continued as purple lightning wreaked havoc. Everything within a 100-mile radius was enveloped by the lightning tribulation. Other than the mountain where Gu Fei was, the other areas were not damaged at all. The mountain and river cauldron emitted a strand of divine might that suppressed the entire land. It dissolved the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky and protected the 100 li of land. This divine land was a land of immortal spirits. If it was destroyed by the lightning tribulation, then it wouldn't be worth it. Gu Fei wouldn't let such a thing happen. Thunder rumbled, but Gu Fei was like an ancient divine mountain. He sat cross-legged in the air above the cauldron, constantly attracting tribulation lightning to strike the cauldron. Bzzz. The cauldron shook again and again. The mysterious magical symbols on its body were faintly discernible. It attracted the essence energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a 9-colored divine flame that tempered the divine pill within. The mountain-sized purple lightning constantly struck the cauldron until it was on the verge of collapsing. However, under Gu Fei's control, the cauldron didn't fall from the sky. Yen stood on the mountain peak below, staring nervously at the scene in the sky. Whether or not the heaven-defying divine pill could be concocted depended on this final step. Heaven-defying divine pills were the highest level of divine pills in the pill cauldron division. They were so difficult to concoct that they could be said to be impossible in the current world. That was because there was no heavenly tribulation on the Tunglong continent. Furthermore, immortal divine medicines were legendary items. It was practically impossible to harvest them. Fortunately, the ancient records of the Pill Cauldron Gate recorded the location of an immortal divine medicine. It was an immortal divine medicine of the immortal ancestral dragon. Yen got her wish of obtaining the blood essence of the immortal divine medicine of the immortal ancestral dragon. Then, she fused countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth with the blood essence of the ancestral dragon divine grass. Only then was she able to start refining the heaven-defying divine pill. Even Yen herself didn't have high hopes for this pill refinement. Yen had planned to carry out the final step of the pill refinement in the sky market. However, she hadn't expected that she would trigger the heavenly tribulation in Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei is a freak. Yen was dumbfounded when she saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged in the midst of a myriad of tribulation lightning bolts. Gu Fei was still calm and composed despite the mountain-sized lightning bolts constantly brushing past him. Yen was terrified. If she had been in his shoes, she would have been flustered long ago. Then she would have been struck by the tribulation lightning and turned to ashes. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. The heavenly thunder boomed and the small world shook. The tribulation clouds that covered a radius of 50 kilometers didn't show any signs of dispersing. The myriad of tribulation lightning bolts were drawn over by Gu Fei and bombarded the medicine cauldron. It had to be said that this medicine cauldron was indeed extraordinary. It could withstand the bombardment of tribulation lightning. This medicine cauldron was definitely a precious treasure of the Pill Cauldron Gate. The heavenly tribulation raged for 3 days and 3 nights. Following a deafening roar that sounded like a dragon's roar, the myriad of tribulation lightning bolts were swallowed by a treasured cauldron that emitted a medicinal fragrance. It's done! Yen was so excited that she almost fainted. The medicine cauldron floating in the sky suddenly produced a heaven-devouring force that swallowed the surrounding heaven and earth essence. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation was drawn over and gathered in the medicine cauldron. The medicine cauldron seemed to have turned into a black hole that could swallow everything. Chapter 1048. The tribulation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it finally dissipated. However, the sky above the mountain was still changing colors. The medicine cauldron seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring the chi from all directions. Even the power of the tribulation that had not completely dissipated was devoured by the medicine cauldron. Buzz! The medicine cauldron vibrated in the sky, emitting the roars of tigers and dragons. After the roars disappeared, the sound of raging waves hitting the shore was heard. Rumble! There seemed to be monstrous waves surging in the medicine cauldron. Soon, the shocking sound disappeared, and the ancient runes on the body of the cauldron lit up. 7-colored auspicious clouds descended from the sky. Within the auspicious clouds, dragons and phoenixes were flying, and unknown divine beasts were roaring. It was as if a primordial world was being displayed. A rare phenomenon from the sky. Impressive! He Tian and Yuan Hong were utterly astonished upon seeing this. Their eyes widened and their mouths agape. 7-colored auspicious auras descended from the sky, together with a medicinal fragrance that filled the noses of the crowd. Everyone felt that the speed at which the essence chi flowed through their bodies had increased significantly, and they felt their blood boiling. Yuan Hong, in particular, had been sealed in the metal-type soul meridian for countless years. He had survived the Dark Age, and had tempered his flesh with the metal-type ancestral chi day and night. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. When Yuan Hong smelled the medicinal fragrance, his cultivation bottleneck showed signs of loosening, as if he was about to make a breakthrough. It's done, it's finally done. At the top of the mountain, Yen cried tears of joy. She stared blankly at the medicine cauldron that was emitting a mystical glow in the sky. Around the medicine cauldron were illusions of dragons, phoenixes, and various divine beasts. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had stopped controlling the medicine cauldron. He flew down from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing the mountain. Gu Fei, we did it! Yen rushed forward and hugged Gu Fei. She cried and laughed like a little girl. Her tears soaked the clothes on Gu Fei's chest. Gu Fei was also extremely excited, because he knew that this cauldron of divine elixir was extraordinary. It was a peerless divine medicine imprinted with the great Tao of heaven and earth, containing great Tao fragments. Such a heaven-defying divine pill would greatly benefit all cultivators below the sage realm. Even the legendary half-sages would go crazy for it. Fragments of the Great Path could allow one to comprehend the Great Path of heaven and earth. This was an opportunity to become a saint. The heavenly path was heartless, and the Great Path was uncertain. Some people comprehended for countless years, but in the end, they obtained nothing. Anyone who could become a half-saint was a peerless genius, but it was difficult for the world to give birth to another supreme saint in the past millions of years. Some people were blocked by this insurmountable threshold on the path to becoming a saint for countless years. If people knew that someone had successfully refined a heaven-defying divine pill that contained fragments of the great Tao, then those super antiques in the heaven realm would probably jump out. No one believed that there were only 1 or 2 half-sages in the heaven realm. There were definitely other powerful existences. At this time, the sky above the mountain was filled with auspicious clouds. Auspicious chi descended from the sky, and a medicinal fragrance floated between the heaven and earth. Phantoms of dragons and phoenixes were circling around the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, All kinds of shocking sounds came out unceasingly. The spiritual energy from all directions crazily converged, and the spiritual energy in the entire small world was rapidly decreasing. Boom! 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 A few muffled sounds came from the depths of this world. A few majestic pillars of life energy rushed out, towering between the heaven and earth, replenishing the rapidly decreasing spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Fortunately, there were a few heavenly springs of life. Otherwise, the spiritual energy of this small world would have been completely devoured by this cauldron, turning it into a lifeless red land. Finally, a bright moon and a divine sun rose from the cauldron. Yin and yang intertwined, and water and fire supported each other. This scene of heaven and earth shocked everyone. Boom! Suddenly, an enormous explosion that shook the heavens and the earth startled everyone awake. The medicinal cauldron had actually exploded with a bang, and countless fragments shot out violently in all directions. Swoosh! Gu Fei hugged Yen and immediately used the desolate steps. With one step, he traveled 100 miles and dodged the attack. Rumble! The mountain that Gu Fei and Yen were on was hit by the fragments of the cauldron that fell from the sky. It collapsed in an instant, and the explosion of the cauldron formed a transparent circle of spatial ripples that spread outwards. At this time, all the heaven and earth phenomena disappeared. Even Yuan Hong, He Tian, Shaoqing, and the others who were thousands of miles away felt the danger. Several fragments of the cauldron flew towards them, and each fragment was surrounded by mysterious and ancient runes. "Let's go!" Yuan Hong bellowed as he charged forward. He took out his golden spirit staff and swung it with both hands, smashing away a piece of debris. He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan hurriedly helped Chu Luqing and little Fatty Gu up and dodged into the distance. Yuan Hong roared furiously. He was extremely ferocious as he smashed the second fragment with his cudgel. However, his hands that were holding onto the divine cudgel were oozing blood that flickered with a golden light. Even the rim of his bowl had cracked from the impact. At this moment, 9 balls of primal chaos divine light flew out from the destroyed cauldron. Each ball of primal chaos divine light was like a primal chaos divine sun, emitting the natural essence of primordial chaos. "The elixir is flying away, quick!" Yen was extremely nervous. The heaven-defying elixir contained fragments of Tao. When it was born, it had a trace of intelligence, and it wanted to fly away. "Don't worry." Gu Fei took a few steps forward and arrived at a nearby mountain. He put Yen'er down and soared into the sky, reaching his hand toward the sky. Whoosh! 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 The 9 chaotic divine lights immediately changed their trajectory and flew toward Gu Fei's palm, walking right into his trap. "This is my world. Trying to escape? Not so easy." Gu Fei was like an omnipotent god. He reached out and grabbed the 9 balls of chaotic divine light that were rushing towards him from all directions. He directly drew in the power of the world and used it to suppress the divine elixirs. The 9 elixir danced left and right in Gu Fei's palm, as if they were trying to escape, emitting a strong wave of spiritual qi. However, the waves of spiritual qi emitted from the elixir were quickly suppressed by the force of the world that Gu Fei had used. 9 chaotic divine pills appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Each of them was the size of a thumb, and they were densely covered in runes. The runes on the elixir were natural, as if they were created by the world, and there was a Taoist aura flowing around them. Chapter 1049. A heaven-defying divine pill was indeed heaven-defying. It was actually imprinted with countless natural Tao patterns, and every divine pill had Tao rhymes circulating on it. It was simply a carrier of the great Tao. It was hard to imagine what would happen if one consumed and refined such a divine pill. Would one's cultivation soar, or would one's body explode from the Tao energy contained in the divine pill? There was no perfect thing in the world. Even a heaven-defying divine pill had its flaws. The spiritual energy and Tao energy contained in a heaven-defying divine pill were simply too immense. One had to be very careful when refining it. If one was careless, one might end up with a broken body and soul. The fragments of the medicine cauldron fell everywhere in this small world. Like meteorites falling from the sky, loud noises could be heard everywhere in this small world. Many beautiful mountains were smashed by the fragments of the medicine cauldron. The mountains collapsed on the spot, turning into ruins. The fragments of the medicine cauldron contained the great Tao energy. Even Yuan Hong could only use the golden spirit cudgel in his hand to smash 2 such fragments before retreating. Yuan Hong's physical body was incomparably strong. His palms, which were holding the golden spirit cudgel, were split open by the impact. Golden divine blood seeped out. My medicine sovereign cauldron. Yen Er's heart ached. This medicine cauldron was the treasure of the Pill Cauldron Gate. It was a semi-sage artifact created by a semi-sage. The ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate had used this medicine cauldron to refine countless divine pills. With the destruction of the medicine sovereign cauldron, it would be impossible for Yen Er to refine more heaven-defying divine pills in the future because there was no second medicine sovereign cauldron in this world. However, at this time, Yen Er was thinking about the heaven-defying divine pill in Gu Fei's hands. Since he could refine a heaven-defying divine pill, even if she lost the medicine sovereign cauldron, it was worth it. The ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate had always aimed to refine a heaven-defying divine pill. However, in the past millions of years, not a single ancestor had been able to refine such a divine pill. Today, Yen Er and Gu Fei had joined hands to refine this legendary divine pill. No one could sit still. Yen Er was the first to charge forward, followed by Yuan Hong, He Tian, and Shaoqing. They all charged toward Gu Fei. Chu Luqing did not lag behind. Even the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng flew up into the sky. Give them to me. Yen Er didn't stand on ceremony. She stretched out her hand, but Gu Fei dodged her hand. This made Yen Er angry and her face turned red. Seeing Yen Er's adorable appearance, Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Yen Er took advantage of this opportunity and snatched the 9 heaven-defying divine pills from Gu Fei's hand. Her pretty face immediately bloomed with joy. Everyone's eyes lit up. In front of Yen Er, even 100 flowers paled in comparison. This is the legendary heaven-defying divine pill? Yen Er held the 9 divine pills in her hands. Her voice trembled with excitement. Even her hands were shaking. This divine pill actually triggered such a terrifying heavenly tribulation when it was being refined. It's really hard to imagine. Yuan Hong stared at the divine pills in Yen Er's hands. He was also extremely shocked. Even in the ancient times, no one has ever heard of a divine pill that could trigger a heavenly tribulation. He Tian murmured in shock. The birth of a divine pill was too shocking. Even the heavens and the earth produced strange phenomena. There were dragons and phoenixes circling around it. Everyone knew that this divine pill might really have a heaven-defying effect. It seems that I also contributed a lot. Do you want to share some with me? Gu Fei asked. This kind of divine pill was also very attractive to him. It could be said that he was the one who refined this divine pill. Of course, he knew the effect of this divine pill. A divine pill that contained fragments of the great Tao would make even a half-step saint go crazy. Yen thought for a while. Then she took out 2 jade bottles and put 5 divine pills into one. She then plugged the bottle and passed it to Gu Fei. After Gu Fei took it, Yen put the remaining 4 divine pills into the second jade bottle and put it away carefully. You are really generous. You actually gave me 5 divine pills. Gu Fei said with a smile. Yen was very obsessed with the Tao of alchemy. Otherwise, she would not have thought of refining divine pills. This is what you deserve. Although Yen Er's heart ached, she knew very well that if it wasn't for Gu Fei who continued to refine the pill on her behalf, not only would she not be able to refine a heaven-defying pill, but she would also lose her life. The last step of refining the divine pills was absolutely impossible for Yen. She could not resist the terrifying heavenly tribulation. Boss? He Tian stared at the jade bottle in Gu Fei's hand, wishing that he could pounce forward and snatch it away. That was a heaven-defying divine pill. Just the smell of the medicinal fragrance was enough to make one's blood boil. If one were to consume such a divine pill, it would be difficult for their cultivation and strength to not soar immediately. It wasn't just Erebus, even little Qing and Baron were staring at Gu Fei eagerly. All right, I am going to cultivate in seclusion. After obtaining the divine pills, Yen immediately found a place to cultivate in seclusion. She cultivated the Tao of alchemy. Although she needed pills to support her cultivation, she still needed them. On the pill cauldron path, if one had enough medicinal pills, one's cultivation could be described as advancing 1,000 miles in a day, and one's cultivation would rise very quickly. Yen wanted to use the heaven-defying divine pill to increase her cultivation. After she bid farewell, she found a valley in this small world and entered it. There's no need to rush. Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this. He knew Yen personality. She was the kind of girl who would put her thoughts into action. Big brother, little Qing moved closer to Gu Fei. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by the heaven-defying divine pellet. No one could resist such a temptation. Gu Fei looked at Xiaoqing, then at He Tian and Balan. He then opened the bottle and poured out 3 divine pills. He gave one to Xiaoqing, He Tian and Balan. Chu Luqing also wanted it, but before he could say anything, Erebus noticed him and sent him flying with a kick. Little Fatty looked at Gu Fei eagerly. There was no need to ask, he also wanted it. The divine pills were tempting. Only Yuan Hong regained his composure after the initial shock. Brother Monkey. Just as Gu Fei was about to say something, Yuan Hong stretched out his hand to stop him. I appreciate your kind intentions. Although divine pills are good, I, Yuan Hong, do not need to rely on external items to improve my cultivation base. As the son of the sacred ape, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a saint, Yuan Hong had his pride. Gu Fei wanted to take out another heaven-defying divine pill, but Yuan Hong didn't want it. Even Gu Fei couldn't help giving Yuan Hong a thumbs up. He was actually able to resist such a temptation. My father always said that if you want to reach the peak and become the strongest, you can only rely on your own efforts. Yuan Hong said. The sacred ape's words could not be wrong. Rely on yourself. Gu Fei sighed. He had never relied on anyone along the way. He had only achieved his current cultivation and strength through his own efforts. However, this divine pill contained fragments of the Great Path. This was an opportunity to comprehend the Tao. Consuming the divine elixir, refining it, and comprehending the fragments of the Great Path contained within the divine elixir, if he could comprehend the Tao rhythm, it would be of great significance to Gu Fei. He doesn't want it, but I want it. At this moment, Chu Luqing, who had been sent flying by Mahakala's kick, flew over again. However, he had only just gotten close when Mahakala's kick landed on his buttocks, sending him flying again like he was riding on a cloud. Hayden, I'm not done with you. Chu Luqing yelled in shock and anger. His body flailed uncontrollably as he fell from the sky. Chapter 1050. In the end, Yuan Hong did not ask for the heaven-defying divine pill. He wanted to walk his own path. He was the son of an old holy ape. Such an inheritance was no small matter. The golden holy ape was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme sage. Even in the untainted land, it was an invincible expert that ruled the world. Chu Luqing did not ask for the heaven-defying divine pill from Gu Fei. Even Gu Xiaofeng, Gu Fei's grand disciple, was not given to Gu Fei. Gu Fei still had 2 heaven-defying elixirs in his hands. If he were to give such elixirs to little Fatty who was not even an immortal, it would only harm him. There was no way he could refine the spiritual power contained in the elixirs. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yen could not wait to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan also occupied a spiritual land and went into seclusion. Gu Fei also wanted to cultivate in seclusion, but Yuan Hong was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he walked into the depths of this small world and sat beside the largest divine spring of life in the depths of this small world. He breathed in and out the essence of life and began to cultivate. Even in the immemorial era, there were not many divine springs of life. Even the golden spiritual ape clan did not have any. However, there were a few in Gu Fei's inner world, which shocked Yuan Hong. Gu Fei did not go into seclusion in this small world. Instead, he entered the inner world that he had refined in the Naiwan Palace between his eyebrows. He controlled 3 great worlds. One of them was the small world that he had opened up when he refined the chaotic origin embryo. This small world gradually grew as Gu Fei's cultivation increased. Gu Fei entered this small world. This was a small world full of vitality. Although it was only a few hundred miles wide and had no sky or stars, there was a divine spring in the center of this small world that was spewing spiritual qi. This was the divine spring that Gu Fei had moved into his inner world. It was the existence of this divine spring that filled this small world with spiritual qi. This divine spring was gradually transforming into the ancestor vein of earth of this small world. The ancestor vein of earth was already in its embryonic form and was nurturing a dragon pearl. This would be the first connate divine beast to be born in this small world. Gu Fei stood in the void and looked down at this small world. He felt very satisfied. He could feel the pulse of this world. With a thought, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in this small world, wreaking havoc. With another thought, the gust of wind that was wreaking havoc in this small world suddenly disappeared. In this small world, Gu Fei was an omnipotent supreme god. When he wanted the wind to come, the wind would come. With a wave of his hand, heavenly thunder would rumble. With a stomp of his foot, the earth would tremble. Streams of earth qi would break out of the earth like dragons and rush into the sky. Gu Fei could control all kinds of heaven and earth power at will. He sensed the fluctuation of heaven and earth power in this small world and knew that the heaven and earth power in this small world could already trap and suppress a mighty. However, no mighty would be so stupid as to allow Gu Fei to take them into Gu Fei's inner world. Furthermore, the almighties of the current era possessed great strength and divine abilities. They had probably already opened their own inner worlds. Even if Gu Fei controlled the three great worlds, he still couldn't be compared to the almighties of the current era. Very soon, the various heaven and earth powers in this small world calmed down. Then, Gu Fei sat on the highest mountain in this small world and began to rest with his eyes closed. He wanted to adjust his body to its best state. Gu Fei didn't move and sat for 7 days and 7 nights. In this small world, there was no sky, no stars, and no sun. However, this small world had alternating nights and days. This small world would automatically adjust itself and pass time. Everything was growing in the direction of a perfect great world. On the 8th day, when this small world gradually brightened, Gu Fei let out a long breath of turbid air. Then he woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes. It's time! Gu Fei's qi and blood were adjusted to their best state. His mind was clear and his state of mind was unprecedentedly calm. At this moment, Gu Fei's king martial body had reached a perfect level. He took out the jade bottle containing the heaven-defying divine pill and pulled out the stopper. A fragrant smell immediately floated out from the mouth of the bottle. The mouth of the bottle flickered with spiritual light and spiritual energy surged out. Gu Fei poured a divine pill onto his palm. The divine pill, which was covered in the patterns of the great Tao of the immortal Tao, emitted a layer of blurry divine light. The innate patterns of the great Tao on the divine pill seemed to be moving. The natural great Tao patterns were magnified infinitely under Gu Fei's martial path heavenly eye. It was as if they were imprinted in his eyes. The Tao patterns intertwined and the Tao rhymes circulated. Gu Fei stared at the heaven-defying divine pill in his hand in a daze. However, Gu Fei quickly regained his senses. Then he plugged the mouth of the jade bottle and put it away. Then he swallowed the heaven-defying divine pill in his hand. After Gu Fei swallowed the heaven-defying divine pill, he felt as if a divine fire was burning in his stomach. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used his mysterious art to refine the heaven-defying divine pill. Very quickly, a ball of 9-colored divine light appeared on Gu Fei's abdomen. Within the divine light, there seemed to be mysterious Tao patterns faintly appearing. Although they were blurry, there was a trace of Tao rhythm flowing within them. The spiritual energy and Tao rhymes contained in the heaven-defying divine pill gradually melted in Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei felt as if he had caught a trace of Tao rhymes. However, it was like the reflection of the moon in a mirror. Although he had sensed the great Tao, he couldn't grasp it or touch it. Gu Fei didn't expect to comprehend the Tao by relying on a heaven-defying divine pill. It wasn't realistic. After all, this wasn't the first time that a heaven-defying divine pill had appeared. The founding ancestor of the pill cauldron gate had once refined a batch of heaven-defying divine pills. However, in the endless years, the pill cauldron gate had never produced an extreme sage. There had only been one half-sage, and that half-sage was the founding ancestor of the pill cauldron gate. If a heaven-defying divine pill could really help one comprehend their own great Tao, then someone from the pill cauldron gate would definitely be able to conquer the world and become an invincible extreme sage. Although a heaven-defying divine pill could help one comprehend the great Tao, the probability of comprehending the great Tao was almost zero. The heaven-defying divine pill that Gu Fei had consumed was emitting a divine light. A divine sun seemed to appear in Gu Fei's abdomen, illuminating his entire body. Chapter 1051. Gu Fei's entire body was radiating divine light. Rays of divine light lingered around his body. Every bone and every strand of hair on his body was surging with essence. Bursts of explosive sounds came from within Gu Fei's body. All 365 acupuncture points on his body lit up. The vast medicinal power that surged out from his abdomen turned into a vast amount of psionic power that was drawn into all the acupuncture points in Gu Fei's body. However, very quickly, Gu Fei discovered that none of his 365 acupuncture points could contain such a huge amount of psionic power. Every acupuncture point was blossoming with a resplendent divine light. It was as if 365 suns had appeared on Gu Fei's body. The entire world was illuminated. The origin energy within his body was vast and mighty. His blood qi soared into the sky. The medicinal power is actually so powerful. Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. This heaven-defying divine pill was truly heaven-defying. Even his king martial body couldn't withstand it. His entire body felt as if it was about to explode. He felt pain all over his body. It was an intense pain. Every inch of his muscles felt like they were about to be torn apart. Every bone felt like it was about to shatter. Am I going to be reborn again? Gu Fei was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. His clothes were soaked in sweat. Every time his body couldn't contain more origin energy, his cultivation would reach a bottleneck. On the path of martial arts, one had to cultivate one's body. Only by transforming one's body could one accommodate more origin energy. This was a necessary step on the path of martial arts. Gu Fei clenched his teeth and endured. In the end, he couldn't help but groan in pain. His clothes turned to ash under the impact of the origin energy. Shocking cracks began to appear on his body. As the heaven-defying divine pill melted in Gu Fei's stomach, his body had reached its limit. His king martial body showed signs of collapsing. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Beams of divine light constantly rushed out from Gu Fei's body. They interweaved into a curtain of light around him, enveloping him within. This was the cocoon transformation technique of the martial way. Boundless divine power rippled out from Gu Fei's body. The mountain below him instantly collapsed, and the entire heaven and earth shook. Turning one's own essence qi into silk threads and interweaving them into a cocoon of light, wrapping one's body within it. This was the first step of the martial body's rebirth. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, even if one's body suffered a devastating injury, one could still completely recover. The cocoon of light gradually grew larger and soon enveloped Gu Fei completely. The sound of wind and thunder rang out from within, breaking the peace of this small world. This was a divine cocoon, as if it was nurturing an unmatched deity. The powerful aura it released shook this entire small world. It was extremely terrifying and terrifying. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the divine cocoon, was experiencing another transformation of his martial body. He was already mentally prepared and did not panic. He circulated his supreme mystic art, guiding the medicinal power of the heaven-defying divine pill to flow throughout his body. He wanted to refine the psionic power contained in the divine pill before he could comprehend the Tao. Soon, Gu Fei's flesh and bones began to disintegrate. However, as his flesh and bones were disintegrating, new flesh and bones were reconstructed. This was a true rebirth. The flesh and bones of his entire body were reborn. Only those who had embarked on the martial path would use such a method. The new blood, flesh, tendons, and bones were stronger and could contain more essence energy. The process of rebirth was a long one. Time passed. Within Gu Fei's little world, his blood qi and essence qi were vast and mighty. The entire world paled in comparison. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. There were still no changes to the divine cocoon. Gu Fei was still transforming. As time passed, the divine cocoon began to emit the aura of the great Tao. There were Tao runes circulating within. Could it be that Gu Fei had already begun to comprehend the Tao? No one knew. Even Gu Fei himself was a little dazed. He used the miraculous effects of the heaven-defying divine pill to temper his body. The heaven-defying divine pill contained a fragment of the great Tao. Although it was insignificant, it was an opportunity to comprehend the Tao. To Gu Fei, this was an opportunity that could only be chanced upon. 3 months passed. There were still no other movements from Gu Fei. 3 years passed. In this small world, there was still a mass of divine light floating. It was a divine cocoon. Gu Fei sat cross-legged for a full 10 years. In these 10 years, his body was constantly transforming. The heaven-defying divine pill could be said to be heaven-defying. The massive psionic power could change anyone's physique. In the last year, Gu Fei spent day and night comprehending the great Tao fragments contained in the heaven-defying divine pill. He wanted to comprehend the Tao that belonged to him. This was easier said than done. Even if there was a complete great Tao in front of him, Gu Fei would not be able to comprehend it. It would even be difficult for him to capture a trace of the great Tao. The great Tao of heaven and earth was illusory. It could not be seen or touched. It gave Gu Fei a feeling of helplessness. It was like a person facing a treasure but could not find the key to enter it. Right now, Gu Fei was in such a situation. The great Tao circulated around his body. However, no matter how calmly he tried to comprehend it, he could not grasp a trace of it. It was too difficult. Even so, Gu Fei's cultivation had soared to a level that people could only look up to in these 10 years. After the king martial body had transformed and reorganized countless times, he finally broke through to the celestial being realm. Right now, Gu Fei was a celestial being martial emperor. After the transformation, his martial body was the king martial body. His entire body contained endless explosive power. At this time, Gu Fei was listening to the great Tao heavenly voice. Traces of the great Tao appeared on his body. These were the natural Tao patterns that were originally imprinted on the heaven-defying divine pill. Each natural Tao pattern contained the power of the great Tao and emitted the aura of the great Tao. When the divine pill was refined, these natural Tao patterns were also refined. Gu Fei wanted to imprint these Tao patterns on the king martial body, but he failed. After the natural Tao patterns fell off the heaven-defying divine pill, they would quickly return to the world. It was difficult to retain them. Apart from his cultivation breaking through to the celestial being realm, he did not have any comprehension. He was unable to imprint the natural Tao patterns. This was undoubtedly a great loss. It was difficult to comprehend. Even if there was an opportunity to comprehend the great Tao, it was only an opportunity. An almost impossible opportunity to comprehend the great Tao. In the end, the divine cocoon wrapped around Gu Fei cracked. In the void of the 365 acupoints on Gu Fei's body, there was a clear figure sitting cross-legged. That was Gu Fei's life god. At this time, each life god was emitting a brilliant divine light, illuminating the world. Each life god gradually began to fade, and then disappeared, as if they had melted into the void. The life god disappeared, and the void of the acupoints also collapsed. An earth-shaking change occurred in Gu Fei's body. This change shocked even Gu Fei. He felt that the life god he had cultivated did not disappear, but had melted into every part of his body. The void of the acupoints did not disappear either, but connected together and melted into his body. At this moment, Gu Fei's emperor martial body was like a bottomless black hole that was constantly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The life god and the king martial body were perfectly integrated. At this time, Gu Fei could be considered to have refined his life into his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood, even every drop of blood, contained life. Even if Gu Fei was blasted into pieces, as long as there was a drop of blood, he could be reborn. He, who was at the first celestial being realm, had the strongest life force in the world. It's time to go out. After the transformation of Gu Fei's body was completely completed, he found a set of clean clothes and put them on. Then he opened his inner world and walked out. Chapter 1052. As soon as Gu Fei walked out of his small world, He Tian, Shaoqing, Balan, Chu Luqing, and little fatty Gu Xiaofeng immediately sensed Gu Fei's presence and rushed out from all directions. Swish! A golden figure sitting cross-legged beside the largest heavenly spring of life in the depths of this divine land suddenly opened its eyes. 2 rays of golden light shot out from its golden essence fiery eyes like rainbows. Are you out? Yuan Hong, the golden spirit ape, stood up from the ground. Golden light rippled all over his body like water waves, and golden runes circled around his body. Soon, the golden runes disappeared into Yuan Hong's body, and the surging golden essence qi also disappeared. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. It's been 10 years, Yuan Hong was a little reluctant to leave this place. Absorbing the life essence qi day and night had great benefits for him. Although it had only been 10 years, Yuan Hong's life aura was extremely powerful. 10 years of cultivation was comparable to hundreds of years of cultivation in the outside world. It's time to go out. Yuan Hong knew that he couldn't stay here forever. The cultivation method of the Golden Spirit Ape clan was somewhat similar to the path of martial arts. After 10 years of meditation, Yuan Hong's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to improve further, he would have to comprehend and break through in battle. Everyone rushed towards where Gu Fei was, but Yuan Hong was the last to arrive. Unbelievable! You actually broke through to the celestial being realm and became a martial monarch. Yuan Hong couldn't help but be shocked the moment he saw Gu Fei. Was the heaven-defying divine pill really that heaven-defying? Even Yuan Hong, the son of a sacred ape, couldn't help but be moved. It should be known that Gu Fei was only a mysterious change realm monarch 10 years ago. In just 10 short years, Gu Fei's cultivation had made such a shocking breakthrough. This was simply unimaginable. From the mysterious transformation realm to the celestial being realm, it only took 10 years. If this news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would be in an uproar. Even the most heaven-defying figure in the heavenly realm couldn't break through from the profound transformation realm to the emperor realm in 10 years. In fact, Gu Fei didn't expect this either. The cultivation of the martial path was incomparably difficult. Every time one's cultivation and strength increased by a realm, one would have to pay an unimaginable amount of effort and sweat. According to Gu Fei's estimation, it would take him at least 1,000 years to reach the celestial being realm from the 4th heaven of the mysterious transformation realm. But now, he only used 10 years. Boss, you're a heaven realm martial artist? After He Tian rushed over, he kept staring at Gu Fei. Yin-yang divine light flickered in his eyes. He was using the yin-yang divine eyes to examine Gu Fei. However, he was shocked to find that Gu Fei's body was like a boundless universe. Even the yin-yang divine eyes couldn't see through it. This made He Tian inexplicably shocked. How could this be? The yin-yang divine eyes could see through all illusions and point directly to the origin of all things in the world. But now it failed. You guys, when Gu Fei sensed the auras of He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan, he was equally shocked. Shaoqing and the others' cultivation had also broken through. Moreover, their cultivation had broken through the celestial being realm and became half-step almighties. And what shocked Gu Fei the most was that Yen was still in seclusion. He could sense a hidden power at Yen Er's location. That power made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Could it be that Yen was breaking through to the almighty realm? Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The Tao of Alchemy Cauldron was really mysterious. Before Yen went into seclusion, her cultivation was only at the 9th heaven of Immortal realm. But now, Yen's cultivation was definitely above his. Gu Fei couldn't help but be interested in the Tao of Alchemy Cauldron. Of course, he didn't want to cultivate the Alchemy Cauldron Gate, nor did he want to spend time on alchemy. There were 3,000 great Taos, and all of them could become saints. This saying couldn't be wrong. The Tao of Alchemy Cauldron also had the potential to become a saint. When Yen came out of seclusion, this world would give birth to a new empress. In the heaven realm, the current almighties were known as emperor-level experts. After Yen became an almighty, she would be an empress in the heaven realm. She could stand on the same level as the 5 directions Emperor Xian and the 4 great celestial emperors. She would stand at the peak of the cultivation world. Is the heaven-defying divine pill really so miraculous? Gu Fei looked at He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan one by one. This couldn't be wrong. He Tian and the others' cultivation had not only broken through from the mysterious transformation realm to the celestial being realm, but they had also surpassed the celestial being realm. They were only one step away from becoming almighties. Now, He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan all had the cultivation and strength of the quasi-emperor realm. Quasi-emperor experts who had surpassed the celestial being realm were targets that all the forces in the heaven realm wanted to rope in. People like them might become real emperors one day. Gu Fei and the others came to the front of the hall that stored all kinds of treasures. They took out the immortal wine that was stored in the cellar of the hall and drank to their heart's content. They exchanged cultivation experiences with each other. During the conversation, Gu Fei found out that he had been in seclusion for a long time. However, for cultivators, this period of time passed in the blink of an eye. At their level of cultivation, time was the most worthless thing. As long as there were no accidents, they could live as long as heaven and earth and could live forever. Immortals and gods were immortal, but this was not absolute. This kind of immortality was only used to describe the endless lifespan of immortals and gods. In the heaven realm, which was a world full of experts, immortals and gods were not rare. There were many people who could kill immortals and gods. Even an emperor could not guarantee that he would not encounter an invincible existence one day. Even invincible existences like the supreme almighties had disappeared in the dark ages of the late prehistoric era. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that could exist forever. Gu Fei had gained a lot of enlightenment. Although he did not gain enlightenment, his state of mind had undergone a leap. The improvement of his state of mind allowed him to control the new power within his body and adapt to the changes within. In the end, everyone got drunk. Even the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng was hugging a jar of immortal wine and collapsed under the table. He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan were swaying left and right, on the verge of collapsing. The immortal wine that was stored in the treasury hall was, of course, not something ordinary immortal wine could compare to. This was an immortal treasure obtained by Li Xuandao, the old ancestor of the god race. If Li Xuandao was still alive, he would have been angered to death by Gu Fei and the others. Even he himself was reluctant to drink this immortal wine, but it was wasted by Gu Fei and the others. With the cultivation of Gu Fei and the others, it was impossible for them to get drunk. However, everyone was very clear that they were only temporarily indulging themselves. Once they left this divine land, what awaited them would inevitably be a cruel world. In this great era where the strong rose together, there would definitely be a series of battles. The road to sainthood was built with the flesh and blood of the opponent. Even the most outstanding geniuses could not guarantee that they would not fall. Gu Fei and the others were really drunk. It was not their bodies that were drunk, but their hearts. This was a rare moment of peace, and for them, it was extremely precious. Chapter 1053. As the sun rose from the east, Gu Fei's miniature world, which had already taken shape, began to flourish with life again. The cries of various birds and beasts could be heard from time to time in the forest, and there were immortal birds flying in the mountains. This miniature world had already given birth to a sun star. This sun star operated just like the sun star in the outside world. A day in the miniature world was the same as a day in the outside world. There wasn't much difference. A day in the miniature world was a day in the outside world. With Gu Fei's current strength, he could already control the time and space of this world. He could draw upon this world and create a space-time field. He could speed up or slow down the flow of time in the field. If Gu Fei was strong enough, he could flick a finger for 1,000 years or stop time. In the outside world, even legendary extreme Dao saints would find it difficult to do this. But in this miniature world, Gu Fei could control everything. He was the supreme god of this miniature world. We're going out. Everyone stood at the peak of a large mountain. Under the reflection of the morning sun, their shadows were elongated. Everyone had a different expression on their faces. 10 years had passed. Everyone was a bit nervous. They didn't know what the current situation was in the heavenly realm. They had entered this miniature world to avoid the eyes and ears of the major powers. After the battle between Little Pring Emperor and Violet Emperor, Yuan Hong realized that they were being watched. Therefore, he entered Gu Fei's miniature world to temporarily hide. At that time, the lost palace of the moon deities had appeared. The situation in the Eastern Earth was very complicated. Even Yuan Hong had to be careful. Some old antiques wouldn't be lenient just because he was the son of a holy ape. Are you ready? Gu Fei asked. Ready. He Tian and the others nodded. Apart from Yen-Er, who was still in seclusion, everyone was present. The Undying race was on standby in this miniature world. Even the little fatty was clamoring to go to the heaven realm to experience it. Of course, Gu Fei did not object. This little fatty was even more cunning than his father. Although Gu Fei didn't give little fatty the only heaven-defying divine pill he had, he did give little fatty one of the 9 transformations immortal pills he had refined before. Right now, the little fatty's cultivation had also reached a bottleneck. He was only one step away from becoming an immortal god. After his father, Gu Zhong, he would become the 3rd person in the world to become an immortal through martial arts. To little fatty, the 9th transformation immortal realm was the step that he could successfully take. When Gu Fei saw that everyone was ready, he began to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. The void in front of him trembled, and transparent ripples spread out like water. Swoosh! A void door appeared in the void in front of them. The aura of the outside world surged in from behind the door. It was the aura of the heaven realm. Ah, heaven realm, I old He, am back. He Tian laughed heartily. He rushed up from behind Gu Fei and directly passed through the void door in front of him. However, just as He Tian's figure disappeared behind the door, a terrifying destructive force suddenly exploded outside the void door without any warning. He Tian's scream came from outside. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. They didn't know what had happened. Could it be that He Tian was so unlucky that he encountered a strong enemy as soon as he went out? Was that even possible? No. This is the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Yuan Hong suddenly said with a grave expression. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed in front of the void door. A black figure rushed in from outside. Behind the black figure was a sea of lightning that emitted a terrifying destructive aura. There was no sound of thunder, only resplendent lightning. Moreover, this lightning was in 5 colors. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire world began to shake. Endless 5-colored lightning surged in from the outside world. The destructive power directly shook this part of the godly land. Gu Fei hurriedly moved to close the void door in front of him. However, he found that he couldn't close the door that connected to the outside world. Gu Fei couldn't help but turn pale. The void door in front of him collapsed under the silent 5-colored lightning. The void was collapsing, and the cracks were spreading rapidly. The vast might of the heavens and earth surged into this divine land from the shattered void. At this moment, everyone felt a terrifying pressure and threat that came from the heavens and earth. Damn, that damned He Tian. Everyone's expression changed. The heavenly tribulation that He Tian brought in seemed to be attracting their own heavenly tribulations. Everyone was implicated by He Tian. Their spiritual energy was vast and mighty. Rays of divine light rushed out of their bodies as if they were going to pass the tribulation together. Use the mountain and river cauldron to seal the void. Yuan Hong roared. His golden hair danced wildly in the wind. A golden spirit staff appeared in his hand as he charged forward. Bam! Yuan Hong's body surged with golden light as if he had turned into a god cast from gold. He smashed his staff forward, wanting to cut off the surging power of the heavenly tribulation. But the power of the heavenly tribulation was boundless and difficult to resist. Yuan Hong was directly sent flying. Countless five-colored lightning wreaked havoc and chased after He Tian. Everywhere He Tian passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The five-colored lightning silently destroyed everything. Gu Fei didn't dare to hesitate. He directly took out the mountain and river cauldron. An ancient cauldron rushed out from above his head. The power of heaven and earth surged in all directions as it suppressed the heavenly tribulation. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron hummed. The constantly collapsing void was immediately stabilized. The endless five-colored lightning dissipated under the divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, turning into nothingness. The moment the sacred cauldron appeared, it immediately stabilized the world. The shattered void was rapidly mended. The five-colored lightning was suppressed and the power of the heavenly tribulation was suppressed. As the void was constantly mended, the world was completely isolated from the outside world. The power of the heavenly tribulation could not enter this small world. Gu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He extended his hand to wipe away the cold sweat that had seeped out of his forehead. The surging yuan qi in his body gradually calmed down as the pressure from the outside world disappeared. His heavenly tribulation had also been triggered. If he were to undergo the tribulation in this divine land, this small world would probably be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. He Tian! Gu Fei roared angrily. This fellow was really asking for a beating. It would have been fine if he had undergone the tribulation himself, but he had nearly implicated everyone else. It had nearly destroyed this small world. Gu Fei had an urge to tear He Tian apart. However, this fellow had already rushed into the depths of this small world. He had jumped into a divine spring of life. More than a dozen five-colored lightning bolts were chasing after him. Boom! A large star rose from the divine spring of life. The vast and boundless power of the stars scattered the dozen five-colored lightning bolts that were bombarding down from the sky. Erebus had placed his almighty saint weapon in the divine spring of life, nourishing it with the endless life essence of the spring day and night. After 10 years, Erebus had actually refined this almighty saint weapon to an even greater level than before. He Tian rushed out of the divine spring of life and arrived in front of Gu Fei and the others. His hair was disheveled and his face was pitch black. His clothes were tattered and his skin was charred black. How unlucky! I didn't expect it to be the five-elemental five-sound tribulation lightning. Unlucky my ass. Gu Fei raised his leg and kicked this guy away. Everyone was almost killed by this guy. If not for Gu Fei having an extreme sacred tool like the mountain and river cauldron in his hands, everyone would have been finished. Everyone glared at him. He Tian also knew that he had provoked everyone's anger. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and silently flew back from afar. Yuan Hong walked over and said, "We can't just go out like this." He had just collided with the power of the five-tone tribulation lightning. This kind of tribulation lightning was impossible to shake because it was the might of the heaven and earth. What should we do? Everyone did not know what to do. They had overlooked a fatal problem. Outside was not the Tenglong continent, but the heaven realm. Although countless years had passed and the Great Desolation era was no more, the heaven realm had not been greatly affected by the dark turbulence. The laws of the heaven and earth had not changed much. Gu Fei and the others had used the power of the heaven-defying divine pill to increase their cultivation and strength by leaps and bounds. If it was outside, the heaven and earth would send heavenly tribulations when their cultivation broke through. However, everyone had broken through the shackles of cultivation in Gu Fei's inner world. This small world had not matured to the point where it could send heavenly tribulations for everyone. After discussing for a while, they decided to seal themselves. Gu Fei had the 9 secret words of martial Tao, which could seal his emperor martial body. Yuan Hong had the 9 secret words of martial Tao, which could also seal himself. He Tian's origin was mysterious. Gu Fei and the others still could not figure out his background. However, they had gone through fire and water together, so they had developed a deep bond. Of course, this fellow knew how powerful it was, so he also used a secret technique to seal his cultivation. Shaoqing and Balan had both been defeated by the old turtle. Who was the old turtle? He was the son of the supreme emperor of the dragon tribe, one of the 9 sacred dragons. The secret technique of the dragon tribe was not inferior to the sacred arts created by any supreme sage. Shaoqing and Balan also used the sealing technique of the dragon tribe to seal their cultivation. As for the little fatty, Gu Xiaofeng, he was much more relaxed. That was because he simply did not need to fear the heavenly tribulation descending upon him, unless his cultivation had already broken through to the immortal celestial realm. The problem was that the little fatty's cultivation had not even broken through to the supreme sacred realm. He was still at the peak demigod realm. This made Gu Fei speechless. 10 years was not a short period of time, but the little fatty's cultivation was still stuck at the demigod realm. Even Chu Liuqing's cultivation had broken through to the first layer in the past 10 years. It seemed like he had no idea how long it would take for him to reach the immortal celestial realm on his own. The 9 transformation immortal that Gu Fei had given him would be very useful. Chapter 1054. What's going on? How could this be? After everyone came out of Gu Fei's small world, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. The sky was dark, and the whole world was covered in a gloomy fog. The valley no longer existed, and not even a blade of grass grew. A heart-palpitating aura of death shrouded this part of the world. There were many white bones scattered everywhere, and there was not a trace of vitality in the whole land. Look! Shaoqing suddenly pointed to the distance and said. Everyone quickly looked in the direction that Shaoqing was pointing. They saw that 1,000 miles ahead, the death qi soared into the sky, and there was a terrible evil aura lingering. The deathly gray qi of death mixed with black qi condensed into grayish-black clouds in the sky in front of them. Below the clouds, a huge city floated. That is, rays of blood-red light loomed above the dark ancient city. All the evil and death qi originated from the terrible city in the sky in front of them. It was a demon city full of death. The palace of the moon deities? How did it become like this? Everyone recognized the demon city floating in the sky. That demon city was the legendary palace of the moon deities that Gu Fei and the others had once broken into. What happened in the past 10 years? Gu Fei and the others could not help but be inexplicably shocked. When they entered the inner world, the palace of the moon deities was still sealed in the super divine array derived from the extreme divine array by the primordial Emperor Xian. At this time, Gu Fei and the others could not feel any fluctuations of the power of the array. Someone had actually broken the super divine array laid down by the primordial Emperor Xian. Below the giant city, the death qi was vast and mighty, and there was a blood-red demonic light flashing. There, the death qi soared to the sky, and white bones were piled up. There was actually a mountain of bones. While everyone was in shock, suddenly a roar sounded from below the giant city, and a terrible figure surrounded by death qi rushed out. It's the evil corpses of the city. How did these evil creatures come out? He Tian opened his yin-yang divine eyes and saw clearly that it was an ancient corpse wearing ancient clothes without a trace of life. When they broke into the palace of the moon deities, they were attacked by these ancient evil corpses. Gu Fei and the others were startled. They were well aware of how terrifying these evil corpses were. Among these evil corpses, there were experts who had fallen after the semi-sage realm. When a half-step saint fell and turned into an evil corpse, it was definitely the most terrifying evil creature in the world. The body of a half-step saint was comparable to a half-step saint tool. Even if it couldn't use all the divine abilities it had when it was alive, it could still kill an emperor-level expert. Although it was thousands of miles away, the ancient corpse seemed to have sensed the presence of Gu Fei's group. Roar! A terrifying demonic roar resounded. The ancient evil corpse released a monstrous death qi and pounced towards Gu Fei's group. Its murderous aura filled the air. A few roars could be vaguely heard from within the demon city. Yuan Hong coldly harumphed and rushed forward with the golden spirit rod in his hand. A golden divine light emitted from his body, illuminating the dark sky. The power of the metal element surged. The two clashed in an instant. Yuan Hong directly swung his rod towards the ancient evil corpse, but the ancient evil corpse didn't dodge and continued to pounce forward. Bam! The golden spirit cudgel swept across the ancient fiend corpse's waist and sent it flying. However, Yuan Hong was surprised to find that his cudgel didn't split the ancient fiend corpse into two. What a powerful body! Yuan Hong was secretly shocked. The golden spirit ape tribe's body was nourished by the metal element's energy day and night. It was as strong as a metal essence and had endless divine power. This ancient evil corpse was unharmed after taking a strike from Yuan Hong. Even Gu Fei and the others who knew Yuan Hong's strength were shocked. This ancient evil corpse was extremely terrifying. Take another strike from me. Yuan Hong quickly dodged the ancient evil corpse's attack and leaped up high. He swung the golden spirit rod with both hands and smashed it down on the ancient evil corpse's head. Boom! The golden spirit cudgel released a monstrous wave of the power of the five elements, and the entire void below was crushed. Rays of golden light shot out from the cudgel like divine rainbows. Even an ancient divine mountain would be smashed to pieces by this strike. They're all at the same level. They're only at the third sky of Sky Realm, but their strength is already comparable to a supreme expert. He Tian's eyes were filled with yin and yang qi. He was extremely shocked. Bam! Yuan Hong's rod fiercely smashed onto the ancient fiend corpse's head. A series of bone-cracking sounds resounded as the ancient fiend corpse's head caved in from the strike. Black liquid splattered out. Swoosh! Just as Yuan Hong smashed into the ancient fiend corpse, one of the ancient fiend corpse's sharp claws also slashed Yuan Hong's body, tearing a large hole in the clothes on his chest. Yuan Hong flew backward and dodged the attack. He felt a burning pain in his chest and couldn't help but change his expression. The ancient evil corpse's poison was not to be underestimated. He looked down and saw 3 scratches on his abdomen, but there was no blood seeping out. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although the ancient evil corpse's body was strong, it couldn't break through Yuan Hong's defense. The ancient evil corpse was smashed into the ground by Yuan Hong's rod, creating a large pit. However, the ancient evil corpse still walked out from the pit. Its entire head was deformed by Yuan Hong's golden spirit rod, but it still didn't lose its ability to move. It once again soared up into the sky. The ancient evil corpse seemed to have locked onto Yuan Hong and directly pounced on him. Death Qi shrouded the entire area, causing the surrounding area to darken as if it had turned into a ghost realm. Boom! The golden divine flame engulfed the heavens and earth. Yuan Hong waited until the ancient evil corpse arrived before him before spitting out a stream of divine flame that instantly enveloped the ancient evil corpse. Roar! The ancient evil corpse roared as if it was extremely afraid of this divine flame. Endless death qi spread out, but it was all refined by the divine flame. In just an instant, the ancient evil corpse was burned to ashes by the golden divine flame. Gu Fei's group was dumbfounded at this scene. No one had expected such an outcome. Yuan Hong's divine flame was too powerful. This was the metal divine flame that could refine all metals in this world. This was a secret technique of the golden spirit ape tribe that could even burn the void. When Yuan Hong's divine flame burned the ancient fiend corpse into ashes, a series of roars came from the ancient city that was floating in the sky. Not good. The expressions of Gu Fei and the others immediately changed. Terrifying figures appeared in the ancient city ahead of them. The terrifying existences in the city were alarmed. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's group retreated. Chapter 1055. The aura of death engulfed the land for thousands of miles. Gu Fei's group flew for a long distance, but they still couldn't escape from this lifeless area. After flying for thousands of miles, they landed on a barren mountain. There were dead trees everywhere on the mountain, and the ground was bare without any vegetation. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone was shocked. How could the ancient demonic corpses in the moon deity's palace leave the moon deity's palace? What had changed inside? No one knew, and they needed to find someone to ask. However, there was no sign of life in this dead area, not even a shadow could be seen. From the city of death, several powerful and terrifying figures rushed out, chasing after Gu Fei's group. However, after 1,000 miles, these terrifying creatures stopped. Although the ancient evil corpses could walk out of the city, they couldn't go too far. Gu Fei's group saw many skeletons along the way, along with many broken artifacts. Obviously, these bones belonged to cultivators. A great battle had taken place in this area, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Many people died. Among the bones scattered on the ground, some were sparkling like jade, with immortal aura lingering around them. Some were black and shiny, with strands of demonic aura flowing around them. A great battle between immortals and demons took place here? He Tian asked. I can't believe there are demonic bones here. Yuan Hong frowned. Demons were the public enemy of the world, and they seemed to have missed a great battle. Suddenly, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something. He soared into the sky from the peak of the mountain and flew forward. Everyone hurriedly followed. Yuan Hong seemed to have sensed something as well, and his expression became slightly strange. Boom! After flying for tens of miles, a muffled sound came from the depths of the mountain, causing the earth to tremble. Then, a black aura rushed out from the mountain. Swoosh! 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 A few dazzling rays of light chased after it. Each ray was tens of miles long, emitting a terrifying sword aura. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw these sword lights that even the heavens and the earth lost their color. This kind of sword light seemed to come from the same source as the sword light of the Guangxing Celestial Sect, one of the three great Dao sects of the Tenglong continent. It's the people from the Heaven Realm Dao sect. He Tian said. The sword light soared into the sky, breaking through the layers of devil chi, directly towards a devil shadow in the middle of the devil chi. The sword light was like a dragon, twisting and dispersing the devil chi in the sky. Roar! The devil shadow in the devil chi let out an earth-shattering howl, and pitch-black devil fires surged out of the devil chi, instantly drowning the three sword lights. This great demon is not simple. Yuan Hong's battle intent was like a rainbow. He stopped in the air and his eyes of fire and gold shone brightly. His gaze pierced through the demonic flames. The demonic flames soared into the sky, causing the void to distort. No one dared to get close, so they stopped in the distance. The terrifying demonic energy surged out, and the three streaks of sword light danced left and right in the demonic flames. The light gradually dimmed. A mere sword immortal dares to provoke me? The tall devil shadow strode in the demonic flames, and directly punched out, blasting away a sword light. The sword light was already showing signs of weakness under the burning of the demonic flames. Now that it was punched by the devil shadow, the old Taoist wrapped in the sword light was almost blasted out, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Once the unity of man and sword was broken, this old Taoist would also meet his end. Even a sword king in the mystic transformation realm is not a match for him? Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. This devil shadow was indeed powerful, and even the three sword kings were at a disadvantage. Yuan Qiandai! An old Taoist priest shouted. The sword light vibrated, and endless sword chi shot out from the sword light. It pierced through the void, swept away the demonic fire, and rushed towards the demonic shadow in the demonic fire from all directions. Transforming the body into a sword, myriad swords returned to the origin. The other Taoist priest shouted as well. Boundless waves of sword energy erupted from his body. His entire body became transparent, before turning into a beam of sword light. Buzz! The sword light vibrated, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. The old Taoist turned into a sword, drawing on the power of the heaven and earth. The sword light directly shattered the void, pierced through the heaven and earth, and in an instant, arrived in front of the devil shadow. Whoosh! Where the sword light passed, an arm fell off. The devil shadow roared and flew backward. Drops of demonic blood fell from the sky. This demonic blood was difficult to evaporate even with the burning sky demonic flames. The people of the Heaven Realm Dao sects really have some skills. Seeing this scene, He Tian couldn't help but admire. The Heaven Realm Dao sects were said to be the orthodoxy passed down by ancestor Wu Dao. They were the orthodox celestial way of the three realms. The three great Dao sects of the Tenglong continent were actually not passed down by ancestor Wu Dao himself. The ancestors of the three great Dao sects had only obtained the Dao sect's methods by chance, and then founded the Guangxing Celestial sect, the Qing sect, and the Taishan sect. One of the ancient powers of the Tenglong continent, the archaic Dao sect, originated from the heaven realm Dao sects. The roots of the ancient powers of the mortal world were in the heaven realm, so they did everything possible to find the path to heaven and return to the heaven realm. Demonic blood transformation technique. The Devil Shadow's arm was cut off, and he was instantly enraged. He immediately used the forbidden technique of the Devil Path. The demonic blood spurting out from the severed arm was immediately sent flying back. Every drop of demonic blood was emitting a black demonic light, and a terrifying demonic power was rapidly condensing. Boom! Endless demonic fire surged and condensed. A 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow appeared between the heavens and the earth. The entire world was shaken by the terrifying power of the demonic shadow. The three sword lights were sealed in the abdomen of the demonic shadow. Using the demonic shadow as a cauldron, the Devil Shadow wanted to obliterate the three mysterious transformation realm sword kings of the heaven realm Dao sects. Endless demonic fire burned, and the three sword lights gradually dimmed. If we don't make a move, those three guys are going to die. Hey Tian said. Cute ancestor Hey, then make a move. The little fatty looked at Hey Tian and said with a faint smile. Ancestor Hey is still cute. When Hey Tian heard this, a few black lines appeared on the top of his head. Actually, he was not black, but the little fatty did not want to call Hey Tian martial uncle. The name Ancestor Hey was given by the little fatty. Hey Tian was speechless. He could not really argue with the little fatty. As a senior, how could he lower himself to the same level as a junior? When Chu Luqing saw that He Tian was defeated, he would definitely laugh out loud. However, he did not dare to laugh now because He Tian was already a half-step almighty, and he was still an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm. Chapter 1056. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng was really despicable. He actually gave Tianhe such a unique nickname. Ancestor Tianhe, the ancestor of the underhanded methods. Even though he knew he was being insulted, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He Tian had nowhere to vent his anger, so when he saw the towering demonic figure in front of him that caused the weather to change color, he was immediately filled with anger and directly rushed forward. I'll let you be arrogant. He Tian stretched out his hand. His right hand turned into a hand that covered the sky, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Like 100,000 ancient divine mountains, it slammed down on the head of the demonic shadow. Who is it? A voice filled with both shock and anger rang out. The great demon who had transformed into a 10,000 feet tall shadow didn't expect that someone could be hiding nearby. There were only two possibilities. One was that these people had cultivated a secret skill that could conceal their aura. The second was that these people's cultivation was higher than his. Bam! He Tian did not say anything. He directly slammed his hand down. The vast power of yin and yang surged down from his hand. Yin and yang intertwined, and the great Tao seemed to appear under the hand. The 100,000-foot demonic shadow instantly became shorter. The 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow, which looked like an unparalleled great demon, collapsed under my Tian's palm. The great demon's figure appeared in the void, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The demonic shadow collapsed. The three sword lights that were sealed in the abdomen of the demonic shadow immediately rushed out. Sword chi rushed out and the dazzling sword lights dispersed the demonic chi that filled the sky. The three rays of sword light were like shooting stars chasing after the moon. In an instant, they arrived before the great demon, and then they sliced through him. Demonic blood splattered. The demonic body of the great demon was actually cut into three parts by the sword lights. Its head flew high into the sky, and demonic blood spewed out from its chest. The blood pillar was dozens of feet high. Still trying to escape? He Tian sneered. The great demons had emitted a ball of bloody light. The bloody light wrapped around the great demon's head and shot up into the sky, trying to escape. However, He Tian stretched out his hand again and grabbed forward. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his palm. lines of yin and yang essence qi intertwined in his palm. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out of my Tion's palm and pulled back the demon's head, which was wrapped in the bloody light. Pooh! He Tion directly shattered the great demon's skull and extracted its soul. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the great demon's soul into his stomach. He Tion was truly unscrupulous to refine souls and turn them into his own strength. He even dared to do so in the presence of outsiders. Devouring other cultivators' divine souls was also a taboo in the heavenly realm. If there was a person who devoured other people's divine souls to increase his own cultivation, that person would definitely be the target of all cultivators. Devouring other people's divine souls to increase one's own cultivation made all cultivators feel threatened. Only people of the Devil Dao would do such a thing. After the Heaven Realm Dao Gate's 3 Sword Kings killed the demon's body, they no longer maintained the human sword unity state and appeared from the sword lights. These 3 people from the Heaven Realm Dao Gate were all old men wearing Taoist robes. The 3 Sword Kings all came from a branch of the Heaven Realm Dao Gate. Thank you for saving us, Senior. An old Taoist with sparse hair and a ruddy face walked forward and saluted He Tion. He Tion's cultivation was far above theirs, so they were very respectful. The hard fist is the hard truth. Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. The reason why the 3 mysterious transformation realm sword kings were so respectful to He Tion was because He Tion's cultivation was higher than theirs. If He Tion's cultivation was lower than the 3 sword kings, then the 3 sword kings would probably pursue the crime of He Tion's divine souls. How could they be so polite? He Tion nodded carelessly with an arrogant look on his face. He didn't put these 3 sword kings in his eyes at all. Even though he had sealed his cultivation, these 3 sword kings were still not enough to deal with him. Cultivators who cultivated the sword Dao were synonymous with strength. The path of sword Dao focused on life and death. It was the life and death technique of Dao techniques. A successful sword cultivator with a sword in hand could break all kinds of divine abilities. Among cultivators of the same level, they were absolutely an existence of emperor and rarely met a match. At this time, Gu Fei's group also came over. The 3 sword kings couldn't help but be startled when they saw Gu Fei's group. Aside from 2 of them, they couldn't see through the cultivation of the others. There was only one possibility, and that was that the other party's cultivation was much higher than theirs. When the 3 sword kings from the Heaven Realm Dao sect saw Gu Fei and the others, all of them were moved. There were actually so many experts appearing here, it really made them feel incomparably surprised. No one dared to go deep into the forbidden death zone. Even the legendary half-saints weren't willing to set foot inside. This was because there was a city of death with terrifying existences inside. Greetings, seniors. The 3 sword kings didn't dare to be negligent and promptly saluted everyone. I want to ask you a few things. Gu Fei directly asked the 3 mysterious transformation realm sword kings. He didn't like to beat around the bush. He couldn't wait to know what happened in the heavenly realm during these 10 years. Senior, please ask. We will tell you everything we know. The red-faced old Taoist priest replied. Gu Fei directly asked about the things he wanted to know. The 3 sword kings didn't dare to hide anything in front of everyone. They told Gu Fei everything he wanted to know in detail. Gu Fei and the others suddenly understood after listening. It turned out that 10 years ago, when Gu Fei and the others had just entered the inner world to hide from the eyes of the major forces, the old half-saint had invited 2 of his best friends, who were also half-saints, to come and find the primordial Emperor Xian. Their reason for looking for the primordial Emperor Xian was very simple. They wanted to take a look at the legendary palace of the moon deities. Of course, the primordial Emperor Xian was well aware that these old fellows wouldn't just take a look. They would probably break into the city and occupy it for themselves. The half-saints that the old man had invited were extremely powerful. One of them had a cultivation and strength above the old man's. This was an invincible existence among the half-saints. When these 3 people came together, they would be able to move unhindered throughout the heavenly realm and destroy a large sect. How could the primordial Emperor Xian have the ability to fight against these 3 people? These three legendary half-sages had even brought along a damaged supreme sacred weapon of the Great Path. Even the supreme grand array set up by Immortal Emperor Jianghu with a corner of the supreme sacred array couldn't stop the three of them. Under the power of the incomplete extreme path sacred weapon, the primordial Emperor Xian only lasted for half an hour before it was broken. The primordial Emperor Xian had no choice but to compromise. However, just as the primordial Emperor Xian compromised with the three half-saints and entered the palace of the moon deities with them, a terrible thing happened. Ancient evil corpses with soaring death auras came out from all over the city. Chapter 1057. After the destruction of the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian's divine formation, the powerful figures who had been watching from the sidelines jumped out. 5 or 6 of the extinct half-sages came, and some of them were legendary existences who had already fallen. However, the evil spirits in the holy city were extremely terrifying. Even when the Emperor Xian and 3 other half-sages entered the holy city, they were almost completely annihilated. Only the 4 half-sages, including Yuan ancient Emperor Xian, managed to rush out of the holy city. One of the half-sages was even seriously injured. If it wasn't for the fact that the half-sage was holding a damaged extreme path sacred weapon, the 4 of them would have died inside. After this battle, the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian suffered heavy losses. Even his trusted general, Divine General Tian Xiong, was possessed by the evil spirits and fell in the holy city, becoming a puppet corpse general of the city. The major forces of the heaven realm didn't give up. Countless people attacked the holy city, but they all ended up with a tragic ending of corpses piling up like a mountain. The corpses piled up like a mountain below the holy city. Countless cultivators fell. During the last attack, even the demon emperor of the 100,000 Devil Mountains came. However, there was no suspense. Almost all the people who attacked the city died. Even the demon emperor of the 100,000 Devil Mountains was ambushed by the extreme path sacred evil spirit in the city. The evil spirit pounced on him and took his physical body, destroying both his body and soul. A human half-sage had his physical body smashed by a terrifying ancient corpse king that came out of the city. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape. In the end, everyone understood that unless an extreme path sacred evil spirit personally came, no one would be able to break into the holy city and obtain anything from it. Some cultivators who survived the holy city said that they saw a sacred mountain floating in the sky in the city. Above the sacred mountain, there was an extreme path sacred might lingering. There was a world inside the sacred city, but there was no sign that this sacred city was the legendary palace of the moon deities. Some people suspected that this was not the palace of the moon deities, but the city of a ruthless person in the primitive age. When the sage fell, his undying resentment turned into an evil spirit. After slaughtering countless cultivators, the evil spirit began to transform. The evil spirit used the body of the demon emperor to transform itself into a demon spirit. On the day that the devil spirit was born, the death chi soared to the sky. A holy city turned into a ghost city. Countless terrifying roars came from the ghost city and could be heard from thousands of miles away. That day, the eastern lands were shaken, and the billions of living beings sensed an evil and dangerous aura. All of the cultivators of the eastern lands were restless, and even the primordial Emperor Xian had to activate a mountain-protecting grand formation. The entire eastern lands were on guard against a formidable enemy. With the ghost city as the center, endless death chi surged out in all directions. The entire heaven and earth darkened as the death chi enveloped everything within a radius of thousands of miles. In just a single day, the entire area turned into a land of death. Within a single day, all the flowers and trees that were enveloped by the death chi withered, and all the birds, beasts, insects, and fish died. This was the origin of this land of death. Ever since this land of death was formed, very few cultivators entered this area. However, the Devil Dao often appeared in this area. The Heaven Realm Dao Sect's 3 mysterious Transformation Realm Sword Kings were ambushing a demon named Yuan Qian here, but they didn't expect that this demon's cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the mysterious Transformation Realm. If it wasn't for the arrival of Gu Fei's group, the Heaven Realm Dao Sect's 3 Sword Kings would have fallen in this land of death and become one of the millions of bones. In the end, the Heaven Realm Dao Sect's 3 mysterious transformation realm Sword Kings bid farewell and left. From the 3 Sword Kings, Gu Fei learned about the major events that happened in the Heaven Realm in the past 10 years. In the Heaven Realm, experts from both the demon race and the human race had returned. The demon race in the Heaven Realm even spread the shocking news of the return of the Supreme Sovereign Son. The unparalleled Grand Emperor was the most powerful existence in the world. The Grand Emperor had 9 sons, who were known as the 9 Saint Dragons. Each Saint Dragon was comparable to a saint. Once one comprehended the Tao, one would become a saint. A saint who had comprehended the Tao to the Great Perfection Realm was called an Extreme Tao Saint. Such an existence's Tao had already reached the end of the Tao. Hearing this news, Gu Fei's group was very happy. He asked Yuan Hong about the location of the demon race and planned to meet up with the old turtle first before making other plans. After walking out of the death region, Yuan Hong bid farewell and left. He wanted to return to the ancestral Emperor Mountain to recuperate his essence chi and prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation of the third heavenly tribulation was only one of the 9 minor heavenly tribulations, it couldn't be neglected. Gu Fei's group also wanted to undergo the heavenly tribulation, but now was not the time. They still had to seal their bodies to prevent the aura after breaking through from leaking out of their bodies. The laws of heaven and earth in the Heaven Realm had not changed much compared to the Great Desolate Era. If Gu Fei's group unsealed their bodies, the heavenly tribulation would come at any time. "Boss, are we going to find the old turtle now?" He Tian asked. They stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the southern sky. According to Yuan Hong, the dragon domain of the Heaven Realm was at the end of the southern sky. The distance from the eastern earth to the southern border was too far. Without the teleportation formation, it would take Gu Fei's group several years to reach the southern border from the eastern earth. The Heaven Realm was much larger than the human realm. Some people said that the Heaven Realm had no end. "It's too far," Xiaoqing said. "Thus, we have to go to the primordial Emperor Xian to borrow the teleportation formation," Gu Fei said. Without the interdomain teleportation formation, flying from the eastern earth to the southern border was a bit impractical. "You're crazy!" Chu Luqing immediately cried out in alarm. The primordial Emperor Xian was a semi-sage who had already stepped on the path to sainthood. Going to borrow the teleportation formation from the primordial Emperor Xian? Don't even think about it. People of unknown origin simply couldn't get close to the celestial city of the primordial Emperor Xian. Although entering the celestial city is a bit risky, it's not impossible. He Tian muttered. He seemed to be very familiar with the Heaven Realm as he said such words. Once Ancestor He takes action, he will surely succeed. The little fatty came to be a bystander again. He Tian wrinkled his brows as soon as he heard the little fatty's voice. What a headache. If this hateful little fatty wasn't Gu Fei's grand disciple, He Tian would have already twisted his head off. "Among us, you are the most familiar with the situation in the Eastern Earth. You lead the way," Gu Fei said to Chu Luqing. This, Chu Luqing couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't dare to refuse, but it wasn't that he didn't want to go to the celestial city. Chu Luqing didn't have a good impression of the primordial Emperor Xian. The primordial Emperor Xian compared himself to the legendary Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Even his divine city was changed to the celestial city. The ambition of the primordial Emperor Xian could be said to be very big. He wanted to rule the world. Even a sage would find it difficult to unify the heavenly realm. The primordial Emperor Xian could only settle in the Eastern Earth. If he wanted to rule the world, he would have to become an extreme sage first. What? He Tian's complexion immediately sank after seeing Chu Luqing's hesitation. A murderous aura surged from his body. Since you guys want to go to the celestial city, then I have no other choice. In that case, I'll take you there. Chu Luqing hastily said after seeing that He Tian was going to kill him if he didn't agree. The situation was stronger than the person. Chu Luqing knew that he knew too many secrets of the opposite party. The opposite party absolutely wouldn't let him go that easily. Although going to the celestial city was dangerous, It was also an opportunity for him to get rid of these people. Chu Luqing thought for a while and came up with an idea. Chapter 1058. Celestial City was located in a land of immortals. The mountains here were filled with lingering spiritual energy. A peerless dragon's vein was being nurtured under the ground. Even during the day, one could sometimes see the dragon's aura rushing out from the ground. It was as if there were many huge dragons hovering above the mountains. Such an area was only slightly inferior to the ancestral vein of the Eastern Land. In the entire Eastern Land, there was absolutely no other area like this. The peerless dragon's vein meandered for thousands of miles. It was the source of all the dragon's veins in this area. Celestial City was located on top of the dragon's vein. This was a huge city. Legend has it that when the ancient Emperor Xian underwent nirvana, he used his own inexhaustible spiritual energy to build this divine city. Emperor Xian had obviously succeeded in his nirvana. Thus, there was one more Emperor Xian in the world. Otherwise, there would be no Emperor Xian of the Eastern Land. Yuangu had achieved nirvana and become an emperor. This was an emperor city, not an immortal sacred city. Chu Luqing had stayed in the Eastern Land for more than 300 years. Naturally, he was very familiar with the Eastern Land. He had basically been to every place. Even if he hadn't been there before, he knew how to get there. Chu Luqing had never been to Celestial City before, but he knew where it was located. It wasn't difficult to find such a famous divine city in the Eastern Land. When the Eastern Land became the emperor of the primordial era, the human sects of the Eastern Land naturally submitted. These sects had to pay tribute to the Emperor Xian of the primordial era every year. Many important figures of the sects had come to Celestial City to pay homage to the Emperor Xian of the primordial era. Celestial City wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. This was the base camp of the Emperor Xian of the primordial era. The area with a radius of 10,000 miles was enveloped by a supreme divine formation. This divine formation was even more frightening than the one that had been laid down by the primordial era. This was because it could draw upon the power of the peerless dragon's vein. The power contained in the peerless dragon's vein was hard to estimate. If this kind of power were to explode, even the saints would have a change of expression. Gu Fei and the others appeared on top of a huge mountain. In front of them was the region enveloped by the divine formation. Judging from the current situation, it was basically impossible for them to enter the Celestial City without being noticed. He Tian opened his yin-yang divine eyes and observed the general trend of heaven and earth. His expression became extremely solemn. This was a place where true dragons could be born. Yuangu had actually found such a good place to build a divine city. The God City was placed on top of the dragon vein. Day and night, the power of the dragon vein was used to nourish the God City. This God City was even more terrifying than ordinary Emperor City. The teleportation portal is in the city. Let's see what you guys can do about it. Chu Luqing thought to himself. He didn't want to come here, but he had to. The forces behind Chu Luqing had many grievances with the forces of the primordial Emperor Xian. Gosh, Monkey should also have an interdomain teleportation formation. He Tian suddenly came to a realization, and it was too late for regrets. They were giving up the easy part for the difficult part. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Fei had the urge to beat up He Tian again. This guy was really unreliable. He also knew how to observe the terrain. This kind of terrain was indescribably expensive. Any hole dug here would be a dragon's den. If an emperor of the mortal world was buried here, the dynasty would definitely be able to continue for thousands of generations and rule over a region. This was a treasure land that geomancers of the mortal world could only find once in their entire lives. It was no wonder that the primordial Emperor Xian dared to compare himself to the Heaven Emperor. What should we do now? Even Ancestor He is at a loss? The little fatty looked at He Tian and said with an innocent expression. He was a junior after all, so he didn't dare to be too excessive. I wonder who was the one who said that we can enter the Celestial City at will? Chu Luqing muttered as he looked elsewhere. He was very proud of himself. It was rare to see He Tian suffer a setback. Why don't we go back and look for Monkey? Xiaoqing said. It was better to look for Yuan Hong than to take the risk of breaking through the divine formation in front. The divine formation was connected to the Earth's draconic chi. Even a semi-sage would lose his life if he broke through. Let's go to the nearby city first. I need to make some preparations. He Tian said after pondering for a long time. He really didn't have the confidence to break through such a divine formation. It was already impossible to go back and look for Yuan Hong now. Yuan Hong must have already closed the Ancestor King realm and was preparing to cross the heavenly tribulation. At this time, no one could contact Yuan Hong. Chu Luqing wanted to say something, but his lips moved a little. In the end, he didn't say anything and just led everyone to the nearby city. There was another city 1,000 miles away. This city was very old. Gu Fei and the others felt an incomparably ancient and vicissitude aura when they approached the city. The city walls had traces of erosion left behind by the passage of time. Overall, it could be considered as an intact city. Drift Cloud City was an ancient city in the Drift Cloud mountain range. No one knew when this ancient city came into being. The past of Drift Cloud City was a complete blank. The reason why this ancient city was called Drift Cloud City was because there would be colorful clouds floating above the city every night. At this time, it was evening. Gu Fei could already see the colorful clouds drifting across the sky above floating Cloud City from afar. The clouds were like immortal light, setting off a fairy-like atmosphere in the sky. The clouds are gathering. Could this ancient city be a divine city? He Tian couldn't help but murmur when he saw the phenomenon in the sky. Gu Fei and the others descended from the sky and walked towards the ancient city. When they arrived near the city gates, they were surprised to see that there were silver-armored immortal soldiers holding immortal weapons guarding the gates. Why would such a city be heavily guarded? There were many people going in and out of the city gates. It was obvious that they were the residents of the city. The silver-armored immortal soldiers didn't question them. However, the people in the city were very curious about the two silver-armored immortal soldiers guarding the city gate. From time to time, they would glance at the two silver-armored immortal soldiers standing on either side of the city gate. Gu Fei's group didn't have any misgivings and directly walked forward. As Gu Fei and the others gradually approached, the two motionless silver-armored immortal soldiers, who were like two statues, suddenly opened their eyes. For sharp gazes swept over Gu Fei and the others. Swoosh! When Gu Fei's group wanted to enter the city, the two silver-armored immortal soldiers by the city gate moved at the same time. With a flash, the two silver-armored immortal soldiers instantly blocked Gu Fei's group. Runes and immortal Dao energy were circulating around the immortal weapons in the hands of the silver-armored immortal soldiers. Go back to where you came from. Drift Cloud City is sealed. One of the silver-armored immortal soldiers said coldly and arrogantly. Gu Fei sneered. A puny immortal soldier actually dared to be so rude? He didn't stop and continued forward. With a single step, the expressions of the two immortal soldiers who blocked his path changed drastically. They cried out in shock as they were sent flying back into the city. Chapter 1059. In the eyes of the people in the Eastern Land, the silver-armored immortal soldiers were absolutely godlike existences. It was absolutely rare to see them. When the immortal soldiers arrived at Floating Cloud City, the whole city was in an uproar. However, as time went by, the silver-armored immortal soldiers had been stationed in the ancient city for 5 or 6 years, and the people in the city were already used to it. The practice of cultivation in the heavenly realm was very flourishing. The common people would think of ways to let their children enter the local cultivation sections. This was because once a person achieved the Tao, their chickens and dogs would ascend to the heavens. If a successful cultivator appeared in the family, the whole family would receive great benefits. Even if the cultivator couldn't become a cultivator, with the help of the family members who had already become cultivators, they could take medicinal pills to prolong their lives and live far longer than ordinary people. However, today, the god in people's eyes was sent flying by someone. He spat out blood and rolled on the ground, unable to stand up for a while. The people around the city gate who witnessed this scene were shocked. Someone actually dared to attack a god. Moreover, it seemed that even the two gods were no match for this young man. How could this be possible? Gu Fei ignored the gazes around him and strode into the city. The two silver-armored immortal soldiers on the ground wanted to stop him, but they found it impossible to use their celestial force. The silver-armored immortal soldiers suffered a great impact and were almost shattered. Their spirit was shaken, but their origin was not injured. Gu Fei was merciful. Otherwise, the two silver-armored immortal soldiers would have been killed. How could the silver-armored immortal soldiers offend a celestial being realm martial emperor? Just the aura that came out from Gu Fei was enough to send the silver-armored immortal soldiers flying. When one of the silver-armored immortal soldiers saw that he couldn't stop Gu Fei, he quickly took out a jade talisman and crushed it. A divine light suddenly soared into the sky and instantly flew into the ancient city. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. "Hee, do you want to call for help?" He Tian said with a disdainful smile. What kind of expert could there be in a small ancient city? Suddenly, He Tian's expression turned solemn. At this time, an obscure aura came from the depths of the ancient city. This aura made him feel danger. Yuangu Emperor Xian actually sent troops to guard this ancient city. Could there be something important in the city? Xiaoqing said. He also sensed the dangerous aura that was like a terrifying beast lurking in the city. Who's causing trouble? A calm voice came from the depths of the ancient city. Then, from the direction of the city lord's mansion, a purple aura rushed out. A purple figure stepped in the void, heading towards Gu Fei and the others. The entire sky was shrouded in purple qi. It's him! When Gu Fei saw this person, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This person was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor, who had fought endlessly with the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor of the Tianping clan 10 years ago. What exactly was in this ancient city that even the son of the primordial Emperor Xian had to oversee it? It's you guys? Under the shroud of purple qi, the Violet Emperor looked like a true immortal from the ninth heaven who had descended to the mortal world. When the residents of the city saw this scene, many of them knelt on the spot and kowtowed to the Violet Emperor in the sky. An immortal aura spread out from the Violet Emperor's body. In the eyes of mortals, he was a supreme deity, causing the mortals in the city to feel uneasy. The might of an immortal god had awed the mortals in the entire ancient city. However, this immortal aura of the Violet Emperor was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others. You recognize us? Gu Fei stood on the street in the city, looking up at the Violet Emperor, the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, with a calm expression. I still remember the few people who were with the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor 10 years ago. The Violet Emperor's gaze swept across Gu Fei and the others. He Tian chuckled and walked over. He looked up at the Violet Emperor and said, "What happened to the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor in the end? I really want to know." In that battle, the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor was unparalleled and insufferably arrogant. However, he was defeated by the Violet Emperor and chased after by the Violet Emperor. It was unknown whether the Violet Emperor had caught up to the Little Peng Emperor or not. He has the speed of a sky peng. What can he do? The Violet Emperor's expression was unsightly. He had mastered 2 heaven-defying secret arts, but the Little Peng Emperor had escaped. It was not a good feeling. So that's how it is. He Tian said. The golden-winged Little Peng Emperor was extremely arrogant. Back then, He Tian had been very unhappy with this big bird. It was rare for the bird to be beaten up so badly by the Violet Emperor. What? Do you want to stand up for the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor? The Violet Emperor didn't dare to be negligent. These people's cultivation was very frightening. 3 of them seemed to have broken through the celestial being realm and become half-step almighty. Stand up for that birdman? Don't joke around. He Tian said disdainfully. He already didn't like the Little Peng Emperor the moment he saw him. He wouldn't stand up for the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor no matter who he stood up for. Then you guys? The Violet Emperor was still on guard. Purple qi curled up around his body. Immortal energy was circulating rapidly in his body. An unconcealable battle intent seeped out from his body. Those who come from afar are guests. Is this how you treat your guests? At this time, Gu Fei spoke. So what if the Emperor Xian was the son of the primordial era's Emperor Xian? He didn't care. The Violet Emperor pondered for a moment and then said, "It was my negligence." "Everyone please," he said as he led the way. Gu Fei and the others immediately soared into the sky and followed behind the Violet Emperor towards the depths of the ancient city. The ancient city wasn't that big. Compared to the celestial city of the primordial era's Emperor Xian, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, even though the ancient city wasn't that big, Gu Fei could still feel the exuberant human presence. There were at least 90,000 mortals in the city, if not 100,000. This made Gu Fei a little surprised. Floating Cloud City was located in the middle of a mountain, far away from other cities. There were very few people in the vicinity, but there were so many people hidden in the mountains. The ancient city's lord's residence was very simple and crude. There weren't many furnishings. After Gu Fei and the others sat down, someone served tea. A fragrant scent lingered in the main hall of the city's lord's residence. The Violet Emperor sat on the throne in the middle of the main hall. "May I know why everyone has come to Floating Cloud City?" The Violet Emperor didn't beat around the bush and directly asked about the purpose of Gu Fei's group. "Brother Yuan, to tell you the truth, we have come to see if there is a transmission array in this city." Gu Fei also didn't hide anything. The son of the primordial era's Emperor Xian was named Yuan. Chapter 1060. Although the Eastern Earth was vast, it was just a corner of the endless heaven realm. Mortals would never be able to leave the Eastern Earth. Even immortals would need a lot of time to leave the Eastern Earth. Gu Fei wanted to find a teleportation array, which meant that he had to leave the Eastern Earth. How could the shrewd Purple Emperor Yuanga not understand Gu Fei's intentions? We want to leave. Please make things convenient for us, Brother Yuan." He Tian said with a smile. "Where do you want to go?" Purple Emperor Yuanga thought for a moment and said, he was secretly relieved when he saw that Gu Fei and the others didn't have any hostility. Something had happened in the ancient city, and the Purple Emperor didn't want to cause trouble at this time. "We want to visit a good friend in the southern region," Gu Fei said. He wasn't lying. He had gone through life and death with Old Tortoise. Not only were they good friends, but they were also good brothers. The southern region? The Purple Emperor was startled. The southern region was the territory of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. Could these people be related to the Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhongshao? The Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhongshao had once descended to the Eastern Earth and fought with the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian Yuangu. As the son of Yuangu Emperor Xian, the Purple Emperor naturally knew about the battle. The battle between Yuangu and Zhongshao had shocked all directions. The battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, and the area within 1,000,000 miles was turned into ruins. The battle between Emperor-level experts had destroyed a region. In the end, the Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhongshao was defeated by the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian and was driven away by the Eastern Earth Emperor Yuangu. It could be said that the Southern Mountains God Emperor and the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian were like fire and water. The Southern Mountains God Emperor even said that if the people of Yuangu Emperor Xian dared to take a step into the Southern Mountains, they would be killed without mercy. Emperor Xian was also very afraid of the Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhongshao because there was a terrifying force behind Zhongshao. Zhongzhao's family might even have a half-sage. The 5 Emperor Xian and the 4 great God Emperors all had their own huge forces and were heroes of their own regions. This was especially true for the Southern Mountains. The situation in that vast region was even more complicated. The endless mountain range of the Southern Mountains was occupied by the 100,000 demon mountains by the demons. At the end of the southern sky was the dragon domain of the heaven realm. In the vast south, there were 3 superpowers. Thus, the Southern Mountains was the most chaotic region in the heaven realm. The devils of the 100,000 devil mountains would come out from the 100,000 devil mountains from time to time. Although the Southern Mountains God Emperor was guarding the Southern Mountains, there was also the existence of the Demon Emperor in the 100,000 devil mountains. Only when the Southern Mountains God Emperor joined forces with the heaven realm's Long Yu did they manage to intimidate the devils in the 100,000 devil mountains. The devils of the 100,000 devil mountains did not dare to walk out of the 100,000 devil mountains. Demons, humans, and dragons fought against each other for eternity in the Nanling Mountains. As they often fought against the demons, the Nanling Mountains cultivators had far more combat experience than the cultivators of other regions. The Southern Mountains God Emperor had gathered a group of valiant battle maniacs. Could it be that Brother Gu wants to pay a visit to the dragon race? The Violet Emperor asked as he glanced at Xiaoqing, who was sitting beside Gu Fei. Xiaoqing's body was shrouded in dragon energy. The aura of a true dragon couldn't be faked. The Violet Emperor was even more certain of his guess. Yes, you can say that. Gu Fei nodded and said, I hope that Brother Yuan can help me with this small favor. I will definitely repay you generously in the future. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others looked at the Violet Emperor, who was sitting on the throne. The Violet Emperor fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, I really want to help you, but I can't leave this city right now. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little stunned. Could there really be some unknown secret hidden in this ancient city? Otherwise, why would the Violet Emperor, the son of Yuan Gu, be overseeing this ancient city? This is our internal matter. Please forgive me for not being able to comment. The Violet Emperor Yuan Gu said. Gu Fei and the others didn't pursue the matter. After all, this was someone else's matter. Moreover, the Violet Emperor didn't have much of a relationship with them. How about this? You can take my token and go to a city called Starfall City 3,000 miles away. There is a teleportation array there that can send you out of the Eastern Earth. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They didn't expect the Violet Emperor to be willing to help them. This way, they wouldn't have to go to the Celestial City. Then, the Violet Emperor handed a white jade token to Gu Fei. This was a token refined from a goat-fat jade. There was the word, Order, on the front and an image of auspicious clouds on the back. The word, Order, was written in iron and silver, and there seemed to be an indescribable aura circulating around it. As soon as the token was in his hand, Gu Fei knew that this token was definitely not made by the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor didn't have the ability to refine such a token. Obviously, this token was personally refined by the primordial Emperor Xian. It was used to transmit orders. Once the token arrived, apart from the primordial Emperor Xian and his son, everyone else had to obey the orders. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Gu Fei put away the token, stood up from his seat, and cupped his hands towards the Violet Emperor Yuan Gu. You're welcome. The Violet Emperor didn't seem to want to talk much with Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei had already noticed that the Violet Emperor Yuan Gu wanted them to leave as soon as possible. Although he didn't say it out loud, his tone and expression showed that he wanted them to leave. We'll take our leave. Gu Fei immediately bid farewell to the Violet Emperor. It seemed that something had really happened in this ancient city, so much so that the Violet Emperor was a little impatient. I still have something to do, so I won't see you off. The Violet Emperor said as he stood up from his seat. See you again. The crowd cupped their hands towards the Violet Emperor. See you again. The Violet Emperor also cupped his hands towards the crowd. Gu Fei and the others immediately walked out of the City Lord Palace, flew out of Floating Cloud City, and disappeared into the void at the end of the horizon. The Violet Emperor sat back on his throne after seeing that Gu Fei and the others had left. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this time. Bam! Not long after Gu Fei and the others had left, a muffled sound suddenly came from the area where the ancient city was sitting. Everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles could feel the vibration coming from under their feet. Report! A loud shout came from outside the main hall as an immortal stood outside. Speak, the Violet Emperor said. Your Highness, the seal has loosened. The immortal outside the main hall seemed to be a little frightened. What? When the Purple Emperor Yuenga heard this, his expression immediately changed. He suddenly stood up from his seat and rushed out. Bam! Just as the Violet Emperor rushed out of the City Lord Palace, another muffled sound came from the ground. The residents of the entire ancient city were alarmed. They all walked out of their houses and gathered in the spacious area. Chapter 1061. Something is about to happen in Floating Cloud City. Gu Fei and the others did not really leave. They once again sensed the fierce and evil aura. This aura could not have been emitted by the purple Emperor Yuna. This ancient city seems to have some secret. He Tian stood high in the sky and opened his yin-yang godly eyes. The power of yin lingered in his left eye, like a black moon floating and sinking, while his right eye was as bright as the sun, emitting streams of true yang qi. The power of yin and yang intertwined in He Tian's eyes. In his eyes, faint and illusory Tao patterns were faintly discernible. His gaze pierced through the void, saw through the nothingness, and saw the entire ancient city in his eyes. I can't see through it, I actually can't see through it. Soon, He Tian's expression changed. His yin-yang godly eyes, which was said to be able to see through everything in the world and point directly to the origin of everything in the world, actually lost its effect at this time. This was already the second time that He Tian encountered such a thing. What's going on? Everyone looked at Mahakala in shock. Could it be that there was an existence comparable to an extreme-grade saint hiding in the city? Or was there a saint hiding in the city to conceal everything? In the untainted land, thousands of races flourished. Among some powerful races, there were generally existences comparable to sages presiding over their own race to deter all other races. Among the untainted land's human race, there were also many sages. There were even a few sages with perfect great ways, and there were even more sages with incomplete great ways. In the untainted land, the human race showed great potential, faintly suppressing the tens of thousands of races in the untainted land. That was the most prosperous period of the human race, when no other race could compare. However, with the arrival of the Dark Ages in the later period of the untainted land, the tens of thousands of races in the untainted land gradually declined. In the end, even the untainted land collapsed. No one knew what happened at the last moment of the untainted land. They only knew that at that time, there was a rain of blood. That was the blood of immortals and gods. The untainted land was devastated, and the corpses of various races were piled up like mountains. Some of the lucky survivors of the later period of the primordial world didn't want to think about what had happened. It was too terrifying. Immortals and gods died constantly, and even saints were bathed in blood. The matters of the great desolate world were too distant for Gu Fei. There was no need for them to deliberately pursue the matters of the desolate era. They only needed to grasp the present. This ancient city is most likely a city from the antiquity era. Gu Fei suddenly said. Even his martial Tao heavenly eye couldn't see through the ancient city in front of him. However, Gu Fei had seen many ancient cities. The architectural layout of this ancient city was similar to some of the ancient cities he had seen, but Gu Fei couldn't be sure. This type of city is most likely inauspicious omens. How could there be people living here? He Tian said. This really was too strange. The city was bustling with activity, tens of thousands of residents living here. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver inwardly. He Tian's words were not wrong. He had seen many ancient cities, and almost all of them were ominous cities. You could only enter, but you couldn't leave. Rushing in would only be courting death. Back then, Gu Fei also encountered an ancient city in the virtual sky world. It was an ancient and ominous city. Not only was it extremely dangerous, but it was also guarded by corpse soldiers and corpse generals. If it weren't for the old tortoise, he would have died in that ancient and ominous city in the virtual sky world. Even now, Gu Fei's heart still palpitated when he thought about what had happened in that ominous city. That time, it could be said that he had narrowly escaped death. Many people from the three great Taoist sects had perished in that ominous city. The current holy city in the Eastern Earth was a very good example. There were terrifying ancient evil corpses in the city, as well as evil spirits formed from the undying resentment of fallen saints. After massacring tens of thousands of creatures, the evil spirits in the holy city also transformed into a devil spirit that even half-saints had to retreat from. No one dared to have any ideas about that dead city anymore. The ancient city in front of him had definitely existed for countless years, but it was abnormal. There were no ominous omens, and instead, it was bustling with activity. This itself made Gu Fei feel very strange. It's too strange. Gu Fei also couldn't make sense of it, but he faintly felt that something was about to happen. Something seemed to be reviving in the city, which made him a little uneasy. This is the matter of Zi Huang and the others. Let's not get involved, Chu Luqing said. He didn't want to complicate matters. Right now, it seemed that a great storm was brewing in the Eastern Earth. Moreover, the forces that Chu Luqing belonged to and the forces of Yuangu Emperor Xian originally had grievances. Chu Luqing was happy that Zi Huang and the others were in trouble, so how could he stay and help Zi Huang? However, Chu Luqing was very depressed because no one was listening to him, and no one cared about his views. Everyone treated him as if he was invisible, even that little fatty didn't pay attention to him. What do you say? Gu Fei asked Xiaoqing. Big brother, you decide, Xiaoqing said. Although he really wanted to see his cheap master, he also knew that it couldn't be rushed. The distance between the Eastern Earth and the southern region was too far. If they didn't use the teleportation formation, even a celestial being realm emperor would have to fly non-stop for several years to get there. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei thought for a moment and felt that it was best to say so. He didn't want to leave just like that. On the path of cultivation, one had to experience all kinds of things to temper themselves. Since something had happened, then he would wait and see what it was. Gu Fei and the others found a valley nearby and temporarily settled down there. It was evening, the time when all kinds of creatures should be returning to their nests. However, the mountains were very quiet, and not a single creature could be seen, not even a bird returning to its nest. The sky and earth began to darken, and the night gradually arrived. The insects that were often heard at night were no longer chirping. All the creatures in the area seemed to have run away or gone into hiding. It was an absolutely silent night, and the air seemed to have frozen. Not a single breath of wind blew into the valley. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak next to the valley, looking at the ancient city in front of him. He found that as soon as night fell, the city quickly quieted down. All the doors and windows were closed, and there wasn't even a shadow of a person on the streets. In the sky above the ancient city, silver-armored immortal soldiers flew by from time to time, as if patrolling. At this time, Xiaoqing, Balon, Heitian, Chu Luqing, and Fatty were sitting cross-legged in the valley, absorbing the spirit qi of heaven and earth and cultivating. Gu Fei was about to return to the valley when he was shocked to find that the two silver-armored immortal soldiers who were patrolling the ancient city had suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The silver-armored immortal soldiers were the most eye-catching in the dark night. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see how the two silver-armored immortal soldiers disappeared. Roar! At this time, an angry roar came from the city lord's mansion in the ancient city. A purple qi rushed out of the mansion, and a purple figure suddenly pounced toward a corner of the city. Swoosh! A monster shrouded in black qi rushed out of that dark corner of the city. The monster was still holding the corpse of the silver-armored immortal soldier, and it was chewing on it. Gu Fei was shocked to see this scene from the mountain peak. The monster was covered in black hair, and its blood-red eyes were emitting an ominous glint. Blood was flowing out of its bloody mouth. The monster was chewing on the silver-armored immortal soldier. To be able to silently kill the two silver-armored immortal soldiers and chew on their corpses, this monster was definitely stronger than an ordinary immortal. Gu Fei could also sense a demonic energy from the monster. This monster seemed to be a demonic creature that had been demonized. It was ferocious and terrifying. Die, evil creature! The purple Emperor Yuanga roared and raised his hand to shoot out 10 beams of purple divine light, which tore through the void and rushed toward the monster that rushed out of the darkness. Swoosh! The monster seemed to know how powerful the purple Emperor was, so it didn't face the Emperor head-on. Instead, it retreated into the darkness. With a bang, it broke through the wall and rushed out of the city. The residents of the city were alarmed by the commotion. Still want to escape? The purple Emperor strode through the void. He had mastered one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art. It was as if he had merged with the void of heaven and earth. His speed wasn't inferior to Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed. Refine the mind to return to the void, merging the body with the void. Such a secret art could indeed increase one's speed to the limit. The 10 divine lights caught up to the monster in the blink of an eye and pierced through its body, instantly slicing it into a dozen pieces. The Purple Emperor's cultivation seems to be even stronger than 10 years ago. Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver when he saw this scene. 10 years ago, the Purple Emperor was able to defeat the little Golden Pring Emperor of the Sky Ping race. 10 years later, what level had his cultivation reached? With the arrival of the Great Era, such a character was very likely to become his opponent. Gu Fei felt an unprecedented pressure from the Purple Emperor. The path of Dao confirmation wouldn't be lonely. There would be a mountain of corpses on the path of Dao confirmation. Whoever survived would have a chance at Dao confirmation. Gu Fei was filled with anticipation. Thinking of this made his battle blood boil. In the city, the Purple Emperor, who had just killed the monster, suddenly sensed something. He turned around and looked at a mountain 1,000 miles away from the city. There was no one on the mountain. What's going on? Why did I feel like I was being watched? The Purple Emperor Yuanga muttered to himself. In that instant, he had felt a trace of energy. Did someone discover the secret of this place? The Purple Emperor's eyes flickered with purple light. He rushed up into the sky, his eyes scanning the surroundings. However, he couldn't find anything. That trace of extremely weak energy only appeared for a moment before disappearing completely. At this time, more than a dozen silver-armored immortal soldiers rushed out from all over the city. They arrived at the place where the Purple Emperor killed the monster and began to clean up the scene. Chapter 1062. Under the moonlight, the ancient city quickly calmed down as if nothing had happened. The Violet Emperor also returned to the mansion and the silver-armored immortal soldiers also dispersed. At this time, Gu Fei also returned to the valley. He retracted his aura so that even the Violet Emperor couldn't sense his existence. There is indeed something strange in the city. A demonic creature actually appeared. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed when he thought of a possibility. That shouldn't have happened, right? At this time he felt uneasy. Anything related to demonic creatures was not a good thing. The night passed peacefully. When the first light of dawn appeared, the ancient city gradually became noisy. The residents of the city came out of their residences. The ancient city that had been silent for a night became lively again. Gu Fei stood on the peak of the mountain. He couldn't help but be a bit surprised to see that there was no commotion in the city. Moreover, it seemed that no one mentioned what happened last night. One had to know that when the monster escaped, it crashed into many houses. Many people were killed on the spot by the collapsed houses while they were sleeping, and many people were injured. Such a big change alarmed many people. They rushed out and saw the terrifying scene. Some even saw the monster. However, it was very strange. The people in the city seemed to have forgotten what happened last night. This surprised Gu Fei. How could this be? He remembered what happened in Fallen Moon City. The Heaven Realm's Fallen Moon City was the first city that Gu Fei entered after entering the Heaven Realm. This city was also very strange. When night fell, all the residents in the city would fall into a deep sleep, and no matter how much he called them, they would not wake up. Even the cultivators in Luoyue City were affected. The ancient city bathed in the morning light was also very strange. The Violet Emperor who was overseeing the ancient city definitely knew something. However, Gu Fei didn't want to alarm the Violet Emperor. He was waiting to see what would happen. He had a premonition that this strange thing would happen again. The gate of the ancient city was still guarded by silver-armored immortal soldiers. The Violet Emperor was still overseeing the city. Gu Fei walked around the area surrounding the ancient city. He felt that with the ancient city as the center, within a radius of 3,000 miles, there was not a single living creature, not even an ant. Mountain ridges snaked across the ground like earthworms. This kind of terrain made Gu Fei a little apprehensive. He realized that all of the mountain ridges were surrounding the ancient city. This seemed to be an ancient sealing art that had been lost to time. It was said that this sealing art could change mountains and rivers, lay down the power of heaven and earth, and condense the power of heaven and earth to suppress the opponent. Gu Fei walked through this region, opening his martial Dao heavenly eye to observe the power of heaven and earth. From time to time, he would even soar high into the sky to look down at the mountain range below. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The terrain was definitely not formed naturally. Someone had used an ancient sealing technique to change the terrain of the land and form a sealing formation. The mountain ridges that looked like earthworms were actually a kind of divine rune from the ancient era. Someone had used a powerful technique to suppress the ancient city. Gu Fei came to such a conclusion, and even he himself was shocked. It seemed that this was a sealing technique that had been laid down by someone countless years ago. After a long time, the sealing technique seemed to have loosened a little. This was because Gu Fei discovered that a few of the mountain ridges had collapsed, causing the sealing formation to be damaged. It was no longer complete, and the power of the formation was affected. The power of the heaven and earth attracted endless power of the heaven and earth. It could even attract the energy of the stars in the sky and the essence of the earth. Sealing someone and then slowly killing them. Such a method was truly shocking. Even if a sage was sealed, he would probably be exhausted to death. Gu Fei returned to the valley and told the crowd what he had seen and his speculation. They did not hide anything. After hearing that, Erebus' eyes lit up. Then, he eagerly soared into the sky and flew high up into the sky, carefully observing the terrain of this land. Shaoqing and the others were shocked after hearing Gu Fei's words. The ancient city in front of them was indeed not simple. It was most likely sealing an unimaginable existence. We should leave this place as soon as possible, Chu Luqing said. At this time, Shaoqing and Balan did not say anything. Although the formation is damaged, it has not collapsed. We don't have to worry about anything in the short term, Gu Fei said. He also knew a bit about the sky observation technique. It is indeed the long-lost earthworm script. At this time, He Tian flew down from the sky and said with a shocked expression. Even he was shocked by such a method. To change the terrain of the land within a radius of 3,000 miles, the person who did this is definitely a saint. Gu Fei said, it was impossible for a celestial being realm emperor, or even a powerful being, to use such a great technique. This was an unparalleled great technique that could change the sky and the earth. Only sages who had comprehended the Tao could do such a thing. Anyone below the sage level could not use such a great technique. The sage technique is indeed mysterious. Erebus had only taken a look at the surrounding terrain, and he was already very shocked. It was impossible for him to understand the profound mysteries behind changing the heavens and earth. Grandmaster, will we be in danger? Little Fatty rolled his eyes and asked Gu Fei. What, you want to leave too? Erebus glanced at the little Fatty and said disdainfully, don't embarrass the adults in your family. Ancestor He, your mouth stinks. Little Fatty glared at He Tian. Alright, everyone, what do you think? I'm afraid there are unimaginable existences sealed in the ancient city. If we don't leave, we will definitely be in danger, Gu Fei said. Boss, it's better if we stay. Who knows, we might even be able to obtain a long-lost supreme sacred technique. Erebus hurriedly said. Ha! Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he heard this. He then said, what do you mean? When everyone heard He Tian's words, they turned to look at him as well. An unparalleled saint art was extremely attractive to everyone. Even Chu Luqing was pricking up his ears to listen to it. To set up such a great technique that can change the sky and the earth, there must be something that can suppress the law. As long as we obtain this item, we can know the secret of this secret technique. He Tian seemed to know a lot, and his expression became somewhat excited. In the face of a sage technique, no one could remain calm. Where is the divine item that can suppress the law? Can you find it? Gu Fei was also moved. A sage technique created by a sage derived from the Great Path was something that even demi-saints would covet. If people knew that there was a sage technique here, the entire eastern land would probably be shaken. Chapter 1063. No one was willing to leave after discovering a sage technique. Even Chu Luqing, who had been clamoring to leave, chose to remain silent at this time. The ancient sage used a heaven-defying technique to change the terrain of the land within a radius of 3,000 miles, condensing the power of heaven and earth to suppress the opponent. This was using the power of heaven and earth to destroy everything. If they could obtain this sage technique, the strength of Gu Fei's group would definitely soar. This kind of secret technique might not be inferior to the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to leave? Then please go ahead. He Tian glanced at Chu Luqing, curled his lips, and said expressionlessly. Chu Luqing couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Could it be that these guys wanted to leave him behind? How could that be? If he followed these people, he might be able to obtain some benefits. Hee hee. Chu Luqing laughed dryly, then looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear He Tian's words. Umph. Seeing this, He Tian knew that this guy wouldn't leave even if he wanted to. How could He Tian not know what Chu Luqing was thinking? However, he didn't care. His cultivation was a whole realm higher than Chu Luqing's. Under his eyes, Chu Luqing absolutely couldn't do anything. He Tian then no longer paid attention to Chu Luqing. Where is the law-suppressing divine object? Can you find it? Gu Fei said. He was also tempted by the sage technique, especially this kind of life-killing technique that could borrow the power of heaven and earth. He Tian lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, if my guess is correct, the law-suppressing divine object should be in this ancient city. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but suddenly understand why a small floating cloud city was guarded by silver-armored immortal soldiers and the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, Zi Huang. It seems that the primordial Emperor Xian also wants this sacred technique. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. All of them felt extremely pressured because they were fighting for something with an immortal emperor. Moreover, it was a half-saint immortal emperor that had stepped onto the path of becoming a saint. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the celestial being realm, he would not be able to fight against such an existence. The gap between them was just too big. One was a semi-sage, and the other was a celestial being martial emperor. Even if Gu Fei's physique was stronger and his vitality was stronger, he was definitely not a match for him. This is a serious problem. If we don't handle it well, we will be in danger. He Tian said. This was not an alarmist statement. It was absolutely impossible to snatch something from the hands of Emperor Xian. In the valley, everyone fell into deep thought. They had already seen the power of the primordial Emperor Xian 10 years ago. He was a terrifying existence that could compete with a semi-sage. Everyone felt that this matter was impossible. At a critical moment, the primordial Emperor Xian might appear. If I can draw the power of this world for my use. After pondering for a long time, He Tian's eyes gradually lit up. He was a formation grandmaster, so his mind flashed. Draw the power of the world. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes also lit up. He knew a little about the Tao of formations and could also observe the power of the world. It was just that he was not as proficient as He Tian. While everyone was puzzled, He Tian had already taken action. He was a guy who would not take any treasure. How could he just watch as a sacred technique was taken by someone else? He Tian took out a large number of fire phoenix divine jades and the dragon crystals. These were the divine objects that they had obtained when they ventured into the untainted ancient world. Using rare divine objects like the fire phoenix divine jades and the dragon crystals to set up the formation, He Tian had really put in a lot of effort this time. It was obvious that he was determined to win. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, there were 81 earthworm-like mountain ridges surrounding the ancient city. These were the 81 earth veins. When the earth veins gathered the essence energy of the earth and fused it with the land, it could draw on boundless earth energy. Over the countless years, these 99 earth veins had automatically gathered earth energy and had already formed a trace of dragon vein energy. These were 81 earth veins that had given birth to dragon chi. If they continued to evolve, given enough time, these 81 earth veins could possibly give birth to a real dragon. However, a few of the 81 earth veins had already been cut off, causing the formation to be incomplete. Otherwise, no matter how high He Tian's attainments in formations were, he would not have stood a chance. In the next few days, He Tian walked through the surrounding 3,000 miles and inserted pieces of fire phoenix divine jades with formation runes into the 81 earth veins. The fire phoenix divine jades and dragon crystals that He Tian had obtained were quickly used up. He had no choice but to ask for more from Gu Fei. This guy was really thick-skinned. He actually pestered Gu Fei to take all the Fire Phoenix divine jades and dragon crystals. This was definitely a shocking divine treasury. Chu Luqing had finally seen what it meant to have a mountain of divine materials. When Gu Fei handed over a small mountain of Fire Phoenix divine jades and dragon crystals to He Tian, Chu Luqing was completely stunned. A fist-sized dragon crystal was also very rare in the heaven realm. It required a sky-high price of immortal crystals to exchange for it. Moreover, it was priceless. Yet, Gu Fei took out so many Fire Phoenix divine jades and dragon crystals at once. How could Chu Luqing not be shocked? However, no one paid attention to Chu Luqing. With Gu Fei's support, He Tian worked even harder to set up the formation. Pieces of Fire Phoenix divine jades were buried into the ground. Dragon crystals surrounded by dragon chi were directly inserted into the earth veins. The sage who set up this kind of heaven and earth grand influence was to seal the ancient city. The heaven and earth grand influence was gathered on the ancient city. The residents of the city, as well as the creatures in the mountains outside the city, were not affected. The sage's technique was mysterious and unpredictable. It only targeted the ancient city. Therefore, it was not a dangerous place. Otherwise, no one would be able to live in the city. In the past few days, Gu Fei and the others were very careful and did not give themselves away. However, they knew that the Z Emperor in the city should already know that they had not left. The nearby cities were also guarded by the people of the Yuangu Emperor Xian. If Gu Fei and the others wanted to use the transportation formation in the city, they would have to use the token that the Z Emperor had given them. At this time, the Z Emperor should be regretting his decision. This was because the token was a spirit tablet that his father, the Yuangu Emperor Xian, had personally refined. No matter where this spirit tablet was, as long as the Yuangu Emperor Xian thought about it, he could retrieve it. However, Gu Fei had directly thrown this spirit tablet into the mountain and river cauldron and used the Extreme Dao sacred artifact to suppress the spirit tablet. Even the Yuangu Emperor Xian would not be able to sense the location of this spirit tablet, let alone the Z Emperor. He Tian had seen the spirit tablet and knew that there was a very powerful divine array on it. This was why he had asked Gu Fei to use the mountain and river cauldron to suppress this spirit tablet. The Z Emperor was also up to no good. The Z Emperor had given this spirit tablet to Gu Fei and the others. On the surface, this was a token of the Yuangu Emperor Xian. However, this spirit tablet was also a killing intent. Carrying the spirit tablet on one's body was undoubtedly a lethal weapon that could explode at any time. This person's location and even life were in the hands of the Yuangu Emperor Xian and his son. One evening, Gu Fei discovered that the dozen silver-armored immortal soldiers who had left the city the day before had returned. "Have you found anything?" In the city lord's mansion, the Z Emperor sat in the middle of the main hall and looked down at the dozen silver-armored immortal soldiers kneeling below him. He had been in a bad mood for the past few days. Someone had actually cut off his connection with the spirit tablet. He had underestimated those people. Since they could associate with the insufferably arrogant Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor, how could they be ordinary people? Gu Fei's guess was right. The Z Emperor was really regretting losing the token given to him by the Yuangu Emperor Xian. "Your Highness, those people did not go to the nearby cities. It was as if they disappeared into thin air. We did not find any traces of them." An immortal soldier kneeling in front of him said, "Disappeared into thin air? Could it be that they used a void-shifting technique to leave this region?" The Z Emperor muttered to himself. He was faintly uneasy. The whereabouts of Gu Fei and the others made him feel that something was amiss. That matter has reached the most crucial moment. We cannot afford to make any mistakes now. The Z Emperor calculated in his heart. As long as these 10 days passed, there would be a result. Go back to Celestial City and pass on my command. Bring the Heavenly Emperor's combat troops here. After pondering for a long time, the Z Emperor seemed to have made up his mind and issued such an order. What? The immortal soldier couldn't help but be startled. The Z Emperor actually wanted to mobilize the Emperor Xian's combat troops. Could it be that this matter had reached the point where Emperor Xian's strongest combat troops would be mobilized? The Heavenly Emperor's combat troops were the strongest immortal soldiers under the command of the Jianghu Emperor Xian. This immortal soldier was different from the other immortal soldiers. It was cultivated by the Jianghu Emperor Xian using an ancient secret technique. The Heavenly Emperor's combat troops under the command of the Jianghu Emperor Xian numbered no more than 500, but they were more powerful than a magnificent army. Each of them was a terrifying god of death. 500 combat troops together could fight against a semi-sage. What are you waiting for? Seeing that the immortal soldier was somewhat hesitant, the Z Emperor's expression immediately sank. In the entire Eastern Earth, only he and the Jianghu Emperor Xian could mobilize the Heavenly Emperor's combat troops. The Heavenly Emperor's combat troops had conquered the Eastern Earth for the sake of the Jianghu Emperor Xian. They were the killing swords of the Jianghu Emperor Xian. Wherever they went, rivers of blood would flow. They wouldn't be mobilized easily. The immortal soldier left to carry out the order. All of you, get up. Yes. The dozens of immortal soldiers who were kneeling on the ground stood up. In fact, they couldn't be considered as real immortals. They were just a group of well-trained immortal god-level fighters. Such immortal soldiers were weaker than those who had relied on their own efforts to become immortals. However, when thousands of immortal soldiers swarmed forward, even a real immortal god would be stunned. Who are those people? The Z Emperor muttered to himself. The dozens of immortal soldiers stood on both sides, not even daring to breathe loudly. Half an hour later, a monstrous murderous aura came from the direction of the Heavenly Emperor city. A group of terrifying figures appeared at the end of the horizon, each of them emitting a sky-piercing murderous aura. Although there were only a few hundred of them, they were like a magnificent army marching towards the floating cloud city. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the heaven and earth, causing the whole area to tremble. What's going on? Soaring murderous aura. Could it be? The arrival of this group of gods of death immediately alarmed Gu Fei and the others in the valley. Everyone was indescribably shocked, while Chu Luqing was so scared that he sat paralyzed on the ground. Chapter 1064. Celestial Emperor's Combat Weapon. It's a Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. Chu Luqing collapsed to the ground with a pale face, murmuring to himself. The vast murderous aura coming from the sky caused the temperature of the whole area to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, including Gu Fei. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon? What is that? Look at your face, it's so embarrassing. He Tian was shocked to see that Chu Luqing was so frightened, but he did not forget to insult Chu Luqing. Chu Luqing seemed to be stunned, his mind was blank, and he could not hear what He Tian said. The whole valley had been erased by the formation set up by He Tian, so the people outside could not sense that there was a group of people hiding in the mountains. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon? Gu Fei soared into the sky, using the internal world power to seal his body, concealing all his aura. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. In the distant sky, he saw a group of burly soldiers wearing black iron armor, holding divine spears, flying towards floating cloud city. This group of soldiers was filled with murderous aura. There were not many of them, only 500 of them, but they were incomparably powerful, like a magnificent army of thousands of horses. The 100 soldiers in front of them were riding strange beasts. These strange beasts were 3 zhang long, with a pair of sharp black horns on their heads, and their bodies were covered with a layer of green scales. What are these things? Gu Fei had never seen such ferocious mounts. They had big bloody mouths and were incomparably ferocious. This was a kind of ferocious beast, with blood-red eyes and white smoke coming out of its nostrils from time to time. Someone had actually tamed such a ferocious beast and made it a mount. It was really a big deal. Gu Fei could sense that the strength of these 100 ferocious beasts was no less than an ordinary immortal. When they ran, clouds emerged under their feet, and wherever their iron hooves went, the void would tremble. He Tian came to Gu Fei's side, and was shocked to see the 500 warriors. It's the green scale beasts. My goodness, he actually used 100 green scale beasts as mounts. This primordial Emperor Xian is really amazing. He Tian sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Is this a very rare fierce beast? It's not just rare. This kind of fierce beast contains the blood of the green qilin. If this blood is awakened, there is a high chance that it will transform into a green qilin. Divine beast green qilin? Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect this kind of vicious beast to have the bloodline of a divine beast. It was truly rare. This kind of vicious beast's potential couldn't be underestimated. The green qilin's bloodline in the green scale beast is already very thin. It's very difficult to produce such a thin bloodline. He Tian analyzed. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, he understood why the primordial Emperor Xian would use the green scale beasts that contain the bloodline of a divine beast as mounts for these warriors. It seemed that even the primordial Emperor Xian couldn't produce the bloodline of a divine beast in these green scale beasts. Just as they were talking, the 500 celestial emperor warriors came crashing down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above floating Cloud City and landed in the city. However, the murderous aura emanating from the bodies of the 500 warriors could not be concealed, and it spread out from the city. At this moment, all the citizens in the city were trembling with fear. Some people wanted to leave the city, but they found that the entire city had been sealed. Around the ancient city, there were 49 big flags that were inserted. Each of the big flags was emitting an endless amount of immortal force. The 49 big flags formed a big formation that sealed the entire ancient city. The commoners in the city couldn't rush out unless the Violet Emperor opened the big formation. However, no one knew what the Violet Emperor was planning. He actually used the big formation to seal the city, not allowing the commoners to leave. Soon, the commoners in the city knew that they were trapped in the city. Gradually, there was chaos in the city. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the city gate. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city didn't come out to maintain order. What the hell is the Violet Emperor doing? He Tian was deep in thought. Could it be that the Violet Emperor didn't care about the lives of the commoners in the city and left them to fend for themselves? Let's just wait and see, Gu Fei said. Then, Gu Fei flew down from the sky and entered the valley. He Tian, on the other hand, was making the final preparations. The other side had such powerful soldiers, they must ensure that their plan was foolproof. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal that Gu Fei gave him were almost used up by him. Even if there were some left, he would never return them to Gu Fei. No matter what it was, as long as it was in the hands of He Tian, it would be very difficult to take it back. To others, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal might be rare divine materials, but to Gu Fei, they were nothing because he had divine materials that were thousands of times better than the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal. He Tian came back at night. He brought back a piece of news that shocked everyone. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city were actually massacring tens of thousands of commoners in the city. When they heard this news, everyone was stunned. The Violet Emperor's methods were truly too ruthless. He actually wanted to slaughter all the commoners in the city. That was tens of thousands of humans. Boom! A shocking battle intent rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The whole valley was shaken by the mighty pressure of the celestial being emperor that came out of Gu Fei's body. Chu Luqing and the little fatty were immediately thrown out. Shaoqing stretched out his big hand and pulled the little fatty back in the air. As for Chu Luqing, no one grabbed him, and he was thrown out of control. Why didn't you come back earlier to tell me? Gu Fei stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice. The mighty aura that came out of Gu Fei's body made everyone almost breathless. It should be known that He Tian and the others were all half-step almighties. They were only half a step away from the almighty realm. Everyone was shocked. Gu Fei was only at the first heaven of the celestial being realm, but he had the strength to suppress the half-step almighties. The battle strength of the celestial being emperor was really frightening. I also just found out that the city has become a river of blood. Not only the silver armor immortal soldiers are attacking, but the soldiers who came before are also attacking. He Tian hurriedly said. Gu Fei knew that even if he rushed out now, he would not be able to save the tens of thousands of commoners in the city. He couldn't help but be angry. They were both humans, but the Violet Emperor actually did such a thing. In the end, he did not attack. His aura also gradually retracted. However, he took out the mountain and river cauldron and hit it with his palm. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaotic primordial chi was vast. The sound of something breaking came out of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. While Gu Fei was shaking the mountain and river cauldron, the Violet Emperor, who was sitting high up in the main hall of Floating Cloud City, almost fell from his seat. His face became bloodless in an instant. It was as pale as a piece of paper. "Good Gu Fei," the Violet Emperor said to himself. As the Violet Emperor muttered to himself, his eyes shot out two beams of purple light, illuminating the entire hall. Between his eyebrows, a trace of blood seeped out. That trace of blood condensed and formed a glittering blood bead. It flowed down from the center of the Z Emperor's eyebrows. Wherever the blood bead passed, it left a shocking bloody mark on the Z Emperor's face. Just now, one of his avatars was killed. It was attached to the spirit tablet. It was usually in a deep slumber. When it was time to use the spirit tablet, it would wake up from the tablet. They were actually able to destroy the spirit tablet refined by my father. Who exactly are they? The Violet Emperor's eyes flickered. However, he could not figure out where these people came from. At this time, the city was filled with blood. All the people in the city were slaughtered by the Celestial Emperor's combat weapons and the silver-armored Immortal soldiers. Even Zi Huang, who was in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, could smell the smell of blood. "It's time!" The Violet Emperor stood up from his seat and walked out of the main hall. 49 banners were planted around the ancient city, sealing it. Tens of thousands of people in the city were killed. The blood that flowed out dyed the entire ancient city red. The blood was glowing and emitting a demonic light. It did not solidify. The Violet Emperor's formation made it difficult for the blood and chi in the city to dissipate. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people was also trapped in the city, unable to return to heaven and earth. As night fell, the ancient city gradually changed. The pitch-black ancient city gradually emitted a faint blood-red light. "This is..." Far in the sky, He Tian, who had been paying attention to the movements in the city, was shocked. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, Balan and the others arrived in the sky above the valley. Under the night sky, the black ancient city in front of them was emitting a blood-red light. It was really creepy. "This is evil." Gu Fei could feel an evil aura condensing. The Violet Emperor was using the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people in the city to activate an evil formation. Waves of Yin wind blew in the city, blood light soared to the sky, as if there were countless ferocious ghosts howling, as if there were thousands of souls struggling. A towering resentment surged out from the city. This was formed by the resentment of tens of thousands of people killed by the silver armor Immortal soldier and the Celestial Emperor's soldier. Rumble, the world was shaking. The spiritual energy, resentment, and blood-red light gathered in the sky above the ancient city, gradually forming a terrifying vortex. The ancient city also shook, as if it was going to be uprooted and fly towards the vortex in the sky. "I can't believe I can see this kind of evil art. The evil ancestors' blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits has appeared again." He Tian muttered to himself, his voice was trembling. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The whole world started to move. 81 dragon-shaped divine lights rushed out from the ground and wrapped around the ancient city. Chapter 1065. Celestial Emperor's Combat Weapon. It's a Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. Chu Luqing collapsed to the ground with a pale face, murmuring to himself. The vast murderous aura coming from the sky caused the temperature of the whole area to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, including Gu Fei. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon? What is that? Look at your face, it's so embarrassing. He Tian was shocked to see that Chu Luqing was so frightened, but he did not forget to insult Chu Luqing. Chu Luqing seemed to be stunned, his mind was blank, and he could not hear what He Tian said. The whole valley had been erased by the formation set up by He Tian, so the people outside could not sense that there was a group of people hiding in the mountains. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon? Gu Fei soared into the sky, using the internal world power to seal his body, concealing all his aura. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. In the distant sky, he saw a group of burly soldiers wearing black iron armor, holding divine spears, flying towards floating Cloud City. This group of soldiers was filled with murderous aura. There were not many of them, only 500 of them, but they were incomparably powerful, like a magnificent army of thousands of horses. The 100 soldiers in front of them were riding strange beasts. These strange beasts were 3 zhang long, with a pair of sharp black horns on their heads, and their bodies were covered with a layer of green scales. What are these things? Gu Fei had never seen such ferocious mounts. They had big bloody mouths and were incomparably ferocious. This was a kind of ferocious beast, with blood-red eyes and white smoke coming out of its nostrils from time to time. Someone had actually tamed such a ferocious beast and made it a mount. It was really a big deal. Gu Fei could sense that the strength of these 100 ferocious beasts was no less than an ordinary immortal. When they ran, clouds emerged under their feet, and wherever their iron hooves went, the void would tremble. He Tian came to Gu Fei's side, and was shocked to see the 500 warriors. It's the green scale beasts. My goodness, he actually used 100 green scale beasts as mounts. This primordial Emperor Xian is really amazing. He Tian sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Is this a very rare fierce beast? It's not just rare. This kind of fierce beast contains the blood of the green qilin. If this blood is awakened, there is a high chance that it will transform into a green qilin. Divine beast green qilin? Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect this kind of vicious beast to have the bloodline of a divine beast. It was truly rare. This kind of vicious beast's potential couldn't be underestimated. The green qilin's bloodline in the green scale beast is already very thin. It's very difficult to produce such a thin bloodline. He Tian analyzed. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, he understood why the primordial Emperor Xian would use the green scale beasts that contain the bloodline of a divine beast as mounts for these warriors. It seemed that even the primordial Emperor Xian couldn't produce the bloodline of a divine beast in these green scale beasts. Just as they were talking, the 500 celestial Emperor warriors came crashing down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above floating Cloud City and landed in the city. However, the murderous aura emanating from the bodies of the 500 warriors could not be concealed, and it spread out from the city. At this moment, all the citizens in the city were trembling with fear. Some people wanted to leave the city, but they found that the entire city had been sealed. Around the ancient city, there were 49 big flags that had been inserted. Each of the big flags was emitting an endless amount of immortal force. The 49 big flags formed a big formation that sealed the entire ancient city. The commoners in the city couldn't rush out unless the Violet Emperor opened the big formation. However, no one knew what the Violet Emperor was planning. He actually sealed the city with a big formation, not allowing the commoners in the city to leave. Soon, the commoners in the city knew that they were trapped in the city. Gradually, there was chaos in the city. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the city gate. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city didn't come out to maintain order. What the hell is the Violet Emperor doing? He Tian was deep in thought. Could it be that the Violet Emperor didn't care about the lives of the commoners in the city and left them to fend for themselves? Let's just wait and see, Gu Fei said. Then, Gu Fei flew down from the sky and entered the valley. As for He Tian, he was making his final preparations. The other side had such powerful soldiers, they must ensure that their plan was foolproof. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal that Gu Fei had given him were almost used up by him. Even if there were some left, he would never return them to Gu Fei. No matter what it was, as long as it was in the hands of He Tian, it would be difficult to take it back. To others, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal might be rare divine materials, but to Gu Fei, They were nothing because he had divine materials that were thousands of times better than the fire phoenix, divine jade, and dragon crystal. He Tian came back at night. He brought back a piece of news that shocked everyone. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city were actually massacring tens of thousands of commoners in the city. When they heard this news, everyone was stunned. The Violet Emperor's methods were truly too ruthless. He actually wanted to slaughter all the commoners in the city. That was tens of thousands of humans. Boom! A shocking battle intent rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The whole valley was shaken by the mighty pressure of the celestial being emperor that came out of Gu Fei's body. Chu Luqing and the little fatty were immediately thrown out. Shaoqing stretched out his big hand and pulled the little fatty back in the air. As for Chu Luqing, no one grabbed him, and he was thrown out of control. Why didn't you come back earlier to tell me? Gu Fei stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice. The mighty aura that came out of Gu Fei's body almost made everyone breathless. It should be known that He Tian and the others were all half-step almighties. They were only half a step away from the almighty realm. Everyone was shocked. Gu Fei was only at the first sky of the celestial being realm, but he had the strength to suppress the half-step almighties. The battle strength of the celestial being emperor was really terrifying. I also just found out that the city is already flowing with blood. Not only the silver armor immortal soldiers are attacking, but the soldiers who came before are also attacking. He Tian said quickly. Gu Fei knew that even if he rushed out now, he would not be able to save the tens of thousands of commoners in the city. He couldn't help but be angry. They were both humans, but the Violet Emperor actually did such a thing. In the end, he did not attack. His aura also gradually retracted. However, he took out the mountain and river cauldron and hit it with his palm. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaotic primordial chi was vast. The sound of something breaking came out of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. While Gu Fei was shaking the mountain and river cauldron, the Violet Emperor, who was sitting high up in the main hall of Floating Cloud City, almost fell from his seat. His face became bloodless in an instant. It was as pale as a piece of paper. You Gu Fei? The Violet Emperor muttered to himself. As the Violet Emperor muttered to himself, his eyes shot out two beams of purple light, illuminating the entire hall. Between his eyebrows, a trace of blood seeped out. That trace of blood condensed and formed a glittering blood bead. It flowed down from the center of the Z Emperor's eyebrows. Wherever the blood bead passed, it left a shocking bloody mark on the Z Emperor's face. Just now, one of his avatars was killed. It was attached to the spirit tablet. Normally, it would be in deep sleep. When it was time to use the spirit tablet, it would wake up. They were actually able to destroy the spirit tablet refined by my father. Who exactly are they? The Violet Emperor's eyes flickered. However, he could not figure out where these people came from. At this time, the city was filled with blood. All the people in the city were slaughtered by the Celestial Emperor's combat weapons and the silver-armored immortal soldiers. Even Zi Huang, who was in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, could smell the smell of blood. It's time! The Violet Emperor stood up from his seat and walked out of the main hall. 49 flags were planted around the ancient city, sealing it. Tens of thousands of people in the city were slaughtered. The blood that flowed out dyed the entire city red. The blood was glowing and emitting a demonic light. It did not solidify. The Violet Emperor's formation made it difficult for the blood and chi in the city to dissipate. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people was also trapped in the city, unable to return to heaven and earth. As night fell, the ancient city gradually changed. The dark ancient city gradually emitted a faint blood-red light. This is... Far in the sky, He Tian, who had been paying attention to the movements in the city, was shocked. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, Balan and the others arrived above the valley. Under the curtain of night, the dark ancient city in front of them was emitting a blood-red light. It was really creepy. This is evil. Gu Fei felt an evil aura condensing. The Violet Emperor was using the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people in the city to activate an evil formation. Waves of Yin wind blew in the city, blood light shot up to the sky, as if there were countless ferocious ghosts howling, as if there were thousands of souls struggling. A towering resentment surged out from the city. This was formed by the resentment of tens of thousands of people killed by the silver armor Immortal soldier and the Celestial Emperor's soldier. Rumble, the heaven and earth were shaking. The spiritual energy, resentment, and blood-red light gathered in the sky above the ancient city and gradually formed a terrifying vortex. The ancient city also shook, as if it was going to be uprooted and fly towards the vortex in the sky. I didn't expect to see this kind of evil art. The evil ancestors' 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice great art has appeared again. He Tian muttered to himself, his voice was trembling. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The whole heaven and earth started to move. 81 dragon-shaped divine lights rushed out from the ground and wrapped around the ancient city. Chapter 1066. The means of the ancient sages were truly terrifying. The power of the world turned into 81 dragons and bound the ancient city that was about to be swallowed by the terrifying whirlpool in the sky to the ground. Rumble, evil chi soared into the sky. The bloody vortex above the ancient city was still expanding, covering the entire sky and earth. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique was extremely terrifying. This is the supreme evil technique created by the ancient evil ancestor. This is a battle between two saints. He Tian was shocked to the extreme. The evil ancestor was a name that could cause even ancient creatures to tremble. He moved unhindered throughout the desolate land, and few could rival him. Legend has it that there was once a saint who tried to kill him, but he failed. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique was a supreme evil technique that used the soul energy of tens of thousands of living beings. It could devour the heavens and the earth. The Violet Emperor's methods were too ruthless. He actually massacred the entire city, using the soul energy of humans to break the saint's great technique. Is the Violet Emperor also thinking about the divine object that protected the city? Gu Fei's eyes flickered, but his face was calm. The Violet Emperor slaughtered tens of thousands of people, which made him furious. As a fellow human, how could he do such a thing? Do you still need to ask? He Tian said. The Violet Emperor slaughtered tens of thousands of people for the sake of obtaining the saint's technique. The Violet Emperor was a very powerful person, and He Tian had already regarded him as a formidable opponent. The blood-red vortex in the sky descended with boundless evil energy, causing the void to collapse and shatter as it was swallowed by the blood-red vortex. This was a mighty force that could devour the heavens and earth. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique of the evil ancestor was truly terrifying. However, the ancient saint who set up the great technique to suppress the ancient city was also very powerful. The power of the world transformed into 81 dragons, forcibly binding the ancient city to the ground. The 81 earth veins trembled, and endless earth chi surged out from the veins, providing endless power to the 81 dragons. The sage technique against the sage technique, the 10,000 spirit blood sacrifice technique against the nameless sage technique. The entire world was enveloped by the sage laws, and the world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The aura of the great path was vast and mighty. Gu Fei and the others did not dare to get close at all. They had already retreated 3,000 miles away. Everyone was using their Dharma eyes to observe everything that was happening inside. Gu Fei had the martial Dao heavenly eye, while He Tian had the yin-yang God eye. Their gazes could pierce through the void, looking into the depths ahead and capturing the minute changes within. As for Shaoqing and Balan, they could not see so clearly. The aura of the great path pervaded the air, blocking their vision. The central region of the sacred technique showdown was a blur. Chu Luqing and Little Fatty couldn't see anything at all. All they could see was a blinding light, so bright that they could barely open their eyes. To be able to fight against a saint's technique, that fellow Zi Huang is quite something. The power of yin and yang intertwined in He Tian's eyes, and Dao rhymes circulated. He saw the sage laws in his eyes, and the sage technique was being displayed in his eyes. A purple light flashed between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The martial Tao heavenly I could see through the source of all things. The sage laws intertwined between his eyebrows, and he was also displaying the two sage techniques. Only Gu Fei and He Tian could understand the Tao rhymes contained in these two sage techniques. There were 81 dragons, and every one of them was a great path divine rule. They drew in the power of the great path of heaven and earth and firmly bound the ancient city. The terrifying blood-colored vortex that descended from the sky was also formed by the interweaving great path divine rule. The power of the laws could only be used by sages. This was the Tao that sages had comprehended. Even the most powerful figures in the world would find it difficult to use such a technique. It is indeed amazing. Although Gu Fei and He Tian had not truly grasped these two kinds of Tao rhymes, they had also gained a lot. These were the appearance of two great paths. Of course, these two great paths were not flawless great paths. The great path God laws contained in the sage techniques of the ancient sages were not perfect, and the great path God laws of the evil ancestors' 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique were not flawless either. Gu Fei and He Tian both had this feeling, but they did not know where the flaws were. These two sage techniques were not extreme path God techniques. Gu Fei had obtained the martial ancestors' inheritance, but until now, he still could not understand the martial ancestors' flawless great path God technique. To him, the flawless great path God technique was still very far away. If he could understand the flawless perfect great path God technique, he would be an extreme path martial saint. For countless years, there had only been one extreme path martial saint in the world, and that was the martial ancestor. After the martial ancestor, there were many people who walked the path of martial arts, and some even cultivated the indestructible martial body. However, not a single person had managed to comprehend a flawless martial path. We can't let the Zi Huang get the treasure of the city, He Tian said. This kind of sage technique contained Taoist rhymes, and comprehending it well would definitely be of great benefit. Will the backup plan you laid out really succeed? Gu Fei was still staring ahead, watching the changes in front of him. The Taoist rhymes of the sage technique circulated between his brows. He was imitating the two sage God laws. Gu Fei realized that the more he tried to comprehend it, the further he felt he was from the two Tao laws. It was impossible to grasp, as if he had not grasped anything. This was someone else's Tao, not his. Someone else's Tao could only be used to verify and compare, but it could not be used to replace his own Tao. Gu Fei did not worry about gains and losses, and his mind was calm. It was the same for He Tian. He only needed to comprehend the Taoist rhymes, and did not need to truly grasp the two Taos. Even so, the benefits he obtained were unimaginable. However, at this time, there was not much time for Gu Fei and He Tian to comprehend the two sage Tao, because the battle between the two sage Tao laws was about to end. The Nameless Saint's great technique was clearly superior to the evil ancestors' 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice grand technique. 81 dragons not only firmly bound the ancient city to the ground, but endless earth essence Qi also soared into the sky, resisting the terrifying blood vortex that descended from the sky. Rumble. It was as if two large worlds were colliding, and the area within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The destructive aura caused everything in the world to tremble. Two types of great Tao laws collided, causing the void to constantly shatter and the power of destruction to surge out, forcing Gu Fei and the others to retreat even further. Above the sky, the terrifying power that descended from the blood vortex gradually weakened. The Nameless Sage's sacred technique changed the power of the world and sealed the void. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice grand technique could not draw upon the power of the world. On the other hand, the 81 dragons were able to absorb the dragon chi of the earth veins endlessly. Their power was practically endless. Under such circumstances, the 10,000 spirit blood sacrifice art was unable to continue and was gradually suppressed. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the ancient city, and an extremely evil aura exploded in the city. The entire ancient city immediately shone with endless blood light. Endless blood light gathered, and a 10,000 zhang tall blood figure stood up from the ancient city. This is, He Tian and Gu Fei's expressions changed immediately. In the ancient city, There seemed to be a terrifying demon awakening, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the entire area to shake violently. 81 earth veins were almost destroyed. Boom! Endless divine light shone out from the ground, and the 81 earth veins seemed to have come to life, and ancient divine runes rushed out. The power of the world in the entire area was activated, and a terrifying wave spread out. Endless spiritual chi of the world gathered from all directions in 100,000 li radius. The 81 dragons coiling around the ancient city suddenly emitted boundless divine light and turned into 81 dragons. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged out from them, drawing the power of the world and suppressing in all directions. This sacred technique was simply stealing the power of the world for one's own use. In this world, only the saints of the extreme path could fight against the world. Even the saints could not fight against the world, because the Tao that the saints comprehended was not the perfect great path. How could it fight against the perfect great path laws of the world? How is this possible? He Tian was shocked to the extreme. The 1,000 Jianghu blood shadow in the city emitted an unparalleled evil power, as if the evil ancestor had come back to life. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as the evil shadow appeared, the wind and clouds changed, and the blood vortex once again emitted a towering evil power, descending from the sky once again. Rays of blood light shattered the power of the earth, and actually showed signs of suppressing the 81 giant dragons. The power of the 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique was unleashed to the limit, and a wisp of the saints' power spread out in all directions, causing Gu Fei and the others to feel their hearts palpitate. How can this be? Could it be that that person is not dead? He Tian muttered to himself. He was really scared. The origin of that blood shadow seemed to be very powerful, and even his expression changed. The saint's power was emitted from that blood shadow. Boom! At this moment, the gate of the ancient city was suddenly opened from the inside, and a monstrous evil aura surged out from the gate, accompanied by the roars of wild beasts. One after another, terrifying figures rushed out of the city gate. Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked again. At this time, an ancient cauldron shadow appeared on Gu Fei's body, and a vast divine power enveloped everyone. The saints' power was too terrifying. If they did not use the mountain and river cauldron to resist this kind of power, Gu Fei and the others would not be able to stand in the void. Even if they used the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others still felt a great pressure, as if their hearts were being pressed by an ancient divine mountain, and they almost couldn't breathe. It was the 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers that rushed out from the city, with 100 cavalry riding green scale beasts at the front, followed by 400 infantry carrying divine spears. The 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers together could fight against a half-step saint. The 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers rushed out from the city, like a huge army charging. The whole world shook, and wherever the iron hooves went, nothing could stop them. Boom! The 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers rushed past, and immediately smashed a giant dragon that was condensed from the endless earth essence chi, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, like a hot knife through butter. This. Chapter 1067. 500 celestial emperor soldiers rushed out of the ancient city, each of them surging with murderous aura, causing the temperature of the whole area to drop. Each soldier was like a god of death, wearing black armor and holding a divine spear. Each of them had the battle strength of a peak mysterious transformation realm expert. Some even had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. When 500 of these soldiers gathered together, it was just too horrifying. Wherever the tip of their weapons pointed, they pressed forward courageously, unexpectedly breaking apart a giant dragon as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The nameless saint used a supreme saint art to set up a sealing heaven power, gathering endless earthly chi and turning it into 81 giant dragons, each of which definitely had the power of a half-step saint. Each giant dragon was a divine law, but they were broken by the 500 celestial emperor soldiers. No wonder the primordial Emperor Xian could dominate the eastern land and call himself the ancient celestial emperor. With such power in his hands, the primordial Emperor Xian could indeed challenge any super sect in the heavenly realm. Boom! The 500 celestial emperor soldiers were like a heavenly blade, fiercely piercing through the remaining 80 giant dragons, shattering an earth vein in an instant. The momentum of the entire heaven and earth was shaken. The originally incomplete momentum of heaven and earth actually showed signs of collapsing. When the 500 celestial emperor soldiers shattered the earth vein, they were blasted away by the earthly chi that erupted from the earth vein. They all coughed up blood, and their momentum quickly weakened. Roar! At this time, another roar came from the ancient city, and a figure slowly rose from the city, then fused with the 1,000-meter-tall blood-colored figure standing in the ancient city. Boom! The 1,000-meter-tall blood-colored figure suddenly seemed to come to life. Endless blood-colored light shot out from the evil shadow, piercing through the void, and the entire ancient city almost collapsed, cracks appearing on the surface of the city. This purple emperor, 3,000 or 4,000 miles away, Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to see this scene in the city. That purple emperor Yunga actually cultivated such a peerless evil art. He obtained the inheritance of the evil ancestor? He Tian said in shock. Cultivating both good and evil, this person is extremely terrifying. Gu Fei's eyes flickered with light, his body was surrounded by battle intent. This was a good opponent. For some reason, Gu Fei suddenly thought of Dong Fangchen, who he had already killed. Dong Fangchen was an immortal and demon dual cultivator, and the current Violet Emperor was somewhat similar to Dong Fangchen. This type of dual cultivation great technique possessed all types of immeasurable power, already breaking through everyone's cultivation methods, opening up a different path. It was the most difficult to fathom. At this moment, the Violet Emperor, who was covered in violet chi for 3,000 miles, seemed to have transformed into an evil emperor. It fused with the evil blood-colored shadow, and the evil chi in the ancient city soared into the heavens and earth. Rumble! The blood-colored whirlpool above the blood shadow's head began to descend. The vast evil energy that spread out shook heaven and earth, as if it could collapse the heavens. The tables started to turn. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice art was supposed to be at a disadvantage. The evil power was being suppressed, and it looked like it was about to collapse. However, the 500 celestial arch battle soldiers had destroyed one of the earth veins. At this time, the Violet Emperor also transformed into an evil emperor and attacked with all his strength. Endless evil power spread out from the 1,000 feet of the evil shadow, and it actually showed signs of breaking free from the entanglement of the 80 giant dragons. The power of the earth veins was gradually suppressed. The 1,000 feet of the evil shadow roared to the sky, and a pair of giant hands stretched out, grabbed a giant dragon, and then tore it in two. Endless divine light disappeared. The evil power of the Violet Emperor was unparalleled, even the heavens paled, and the great Tao and divine laws collapsed. This kind of combat power had already exceeded the combat power that the Violet Emperor should have. This was no longer the power that a celestial being realm emperor should have. You still don't make a move at this time? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but say to He Tian. With this momentum, it was only a matter of time before the Violet Emperor broke the heavenly power that the nameless saint had set up. No hurry. He Tian's expression was extremely solemn. Although he said that he was not in a hurry, he was extremely nervous. A pair of yin-yang divine eyes stared at the battlefield. At this time, the 500 celestial emperor soldiers outside the city gathered together again and launched an attack. This time, the 500 celestial emperor soldiers did not rush outside, but rushed into the city. Although they were still filled with murderous aura, their power and momentum were not as strong as before. It was obvious that the 500 celestial emperor soldiers had been seriously injured, and their combat power had been greatly reduced. Even so, the 500 soldiers still rushed into the city. What a pity! Gu Fei and He Tian were somewhat disappointed. If the 500 soldiers were to fall outside the city, it would be a great loss for the ancient Emperor Xian. To cultivate such a group of killing formations, the time and energy spent was incalculable. Because of this, these 500 soldiers were equipped with imperial divine weapons and wore imperial battle armor that was branded with divine patterns of the Great Path. Creating such a group of soldiers had taken a lot of effort from the ancient Emperor Xian. If the 500 celestial emperor soldiers were to fall here, even the ancient Emperor Xian would be heartbroken. Boom! Along with a thunderous boom, countless beams of divine light darted out in all directions like shooting stars. Another giant dragon condensed from the earth essence was torn into pieces by the 1,000-meter-tall blood shadow. The violet emperor and the evil shadow combined as one, as if they had merged with the great Tao of the evil ancestor. They displayed supreme combat power and a trace of the mighty power of a saint. 3 giant dragons had been slain, and only 78 giant dragons were left. The vast and boundless earth essence chi was still binding the ancient city to the ground, but it was already showing signs of being unable to hold on. Still not making a move? Gu Fei saw that He Tian was still staring at the battlefield, but he did not make a move. Was it not time yet? He could not help but feel puzzled. He Tian did not say anything. He stared at the blood shadow standing in the ancient city. He still had no intention of making a move. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill it in one blow. The Violet Emperor had obtained the inheritance of the evil ancestor, and he was simply the second evil ancestor. He Tian did not dare to take such a strong opponent lightly. Roar! The Violet Emperor combined with the great Tao and let out a roar that shook the heavens. It could be heard within a radius of 100,000 miles, and it startled many cultivators in the vicinity. There were figures flashing in the distance. Someone was secretly watching. The Violet Emperor was extremely fierce. He used all his strength to tear apart another dragon. The dragon collapsed and turned into specks of divine light, which were devoured by the blood whirlpool that descended from the sky. Rumble! The blood whirlpool descended as if a blood world was pressing down from the sky, shattering the void and devouring everything. The dragon collapsed, and the essence of the earth was instantly devoured. The blood whirlpool increased in size, and a terrifying wave that could destroy the world came down. Is this the power of a saint? Chapter 1068. Rumble. It was as if the whole world was collapsing. The blood vortex in the sky finally descended on the head of the blood shadow standing in the city. The power of tens of thousands of living beings condensed into this power was too strong. It actually had a trace of saintly might that could shock the world. The true power of the blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits was finally revealed. Within the blood vortex, thousands of spirits were faintly discernible. Then, the 1,000-feet blood shadow opened its mouth and swallowed the boundless spirit energy that was pouring down from the blood vortex. A pillar of blood shot out from the blood vortex and was swallowed by the blood shadow. The illusory evil shadow actually showed signs of turning from illusory to solid. Bang! A corner of the ancient city collapsed. Of the remaining 79 dragons, more than a dozen were instantly destroyed. The endless earth essence was scattered and then all gathered towards the blood shadow in the city. There is still a backup plan. He Tian muttered to himself. He seemed to have expected this to happen. The blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits was a blood sacrifice to use the spirit power for one's own use. This was the supreme evil technique created by the first-generation evil ancestor. The blood vortex in the sky was providing endless spirit power to the blood shadow. Moreover, the Purple Emperor was personally controlling this unparalleled evil technique, and the power of this evil technique was maximized. The holy technique that the Nameless Saint had set up was already damaged, and there was no one controlling it. The Nameless Saint's great formation was starting to be suppressed. The ancient city was collapsing. Rays of blood evil light shot out from the ancient city, piercing through the void. At this moment, the Purple Emperor seemed to have become the incarnation of the evil saint in the ancient times. Streams of earth essence chi condensed into a huge dragon, still coiling around the ancient city, releasing a vast power, sealing the ancient city. The cracked ancient city did not collapse. Still not making a move? Gu Fei was extremely nervous. The great technique that the Nameless Saint had set up was being gradually disintegrated by the Purple Emperor's unparalleled evil power. It looked like the ancient city was about to collapse. The inheritance of the evil ancestor is indeed powerful. It can be said to be heaven-defying. Even if a real saint came, he would probably have a headache. Unfortunately, he met me. At this moment, He Tian finally made his move. With a flip of his right hand, a 7-colored formation plate immediately appeared in his hand. It was a formation plate refined from 7-colored divine jade. Although the formation plate was only a foot in diameter, it displayed the terrain of the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. Ancient runes were faintly discernible on the formation plate. 81 rays of divine light represented 81 earth veins. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this. More than 10 of the 81 earth veins in front of him had already collapsed, so why was He Tian's formation plate still showing 81 earth veins? I will let the Violet Emperor experience what is called a formation within a formation, a technique within a technique. He Tian sat down cross-legged, and the 7-colored array plate flew up from his hand and floated in front of him. A formation within a formation, a technique within a technique? Hearing this, Gu Fei was also looking forward to it. He Tian was definitely a formation grandmaster. He wanted to see what kind of technique He Tian would use to break the evil ancestor's Dharma form of the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor had not stopped slaughtering the people in the city and used the blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits in order to use the power of the blood sacrifice to condense the evil ancestor's Dharma form and display its supreme evil power to break the Nameless Saint's great technique. The 1,000-foot-long evil shadow roared, and a pair of bloody eyes pierced through the heavens and the earth, shooting up into the sky. The bloody vortex in the sky rapidly shrank, and in the end, it was completely swallowed by the evil shadow. Bang! It was like a supreme evil god from the primordial era had broken through the barriers of the void and came to this world. With just one step, half of the ancient city immediately collapsed. Dozens of huge dragons collapsed, and the endless earth essence was swallowed by the bloody shadow. After swallowing the earth essence, the evil shadow's evil power grew stronger. Boom! The evil shadow directly punched out, creating a huge hole in the sky, breaking the void that was covered by the Nameless Saint's godly law. After that, the 500 Heavenly Emperor's combat soldiers and the silver armor Immortal soldiers in the city were transported out. Under the protection of the Violet Emperor, the 500 Heavenly Emperor's combat soldiers and the silver armor Immortal soldiers under him did not suffer any casualties. These were the strength of the Violet Emperor's subordinates. Of course, the Violet Emperor would not ignore the safety of his subordinates. After the 500 Heavenly Emperor's combat soldiers and the silver armor Immortal soldiers were sent out, the Violet Emperor no longer had any scruples, and the bloody evil light gathered. Boom! A terrifying sage's power erupted from the 1,000-foot-long evil shadow, and the remaining half of the ancient city immediately collapsed. The entire ancient city was completely destroyed. The 81 huge dragons also collapsed in an instant, turning into thick earth essence that was continuously swallowed by the evil shadow. The earth veins on the ground also collapsed, and the godly law collapsed and was erased. The power of the entire heaven and earth was broken by the terrifying power of the Violet Emperor. At the moment when the ancient city collapsed, a 9-grade divine crystal flew out from the bottom of the ancient city. This divine crystal was only about a foot long, but there were ancient Tao patterns on it, and the aura of the great Tao immediately spread out in the world. A divine artifact? Gu Fei's pupils shrank when he saw the 9-grade divine crystal. There was a Tao power lingering on the divine crystal, and it was imprinted with the sage technique. There is nothing that I, the Violet Emperor, can't get what I want. The Violet Emperor's confident and arrogant words came out from the bloody evil shadow. Is that really the case? Hearing the Violet Emperor's words, Gu Fei could not help but smile coldly. You stay here and play with the Violet Emperor. I will go and destroy his so-called Celestial Emperor soldier. Gu Fei said to He Tian, and then he rushed into the sky, rushing into the distance. The combat strength of the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers was really shocking. Taking advantage of the fact that the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers were seriously injured by the Nameless Sage's great technique, it was a good opportunity to destroy this Celestial Emperor soldier that could fight against a half-step sage. Shaoqing and Balan both rushed in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared. They were already half-step almighties, and as long as the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers did not gather together, even if Shaoqing and Balan joined hands, they could still destroy these Celestial Emperor soldiers. Chu Luqing and Little Fatty stood behind He Tian, and they looked at each other, but did not chase after him. At this moment, the heaven and earth law formed by the Violet Emperor stretched out a huge hand and directly grabbed the 9-grade divine crystal that rushed out of the ground. At this moment, He Tian also made a move. The 7-colored formation plate floating in front of him was hit by him, and then the 81 earth veins that had collapsed actually reformed in an instant. Boom! Chapter 1069. What's going on? The Violet Emperor roared, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. He was both shocked and angry. The momentum of the world that he had already broken was quickly condensing, and a terrible wave suddenly enveloped the entire world. Roar! Dragon roars sounded, and the 81 earth veins turned into the shape of a giant dragon, rushing up from the ground. It was as if 81 real dragons had awoken, and an endless dragon aura surged out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing on the blood shadow that was standing in the sky. Dragon aura, how is this possible? The Violet Emperor was shocked. He had fused with the evil ancestor's Dharma idol, and he had some of the evil ancestor's power, so he could feel the true dragon aura. It was too unbelievable. Could it be that the 81 earth veins had already transformed into earth dragon veins? Absolutely impossible. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook, and the 81 dragons rushed towards the blood shadow together. The entire void froze, and the true dragon aura surged between the heavens and the earth, suppressing all directions. The momentum of the world was many times stronger than before. The 81 dragons that the Violet Emperor had broken with his supreme evil technique were just shadows condensed from the essence of the earth veins, and they did not have a physical body. Now, although the 81 dragons were not real dragons, they had a physical body, and they were formed by the 81 earth veins. Every single dragon exuded a boundless draconic aura, and in the middle of their heads there was a resplendent crystal, and on top of the crystal there were many tiny dragon shadows. Dragon crystals! Seeing this, the Violet Emperor was even more shocked. The ancient saint who had set up such a great technique was really generous. He had actually used 81 dragon crystals to gather the essence of the earth. However, he did not know that this was not the ancient saint who had set up such a great technique. It was He Tian who had spent a few days, and with the strength of a half-step almighty, he had set up a backup plan. Although the Violet Emperor was startled, he did not panic. His blood-red hand continued to reach for the 9-colored divine crystal. He had been scheming for so long, all for this divine object. However, just as the Violet King was about to grab the 9-grade divine crystal, a huge dragon had already charged over and swallowed the divine crystal in a single gulp. Damn it! The Emperor Zihuang was enraged when he saw this. Bam! With a muffled sound, his back was heavily hit. Even his 1,000-foot-tall figure could not withstand the impact. He staggered a few steps forward. His hair stood on end in anger. Without even looking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed behind him. A huge dragon was caught in his hand. Break! The Violet Emperor roared in rage. He exerted force in his hand as boundless blood light gushed out from his hand. He wanted to use his evil energy to disperse the dragon in his hand. Boom! The dragon crystal in the Violet Emperor's hand suddenly shined brightly, and a berserk energy exploded out from the dragon crystal. It was possible to see countless runes on the dragon crystal shattering. Not good. The Z Emperor quickly let go, but it was too late. With an earth-shattering sound, the dragon crystal exploded, and a destructive force spread out in all directions. The blood hand was blasted apart on the spot. A mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the ground within 100 miles sunk. The dragon crystal had drawn endless essence energy from the veins of the earth, and this explosion had a destructive power. Even the powerful evil ancestor's Dharma idol was sent flying. The Violet Emperor coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had almost fused with the celestial Dharma idol. If it was not for the evil ancestor's celestial Dharma idol, he would have been smashed to pieces. Or, who is it? At this time, the Violet Emperor knew that he had been plotted against, and this made him go crazy. He had plotted for 500 years just to obtain this sage technique. However, when everything was ready and he thought that nothing would go wrong, he was plotted against. This made the Violet Emperor both shocked and angry. The person who dared to plot against him was definitely not an ordinary person. One must know that this was the Eastern Land, the territory of the Eastern Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era. Anyone who dared to attack the son of Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era was tantamount to declaring war on the Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era. The Violet Emperor had planned for so long, and he had thought of all kinds of possibilities. He had even transferred the Celestial Emperor's combat weapon from Celestial City. It was indeed foolproof. However, he had never thought that he would encounter Gu Fei's group. Among Gu Fei's group, there was an insatiably greedy He Tian. This guy would even grab the feathers of wild geese flying in the sky. How could he sit still after seeing this sage technique? Roar! The dragon that had swallowed the 9 divine crystals soared into the sky and flew in the direction of He Tian. As for the remaining 80 dragons, they were still rushing towards the Violet Emperor. The majestic dragon chi filled the world, and on every dragon, there were countless runes that appeared. These were the runes that were imprinted on the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. The Dragon Crystal and Phoenix Divine Jade had attracted an inexhaustible amount of worldly essence. There seemed to be many fire phoenixes circling around the dragons. The dragon chi and the phoenix chi were intertwining. A mighty sage's might was emitted. The Violet Emperor was almost going crazy. His right arm had been shattered by the explosion of the dragon crystal. His celestial projection was on the verge of collapsing. However, he desperately urged his evil force to reform his celestial projection. The shattered right arm reappeared. The 1,000 Zhanglong blood shadow stood up from the ground, exuding a monstrous evil aura. The blood whirlpool reappeared, engulfing everything in its path. Go! At this time, the dragon rushed over and spat out a 9-colored divine crystal. He Tian hurriedly put it away, then used his god power to wrap up Fatty and Chu Luqing and rushed off into the distance. His goal was the 9 divine crystal. He didn't have the time to care about the Violet Emperor's life. After He Tian left, the Violet Emperor's angry roars came from the formation. He displayed his unparalleled evil power and used forbidden evil arts to destroy the dragons. Around the blood shadow, there were 9 blood vortexes spinning, absorbing the essence of the world. It was actually able to defend against the dragons that were charging at it from all directions. However, every time the Violet Emperor destroyed a dragon, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. When the dragon was destroyed, the dragon crystal on its head would explode. The power of the dragon crystal was too strong. The Violet Emperor was seriously injured. But it had to be said that the Violet Emperor was indeed powerful. He had slaughtered a city full of people. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people made him look like the reincarnation of the evil ancestor. But at this time, He Tian was nowhere to be seen. The Violet Emperor had no idea who was behind this. After the Violet Emperor broke out, his celestial projection collapsed. He was bathed in blood. The 9 divine crystals had been stolen. He didn't even know who it was. He was so angry that he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and almost fainted. Chapter 1070. Violet Emperor Ye almost went mad with anger. Moreover, his injuries were not light either. His celestial form had collapsed, and his vitality was greatly damaged. This was the most dangerous battle Violet Emperor Yuanga had faced since his debut. This was a contest of sage techniques. If he wasn't careful, his body and soul would be destroyed. The Violet Emperor stood on top of a small hill next to the ruins. His whole body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. The evil aura gradually disappeared from his body. The evil aura retreated, and the aura of an immortal spirit began to seep out of the Violet Emperor's body. Violet chi appeared faintly on his body, and his long hair turned white. The Violet Emperor's vitality was injured. After a while, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Celestial City. This time, not only did he not obtain any benefits, but he was also injured. From the beginning to the end, the primordial Emperor Xian did not appear. If the primordial Emperor Xian were to make a move, it would not be easy for He Tian to seize the 9-colored divine crystal. Perhaps even He Tian himself would be in danger. While He Tian and the Violet Emperor were fighting, Gu Fei chased after the 500 Celestial Emperor's combat troops. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps to travel 100 kilometers in one step. It was even faster than teleportation, and his shadow could not be seen. Very soon, he had traveled a few thousand kilometers. The Violet Emperor teleported the Celestial Emperor's combat troops and a group of silver-armored immortal soldiers. A mass of bloody light enveloped everyone and swept across the sky. Its speed was even faster than Gu Fei's 8 desolate steps. Boom! In the end, the mass of bloody light fell from the sky and smashed into the mountains. A mountain ridge was instantly flattened, and dust rose high into the sky. Countless birds and beasts were startled and fled in all directions from the mountains. The entire region was in chaos. The dust surged and enveloped the surroundings. Hundreds of figures walked out from the dust. First was 100 combat troops riding green-scale beasts. Behind them were 400 combat troops wielding divine spears. Behind them were nearly 100 silver-armored immortal soldiers. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals under primordial Emperor Xian had a strict hierarchy. The cavalrymen at the front were the most powerful. Some of them even had 1 foot in the celestial realm. In the heaven realm, people like them could be considered experts. Before the 500 fighters could walk out from the smoke, Gu Fei had already made his move. Bam! A battle soldier riding on a green-scale beast was suddenly sent flying backward. At the same time, crackling sounds could be heard coming from the battle soldier's body. The battle soldiers behind them didn't have enough time to dodge, and were instantly sent flying. Every battle soldier who was hit would immediately let out a crackling sound and collapse to the ground. Boom! The other battle soldiers immediately dodged in all directions. A few unlucky silver-armored immortal soldiers were even sent flying by the battle soldiers who dodged to the back. In the blink of an eye, 17 battle soldiers had fallen to the ground. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded and shocked to the extreme. Those who were knocked down by the first battle soldier would continue to knock down others. The third battle soldier that was knocked down would also explode, and his body would collapse to the ground like a pile of mud. It was as if this was a contagious poison that could spread from person to person. Anyone who came into contact with it would be infected. Who is it? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Sneak attack. This is what a scoundrel would do. The other battle soldiers roared angrily. These battle soldiers were valiant and full of fighting spirit. Their bodies were full of divine power, and the divine spears in their hands were emitting divine light. They were ready to launch the fiercest attack at any time. Hundreds of battle soldiers swept their sharp eyes in all directions, but they couldn't find any trace of the enemy. Then, they looked at the 17 battle soldiers lying on the ground. This was not a big deal, but it shocked everyone. Everyone felt cold from head to toe. The 17 battle soldiers lying on the ground were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They looked ferocious and terrifying, but they had already stopped breathing. They were as dead as they could be. No one dared to believe what they saw. It was so unreal. The battle soldiers of the Celestial the Arch, who had experienced hundreds of battles, had been killed in an instant. These were the Celestial the Arch battle soldiers, the strongest sovereign battle soldiers under the command of the primordial Emperor Xian. Each of them had the cultivation of a profound transformation realm monarch. Moreover, these 500 battle soldiers didn't cultivate the Immortal Dao technique, but an ancient battle-killing technique. This battle-killing technique was obtained by the primordial Emperor Xian in an ancient ruin. This battle-killing technique was very difficult to cultivate, but once it was successfully cultivated, the body of the person who cultivated it would become incomparably strong. It would be able to withstand the slashes of ordinary immortal weapons and would be stronger than ordinary monarchs. Who dares to kill the people of the primordial Emperor Venerate? Could it be that you dare to make an enemy of the primordial Emperor Venerate? The strongest battle soldiers with the highest cultivation shouted angrily. The green-scale beasts they were riding were breathing hot air uneasily, as if they had sensed danger. Who the hell is the primordial Emperor Xian? A voice suddenly resounded in the dust, followed by miserable screams. A terrifying figure walked out from behind everyone. Wherever he passed, the silver-armored immortal soldiers were sent flying by his fists. How dare you! How dare you look down on the primordial Emperor Venerate? You deserve to die. Kill him. Hundreds of celestial the arch-battle soldiers shouted angrily and pointed their spears at the person. However, something terrible happened again. The situation was the same as before. When the silver-armored immortal soldiers hit by the person's fists touched the other immortal soldiers would also fall to the ground with a loud explosion. In just an instant, more than half of the silver-armored immortal soldiers had fallen to the ground. When the other silver-armored immortal soldiers saw this, they were scared out of their wits and scattered. This person was too terrifying. His fists seemed to contain a terrifying demonic nature. As long as one was hit by his fists, there would only be one outcome: death by bleeding from the 7 apertures of the celestial the arch-battle soldiers. The remaining 483 celestial the arch-battle soldiers quickly gathered together. The person who came out from the dark was Gu Fei. At this moment, his appearance had changed. He had become a skinny middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He did not appear with his real face. Gu Fei had some misgivings. He did not have the ability to contend against an existence like the primordial Emperor Xian. He was determined to kill the celestial the arch-battle soldiers of the primordial Emperor Xian that could fight a half-step sage. He did not care about the silver-armored immortal soldiers that were fleeing in all directions, so he let them escape. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the aura of each celestial the arch-battle soldier had merged perfectly to form a monstrous evil qi. The power of each celestial the arch-battle soldier was also converging. This was the power of 483 monarchs. Once this power was successfully condensed, even a half-step sage would be shocked. Gu Fei sensed danger. Chapter 1071. 500 celestial emperor's soldiers gathered and formed an ancient battle formation. A terrifying power that made even celestial emperors pale was rapidly condensing. Gu Fei was shocked. 500 celestial emperor's soldiers could fight against a half-step sage. He couldn't let these soldiers form a battle formation. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Sush. Gu Fei immediately executed the 8 desolate steps and charged forward at the speed of 8 steps. You're courting death. The leading battle soldiers shouted angrily as they thrust their spears forward. The other battle soldiers also thrust their spears towards Gu Fei at the same time. Wherever the spears pointed, the void was pierced. This was not the power of a single person. It was an attack that gathered the power of 483 celestial emperor's soldiers. It displayed an indomitable momentum. Flawless 5 elements fist. Gu Fei shouted. His momentum instantly rose to the peak. He was like a reincarnated martial ancestor. He directly punched forward. The power of the 5 elements surged. Gu Fei's fist was like an ancient divine mountain, colliding with the hundreds of celestial emperor's soldiers. Boom! The 2 earth-shattering forces collided. The hundreds of celestial emperor's soldiers vomited blood and retreated. Although they suffered a great impact, they did not panic. As for Gu Fei, he was sent flying backwards. Bam! Gu Fei's feet landed on the ground, crushing it. The whole ground shook violently, and the ground undulated like waves. Several nearby mountain peaks collapsed, and the entire region was shaken by the mighty power that surged out. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. This was the first time he fought after breaking through to the celestial being realm. He wanted to test his current strength. What a powerful battle formation! Gu Fei only felt a slight numbness in his arm after clashing with the hundreds of soldiers. He hadn't felt this for a long time. There was no doubt that the emperor martial body was powerful. Gu Fei believed that even if he was barehanded, he could still fight against a mighty sacred weapon. Hundreds of soldiers roared furiously in unison, their battle intent surging to the extreme. Baleful qi soared into the sky, and their voices shook the sky. The heavens and the earth trembled, and even the clouds at the edge of the sky were scattered. Alright, again. Gu Fei was stimulated by his opponent's fighting spirit, and his blood boiled. His eyes shot out two sharp eyes that were as sharp as the edge of a blade, and then directly disappeared. Boom! Hundreds of battle soldiers charged towards Gu Fei in an instant. The power of destruction directly smashed the place where Gu Fei was just a moment ago into nothingness and chaos, piercing through heaven and earth. Take another punch from me. Gu Fei's voice rang out in the sky. Bang! The entire sky seemed to have collapsed all of a sudden, and boundless pressure came crashing down from the sky. 5 fists appeared in the void. Each fist was as large as a mountain, and each fist represented one of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements was vast, and the 5 fists crushed the void and collapsed the earth, as if doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying, and it had the power to destroy the world. The hundreds of celestial emperor soldiers below could not help but turn pale with fright. Their opponent was too powerful. Kill! Hundreds of soldiers roared furiously, raising the spears in their hands and thrusting them upwards. Every spear emitted a dazzling divine light. 483 beams of divine light gathered together, condensing into a 10,000 zhang long divine spear, piercing upwards. Like a heavenly spear, it seemed as if it was going to pierce through the sky, and a violent and domineering power spread in all directions. Boom! Another earth-shattering noise was heard, and the 5 fists with the power of the 5 elements collided with the 10,000 zhang long spear. The 10,000 zhang long spear was broken, and then dissipated between the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power descended, and the entire ground was sinking. The green scale beasts of the battle soldiers could not withstand such pressure, and were killed on the spot. Hundreds of celestial emperor soldiers were smashed into the ground. The 5 elements' godly fists that struck down from the sky dissipated, and a figure surrounded by the 5 elements' godly glow appeared. The figure was none other than Gu Fei. He clenched his right fist tightly, and blood began to ooze out, dripping from the gaps between his fingers. Impressive! If I hadn't killed 17 battle soldiers first, and damaged the ancient battle formation, I wouldn't have been able to take them down. Gu Fei descended from the sky. He was secretly shocked. These battle soldiers were too terrifying. 500 of them definitely had the strength to challenge a half-martial saint. It was definitely not a lie. One should know that Gu Fei was a celestial being martial emperor, and his flesh was as strong as a sacred weapon. Ordinary immortal weapons would not be able to harm him. But now, Gu Fei was injured. Even though the ancient battle formation was incomplete and could not unleash its full power, it was still no small matter. Furthermore, the 500 battle soldiers were already severely injured, and their strength was not as good as before. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Fei dived down from the sky and killed his way into the ground. The entire ground began to tremble, and cries of pain and anger could be heard from the ground. Deep under the ground, it was as if there was a giant dragon roaring. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, mountains were collapsing, and the ground was collapsing. Dust rose up into the sky. Soon, the commotion under the ground gradually calmed down. Boom! Bang! Bang! More than 10 figures with soaring killing intent broke through the earth and rushed out from underground. Then, they scattered and fled in all directions. Even the Grim Reaper had moments of fear. Swoosh! 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 More than a dozen beams of divine light that were as dazzling as peerless divine weapons broke through the soil and shot out from the ground. They instantly caught up with those figures. Someone roared angrily and suddenly turned around. He desperately waved his divine spear and smashed it towards the piercing divine light. He wanted to stop this terrifying divine light of absolute death. With a soft sound, the godly light was cut in half, and the godly light pierced through the battle soldier's forehead, shattering his spiritual soul. The battle soldier's body fell from the sky. The other battle soldiers suffered the same fate. They were caught up by the godly light of absolute death, and either had their heads pierced or were killed by the godly light. Just as Gu Fei annihilated the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor, an extremely powerful aura appeared in the distance and was rapidly approaching. Gu Fei did not show himself, and directly retreated from the ground. Swoosh! A figure appeared high in the sky, emitting a powerful aura. Between the heaven and the earth, there was a mighty holy aura. This was the aura of a sage. Who dares to kill my people? This person roared, and the sky, the mountains, and the rivers trembled under his roar. One roar shook the mountains and the rivers. This person's cultivation was high, and his strength was unimaginable. 500 battle soldiers had fallen. They were completely annihilated in the depths of this mountain. Emperor Xian of the primordial era almost went crazy. This was a loss that was difficult to make up for. He had spent a lot of effort to train 500 battle soldiers that could fight against semi-sages. Such a battle soldier was like a killing knife in his hand. It wouldn't be a problem for him to conquer the entire heavenly realm. But now, he had lost this killing knife. Emperor Xian of the primordial era looked around coldly. The energy fluctuations in the void had yet to disperse. He was originally in seclusion, wanting to advance to the next level, but he had no choice but to come out early, because the soul tablet of the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had unexpectedly shattered. The soul tablet was a technique used by Emperor Xian of the primordial era to control his subordinates. The soul tablet contained a strand of the divine sense of Emperor Xian of the primordial era's subordinate. Once the soul tablet was shattered, it meant that the subordinate had fallen. In the celestial city, there was a pavilion dedicated to storing the soul tablets. It was guarded day and night, and only the soul tablets of important people could be placed inside. The soul tablets of the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had unexpectedly shattered. The people guarding the pavilion didn't dare to be negligent, so they alerted Emperor Xian of the primordial era, who was in seclusion. However, when Emperor Xian of the primordial era received the news and rushed over, the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had already been annihilated. Preposterous! I'd like to see who dares to oppose me. Emperor Xian of the primordial era had an ugly expression on his face. Even though he was a semi-sage, he was completely enraged. The death of the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had made Emperor Xian of the primordial era furious. This time, the losses were really disastrous. Emperor Xian of the primordial era opened his mouth and spat out an ancient mirror. Then he spat out a mouthful of Xiantian essence qi at the ancient mirror. Immediately, a thin layer of mist appeared on the surface of the ancient mirror. As though the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky, the layer of mist on the surface of the ancient mirror gradually dispersed. The surface of the mirror became sparkling and flawless, and the scenery and human figures could be vaguely seen on it. A mass of bloody light appeared on the surface of the mirror. Within the bloody light, there were hundreds of human figures. Then, the bloody light fell into the mountain, and after that, 17 battle soldiers died a violent death. That ancient mirror was so mysterious that it could reproduce what had already happened. The previous scenes were faintly discernible on the surface of the ancient mirror. When a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a sallow complexion appeared on the surface of the ancient mirror, Emperor Xian of the primordial era couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Who is this guy? Emperor Xian of the primordial era muttered to himself. He didn't know this guy at all. At this time, the scenery on the ancient mirror changed again. When Emperor Xian of the primordial era saw the middle-aged man use the 5-element divine fist, his face revealed a shocked expression. How is this possible? Isn't this fist technique already lost? Emperor Xian of the primordial era seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry, and his eyes flickered. Even his inheritance has appeared. Is the golden age that happens once every 10,000 years coming again? Emperor Xian of the primordial era murmured to himself. The golden age had arrived, and the 100 races had flourished. Experts had emerged in large numbers, and a trace of opportunity that could prove one's Tao had appeared again. 10,000 years ago, heroes had risen and fought everywhere. It was also at that time that Emperor Xian of the primordial era became an almighty of the immortal Tao and dominated a region. However, no one had managed to capture that trace of opportunity to become a sage. No one had been able to prove their Tao and become a sage. This time, no one knew who would have such luck. Chapter 1072. Although the primordial Emperor Xian had great magical powers, he was still unable to see through Gu Fei. The Gu Fei that appeared in the ancient mirror that could reproduce what had happened was the Gu Fei who had already changed his appearance. On the path of martial arts, the cultivation of the martial body was to dig out the limits of human potential. The corporeal body was the origin of the martial path, just like the primordial spirit was the origin of the immortal path. Gu Fei's control over the corporeal body had already reached the point where he could change his appearance at will. This was not an illusion, but a transformation of his muscles and even his bones. The primordial Emperor Xian's ancient mirror was a supreme treasure that could illuminate all illusions, but Gu Fei's technique was not an illusion. Seeing Gu Fei's supreme martial arts fist technique in the mirror, even the primordial Emperor Xian was moved. This kind of martial arts expert was already extinct in the heavenly realm, so how did he appear again? This person had ascended to immortality through martial arts. His battle prowess was unfathomable, and he could actually suppress hundreds of soldiers. It must be known that when hundreds of soldiers gathered together, even he would have to retreat. The primordial Emperor Xian thought of many things. He was shocked by Gu Fei's battle prowess, but he never imagined that these 500 soldiers were actually seriously injured first, and then Gu Fei suddenly attacked and killed 17 of them. After suffering consecutive setbacks, the battle formation formed by the 500 soldiers was no longer complete, and the strength they could display was greatly reduced. Otherwise, why would Gu Fei attack? In the end, the constantly rotating image of the ancient mirror disappeared, and the divine light emitted by the ancient mirror converged into the ancient mirror. But this was enough. The primordial Emperor Xian knew who had killed his 500 celestial emperor soldiers. No matter who it is, there is only one ending for anyone who dares to oppose me. The primordial Emperor Xian stood high in the sky, and his eyes shot out two divine lights as he scanned the surroundings. He wanted to find some clues about that person. He already had the intention to kill. Sure enough, Yuan Gu Emperor Xian discovered something and flew towards the south, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this time, Gu Fei had already used the 5 elements void underground. He wrapped himself in the earth void and quickly escaped into the distance. The earth elemental power fused with the surrounding earth. Gu Fei was like a small fish that could swim freely in the mud. He broke through the layers of earth and rocks soundlessly and moved forward. This was a technique that was derived from cultivating martial arts to a profound realm. Gu Fei did not know that danger was rapidly approaching him. The primordial Emperor Xian was indeed exceptional. He had caught a trace of Gu Fei and had actually followed him. Primordial Emperor Xian was a half-saint who had already touched upon the great Tao. He had a trace of saint's might and was a peerless character in the heaven realm. In this era where saints didn't appear, semi-saints were synonymous with invincibility. They stood at the forefront of all cultivators and were existences at the top of the pyramid. That's far enough. Gu Fei was very careful. He escaped for thousands of miles before rushing out of the ground. However, the moment Gu Fei broke through the ground and rushed out, a huge hand descended from the sky and covered all directions, grabbing towards him. Not good. Gu Fei was shocked. He felt a cold, killing intent lock onto him. The sudden arrival of a great danger made all the pores on his body stand on end. Whoosh! Without thinking, Gu Fei directly took a step to the side. He used the 8 desolation steps with all his strength and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. With just one step, Gu Fei had moved 300 miles horizontally. Boom! With a loud sound, a mountain in front of Gu Fei was directly smashed into pieces. Gravel filled the sky and dust rushed into the sky. The mountain was in chaos. Umph! Gao Tianji let out a cold laugh. The giant hand continued to press down. Even though Gu Fei had moved 300 miles horizontally, he still couldn't escape from the giant hand. Rumble! The dust caused by the collapse of the mountain was pressed down. All the gravel in the sky was also pressed down. The area within a radius of more than 10 miles was full of holes. Countless birds and beasts in the mountain were smashed to death, and countless trees were destroyed. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Vital energy surged from his body. Every pore on his body was emitting vital energy. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god of war, his body emitting a strong murderous intent. Bang! He threw a palm downward. Since there was no way to avoid it, he would fight. Gu Fei directly threw out the sky-covering palm. Endless vital energy of yin and yang surged out from his palm. A giant black and white hand also covered the sky and greeted the descending giant hand. "You're overestimating yourself." The voice sounded again. The giant hand pressed down, causing the whole sky and earth to tremble. Under the pressure of the giant hand, the whole world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Boom! The sky-covering palm that Gu Fei threw out with all his strength collided with the giant hand falling from the sky. The void instantly collapsed. The sky-covering palm collapsed, and endless power came down from the sky. The power of destruction swept out in all directions. A huge chaotic hole with a radius of thousands of miles appeared in the sky. The sky and earth had been pierced through. What? Gu Fei suffered a great impact. The terrible power that came down from the sky almost tore his body apart. He spat out blood and was slammed into the ground by the giant hand. Bang! The giant hand followed Gu Fei like a shadow and slammed down from the sky. It fiercely hit Gu Fei, causing the ground to sink and the ground to undulate violently like waves. A terrible power spread out from the giant hand, destroying everything. The mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles collapsed one after another. Such a scene was simply like the end of the world. Rumble! The earth shook, and the whole area was destroyed. The mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles were flattened. The giant hand that bombarded the earth was like the hand of the end of the world, destroying everything. Nothing within a radius of a few hundred miles could survive. Even a tree or a blade of grass was turned into dust. Pumph! You'll be buried with my 500 celestial emperor soldiers. The giant hand on the ground dissipated, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The figure of the primordial emperor Xian appeared high in the sky, like a celestial emperor descending, looking down at the ants below. The primordial emperor Xian was very confident that this blow was enough to kill the martial arts expert who destroyed his 500 celestial emperor Xian. Even if the opponent had the cultivation of the celestial being realm, it would be impossible for him to survive. Even an existence at the peak of the ninth heaven would die when a semi-sage attacked. Chapter 1073. No one could save Gu Fei now that a semi-sage had made his move. As the giant hand pressed down, it was as if a part of the world was collapsing. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Gu Fei was smacked down from the sky by the giant hand formed by the primordial emperor Xian. His body was almost torn apart, and he had suffered an unimaginable impact. If he had been an ordinary celestial being realm martial emperor, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary martial emperor. He was a celestial being martial emperor with unparalleled battle prowess. However, even though he was a celestial being realm martial emperor, Gu Fei still found it difficult to contend with a semi-sage. The gap between the two was so huge that it could not be bridged. However, just as the primordial emperor Xian's giant hand slammed down from the sky again towards Gu Fei, who had already been smacked into the ground, Gu Fei opened his inner world and rushed in at the moment of life and death. Even so, half of his body was swept by the mighty destructive power of the giant hand and shattered on the spot. The martial emperor's essence blood splattered everywhere. The inner world shook as the mighty power from the outside world shattered a part of the mountain range. Gu Fei hurriedly cut off the passage between the inner world and the outside world. All living creatures in the inner world sensed the extremely terrifying aura from the outside world. The people of the Undying clan immediately rushed out. The three great martial emperors of the Undying clan rushed towards Gu Fei quickly. When they saw that Gu Fei's martial body had been shattered, they were extremely shocked. Yen was still in seclusion. She was blocked by the supreme formation that He Tian had carved. That aura did not alarm Yen, who was in seclusion, to break through to the almighty realm. The magical effects of the heaven-defying divine pill were fully displayed on Yen. One divine pill was enough to give Yen, the capital, to break through to the almighty realm. The cultivation method of the alchemy cauldron Dao was really unique. As long as one had a divine pill in hand, one's cultivation could increase infinitely. The speed at which one's cultivation increased was definitely the fastest among all the cultivation systems. Master, when the three without emperors saw how heavily injured Gu Fei was, they turned pale with fright. If Gu Fei were to fall, they would probably be finished as well. Even if they were not finished, being trapped in this small world would definitely lead to death. All of you back off? Gu Fei's breathing was very weak. If he hadn't escaped into his inner world, his body and soul would have been completely destroyed by the primordial Emperor Xian. The three supreme emperors hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they retreated. Gu Fei struggled to sit up. The left side of his body was badly mutilated. His shoulder and arm had been obliterated. His head was almost injured. However, Gu Fei had already cultivated fate into every part of his body. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair was fate. As long as a drop of blood was not obliterated by the enemy, he could be reborn. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones in the injured area surged. Gu Fei used the essence of heaven and earth in the area to heal his injured body. However, he soon realized that there was a force attached to the injured area, making it difficult for his injured body to heal. Primordial Emperor Xian. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. He knew that the person who attacked must be the primordial Emperor Xian. Only such a person could use the power of the Great Path to kill the enemy. The force attached to the injured area should be a trace of the power of the Great Path. A half-sage was indeed terrifying. Using the power of the Great Path to injure others would be difficult to heal from such an injury. Gu Fei had seen the primordial Emperor Xian fight with the half-sage, so he was very clear about the aura of the primordial Emperor Xian. An existence at the level of a half-sage would not bother to attack a celestial being realm emperor. How did he chase me down? Gu Fei was very puzzled. He had been very careful, but the primordial Emperor Xian still chased him down and attacked him. He had almost died. It was definitely not a good thing to be remembered by a half-sage emperor. Even if he could escape this calamity, he could not casually expose his strength in the future. Martial path battle techniques were different from the masses and could be easily recognized. Fortunately, Gu Fei had cultivated a martial path magical ability, so he could use it to conceal his true strength. In the end, Gu Fei walked into the depths of this small world and entered the divine spring of life in the depths of this world. He wanted to use the boundless life essence of the spring to heal his injured body. The ancestral dragon divine herb that had taken root next to the divine spring was very spiritual. When it sensed Gu Fei's arrival, it immediately turned into a small dragon and hid far away. Gu Fei's whole body was immersed in the divine spring. Then, he attracted the rich life essence in the surroundings to wash his body. Streams of life essence seeped into his body through his pores, then gathered in his meridians and flowed all over his body. Gu Fei's body, which was on the verge of collapse, gradually became stronger. The cracked emperor martial body was healing, and the shocking bloodstains began to disappear. Even the half of his body, which had been destroyed by the power of the Great Path, was slowly recovering. His muscles, bones, and flesh were regenerating. This was definitely the most dangerous situation that Gu Fei had ever been in since he had started cultivating. It had to be said that Gu Fei's luck was really good. He had unexpectedly escaped from the hands of a half-sage. It must be known that the one who had attacked him was a half-sage. If it had been someone else, even an advanced realm almighty, they would have died with a grievance. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the divine spring of life gathered. Even the essence of heaven and earth in the surrounding area was attracted by Gu Fei. Gu Fei was like a bottomless black hole, rapidly devouring all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Soon, the place where Gu Fei was located was shrouded by all kinds of spiritual energy. The three great emperors of the undead clan were roaming around outside. They did not dare to enter the depths of this world. It was a forbidden area for existences like them. Gu Fei did not prohibit the undead creatures from entering the depths of this world. Even so, the three great emperors did not dare to enter the depths of this world. This was because that was the area where the divine spring of life was located. The life essence was no different from a poison to the undead clan. The life essence and the death essence were two extremes. The life essence would corrode the death essence condensed by the undead creatures. What kind of opponent did the Lord encounter? He was actually injured to this extent. The Corpse Clan's Supreme Emperor said. They were communicating with their divine senses. Thus, I have never seen the Lord suffer such a serious injury. The undead skeleton clan's white skeleton skull transmitted a shocking divine sense fluctuation. The Netherworld clan's Supreme Emperor was shrouded in a layer of Netherworld ghost chi. A ghostly shadow could be vaguely seen, as though it was formed by black smoke. The Supreme Emperor did not speak, but people could feel his nervousness. The Corpse Clan's Supreme Emperor and the Undead Skeleton Clan's Supreme Emperor knew what he was worried about. Chapter 1074. Endless spiritual chi shrouded the depths of this small world. Several divine springs of life were gushing out life essence. All the spiritual chi was continuously gathering towards Gu Fei. It was absolutely impossible for Gu Fei to refine and absorb such a huge amount of spiritual chi. Perhaps even a sage wouldn't be able to digest such a vast amount of spiritual chi. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the largest divine spring in the depths of this small world, guiding the surrounding spiritual chi to cleanse and refine his body. Waves of spiritual chi flowed through his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, before exiting his body. His cracked emperor martial physique was rapidly recovering. He was like a god sitting cross-legged in a world of spiritual chi. The power of the great path that was attached to the wound was also gradually being worn down. Flesh, blood, tendons, and bones regrew, but this process was very slow. This was the first time Gu Fei had suffered such a grand Dao injury. He couldn't help but secretly wipe his cold sweat. The consequences of being injured by such a force were very serious. Such an injury was very difficult to heal. A half-step sage was already so frightening. If it was a sage who had comprehended the grand Tao of heaven and earth, wouldn't it be even more frightening? The primordial Emperor Xian had already touched the grand Tao of heaven and earth. He was half a step away from becoming a sage. As long as he took one more step, he would be able to comprehend his own Tao and become a sage. However, this step was unprecedentedly difficult. For thousands of years, it seemed that no one had truly taken this crucial step to become a sage. Some people were trapped in the half-step sage realm for their entire lives, unable to advance even an inch. Some people even took the risk to enter the forbidden areas of the heaven realm that had existed since the primordial era to find a way to break through. Some people entered those forbidden areas and never came out. Although some people came out, they died not long after. Some people said that the secret to becoming a sage was in those forbidden areas. However, no one was willing to enter those forbidden areas. No one knew how many half-step sages there were in the heaven realm. Gu Fei sat in the divine spring of life for 3 months. He didn't move at all. Day and night, he guided the thick spiritual chi around his body to cleanse his body. The power of the great path in his body was gradually worn away, and the injuries of the great path he had suffered were gradually healed. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all regenerated. His entire sovereign martial body was brand new, and he felt as if he had been reborn. Gu Fei could feel that his chi and blood were exuberant to the extreme. His entire body was filled with power, as though he could shatter the world with a single punch. After meditating for 3 months, Gu Fei felt that his cultivation seemed to have improved a little. Although he was still at the first layer of sky being realm, he felt that his life force had become stronger. Gu Fei stopped manipulating the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The surging spiritual chi in the depths of this world gradually calmed down. When the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan sensed the changes in the area where Gu Fei was located, they felt complicated and apprehensive. In this world, Gu Fei was the supreme god. Although the 3 great emperors of the undead clan had the strength of a peak emperor, they did not dare to act rashly. Gu Fei could mobilize the power of this world to suppress them at any time. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan actually had some expectations. As long as they could get out of this world, they would have the opportunity to get rid of Gu Fei's control. But now, they knew that they no longer had the chance. Gu Fei's cultivation and strength were already comparable to theirs. Even if they had other thoughts, they would not dare to act blindly without thinking. In the depths of this small world, the monstrous spiritual qi that had been surging for 3 months gradually calmed down. The few divine springs of life no longer gushed out life essence. Then, a figure walked out from the depths of this small world. In the celestial city, where the primordial era Emperor Xian was in seclusion, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. Purple immortal energy was lingering around him, and immortal energy was surging. That person suddenly opened his closed eyes. 2 rays of purple light streaked across the void like 2 lightning bolts. Then, all the purple energy quickly gathered towards that person. In just an instant, there was no longer any immortal energy surging in this huge secret chamber. Phew! That person exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up from the ground. This person's charm was restrained, and all the immortal energy in his body was restrained. He was just like an ordinary person. This was a phenomenon of returning to one's natural state. I've finally recovered my vitality. This person was the Purple Emperor Yuangu, the son of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian. Only the Purple Emperor Yuangu and the Primordial Era Emperor Xian could enter this secret chamber. This was because this was a precious place where the ancestral qi of the earth was released. The seclusion place of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian was built on top of this precious place. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian used the ancestral qi of the earth to cultivate. It was impossible for his cultivation not to increase. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian taking the crucial step to become a sage was probably related to this precious place. Rumble! The heavy stone door slowly opened. Outside the door, there were 2 immortal generals standing guard. When they saw the Purple Emperor coming out from the inside, they quickly saluted him. The Purple Emperor didn't pay attention to the 2 immortal generals. He directly soared into the sky and flew towards the Celestial City Lord's mansion. On the day when the Primordial Era Emperor Xian made his move, it was earth-shattering. In the end, many people were alarmed. Soon after, the news that the Celestial Emperor Xian's combat weapon was slaughtered spread throughout the Eastern Earth. The entire Eastern Earth was shaken. Then the entire heavenly realm was shaken. Everyone was shocked and moved. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian was a semi-sage, but someone actually dared to make a move against him. Many of the major powers in the heavenly realm were very clear about the strength of the Celestial Emperor Xian's combat weapon. 500 combat weapons could fight against a semi-sage. However, such a powerful combat weapon was slaughtered. Not a single one of them survived. Could it be that the attacker was even stronger than a semi-sage? Above the semi-sage was a sage. Could it be that a sage had made a move against the Primordial Era Emperor Xian? There were all kinds of theories in the heavenly realm. However, everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Was the era of prosperity about to begin? Some ancient silhouettes appeared in various big domains. Traces of those who were said to have fallen also appeared. The era of prosperity and the era of chaos were only a difference of a single word. Very soon, the forces of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian spread the word that those who dared to oppose the Primordial Era Emperor Xian would only have one ending, and that was death. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian was very domineering. He personally annihilated several forces that were hostile to him, setting off a bloody storm in the Eastern Earth. He was establishing his might, killing one to warn the others, as well as venting the anger in his heart. 500 soldiers were actually slaughtered. This caused the hearts of all the immortal emperors to bleed. 500 combat weapons were equivalent to a semi-sage. The annihilation of 500 combat weapons was equivalent to weakening the strength of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian by half. It was no different from wishful thinking to train another combat weapon that could fight against a semi-sage. When Gu Fei came out of his inner world, battles were still breaking out in the Eastern Earth from time to time. The forces of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian were wiping out all the hostile forces in the Eastern Earth. Floating Cloud City no longer existed. The 9 grades of divine crystals had been obtained by He Tian. Gu Fei once again came to the vicinity of Floating Cloud City. He stood on top of a mountain peak. He wanted to find traces of He Tian and the others. However, he was disappointed. He Tian was extremely cunning. He was also greedy for life and afraid of death. How could he leave any traces for others to follow? Gu Fei was separated from Shaoqing and Balan. Shaoqing and Balan had originally chased after Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's extreme 8-step speed was unparalleled. Shaoqing and Balan simply couldn't catch up to Gu Fei. Where are they? Chapter 1075. Mysterious Tianxian City was a city less than 1,000 miles away from Celestial City. It was located on a plain and was a towering ancient city. Although this city did not have as long a history as Floating Cloud City, it was still very old. This city had appeared 10,000 years ago and was still standing after the war that happened 10,000 years ago. Gu Fei entered the city. As soon as he entered mysterious Tianxian City, he saw many cultivators who looked as though they were facing a great enemy. From time to time, he could even see silver-armored immortal soldiers flying over the city. In the past few months, the primordial Emperor Xian had been constantly using his troops against his enemies. Even the second strongest force in the Eastern Territory, the mysterious Dark Sect, was personally killed by the primordial Emperor Xian. After eliminating the mysterious Dark Sect, only the Golden Spirit Ape clan in the Eastern Territory could contend against the primordial Emperor Xian. Gu Fei walked into a restaurant. Of course, the restaurants in mysterious Tianxian City did not only serve mortals. They also served cultivators. Gu Fei directly went up to the 9th floor. That was the place to serve cultivators. Currently, Gu Fei had concealed his aura. Those who did not know his background would definitely not be able to see through Gu Fei. In the eyes of others, Gu Fei was a void-controlling realm cultivator. In the Tenglong continent, such a cultivation base would be considered a powerhouse in the human world. However, in the heavenly realm, such a cultivation base was simply not enough. The heavenly realm was a world of powerhouses. Any disciple from a small sect would most likely have a cultivation base of the void-controlling realm. The current Gu Fei did not attract the attention of the crowd, as cultivators like him were too common in Tianxian City and could be found everywhere. Even the immortals and monarchs would frequently appear in mysterious Tianxian City. After sitting down, Gu Fei ordered a pot of immortal wine and drank by himself in a corner. He noticed that there were many cultivators in the surroundings talking. He paid close attention to the conversations of these cultivators. Did you hear? The primordial Emperor Xian is going to make a move against the Golden Spirit Ape clan. What? The primordial Emperor Xian wants to attack the Golden Spirit Ape clan? Did I hear that right? That's a race that once produced a supreme being. Could it be that the primordial Emperor Xian really thinks he's invincible? Many people were shocked. Of the 3 great powers in the Eastern Land, the mysterious Dark Sect had been destroyed by Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era, leaving only 2 great powers, the power of Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era and the Golden Spirit Ape clan. In the Eastern Lands, the Golden Spirit Ape tribe was a very special existence. They didn't have many members, but all of them were incredibly powerful, and no one dared to provoke them. That was especially true considering that in the ancient times, a supreme Saint Ape had appeared in the Eastern Lands. His influence was far-reaching, and even though there was news of the Saint Ape, no one dared to look down on them. Furthermore, they occupied all of the ancestral veins in the Eastern Lands. Their ancestral Emperor Mountain was located directly above the ancestral veins. The entire Eastern Lands, and even the entire heavenly realm, were envious of them. Some people had long wanted to take action and seize the ancestral veins from the Golden Spirit Ape tribe. Gu Fei listened quietly and learned a lot about the Eastern Lands. Of course, this information was common knowledge in the continent, and everyone knew about it. However, it was enough for Gu Fei to judge the current situation. The primordial Emperor Xian wants to attack the Golden Spirit Ape tribe? This news shocked Gu Fei. The primordial Emperor Xian's appetite was really big. The mysterious Dark Sect was a great sect in the Eastern Lands. The mysterious Dark Sect master himself had a peak almighty cultivation base. The battle between the mysterious Dark Sect master and the primordial Emperor Xian could be said to be earth-shattering. The two of them were like ancient deities. They destroyed an entire region. The Xianming sect, such a huge sect, did not leave anything behind. This battle had changed the entire situation in the eastern lands. The primordial Emperor Xian had basically controlled the entire eastern lands because the Golden Spirit Ape tribe didn't care about worldly affairs. Gu Fei wasn't worried about the Golden Spirit Ape tribe because he had once entered the ancestral Emperor realm where the Golden Spirit Ape tribe resided. Although he didn't know what the Elder Sacred Ape had set up, Gu Fei knew that if the primordial Emperor Xian really dared to attack the ancestral Emperor realm, he would definitely fail. The Elder Sacred Ape had set up a great array in the ancestral Emperor realm. Even if a sage entered the ancestral Emperor realm, he wouldn't be able to come out. However, Gu Fei and Yuan Hong were friends after all, so Gu Fei decided to go to the ancestral Emperor realm to take a look. Gu Fei immediately threw a small piece of immortal crystal on the table and went downstairs. He didn't realize that when he threw the immortal crystal on the table, a pair of eyes had started to peep at him. A black-clothed figure whose face was covered followed Gu Fei downstairs. Gu Fei didn't seem to notice that he was being followed. He directly left Tianxian City and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the ancestral Emperor realm. A ghost-like figure silently followed behind Gu Fei. The person was very careful and didn't follow too closely. Instead, he hung far behind Gu Fei. Obviously, this person was proficient in the art of tracking and knew how to conceal himself. The ancestral Emperor realm was located in the east of the eastern lands. It was the land of the ancestral veins of the entire eastern lands. All the dragon veins and earth veins in the entire eastern lands had the ancestral Emperor Mountain as their source. This land of the ancestral Emperor realm was simply a true divine land. The ancestral Emperor Qi of the earth rose. If one could draw the power of the ancestral Emperor realm day and night to cultivate, over time, it would trigger an opportunity to comprehend the Tao. This was because the ancestral Emperor realm contained fragments of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Who in the world didn't want to reach the Tao? This was the ultimate goal of all cultivators. However, the path to reaching the Tao was just too difficult. Over the past millions of years, countless outstanding cultivators had died on this path. Even so, countless cultivators had still embarked on this seemingly impossible path. There were many people who were eyeing the ancestral Emperor realm of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. The primordial Emperor Xian was definitely not the first, nor was he the only one. Some people said that the primordial Emperor Xian had long wanted to make a move. However, he had some misgivings because the Golden Spirit Ape clan still had one or two terrifying existences. Before the old sacred ape had disappeared, he had also sealed his two younger brothers. No one in the heaven realm wouldn't be moved by the origin of the old sacred ape clan's younger brothers. The old sacred ape's younger brothers had awakened tens of thousands of years before Yuan Hong, the son of the old sacred ape clan. Those two sacred apes had made a move during the battle 10,000 years ago and killed everyone who had dared to covet the ancestral Emperor realm. At that time, the primordial Emperor Xian hadn't become an almighty yet. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at a desolate mountain. There were withered vines, old trees, steep mountains, and wild beasts. It was a completely wild scene. The eastern lands were too vast, and there were many such places. In a valley, Gu Fei suddenly stopped. "I've been following you for so long. It's time to show yourself."